We did start a new run the other day because we did die, so we did start a new run last stream. Oh, I can update my objectives. We have escaped town. So objectives. No bitey hugs. Because I don't feel like coming up with another objective right now. Alright. So, what we're dealing with right now is I spawned in Rosewood. We are using Pillow's random spawn mod, so I don't get to choose where I spawn. I just say, yes, I'd like to spawn, and it drops me in the map, and I figure it out. And so we ended up spawning as the random one in the Rosewood Police Department, which is a pretty solid spawn. We got ourselves a nightstick, we got ourselves a little bit of foods with the a handful of donuts and all that. You get the idea. We got some goodies out of it. We did find a bucket really early on. Make sure my water bottle is full. Yep. So we did get a bucket really early on. So I actually have 2 buckets. And yeah, so we had just like gray hair this color, and then we dyed it pink when we found pink dye in here because, you know, why wouldn't we dye it hair pink? But if we look at where we're at the map, because I have revealed the map so I can actually show where everything's going, we've already got the emergency frequency, though unfortunately I didn't bring a radio with me because at the time I didn't have the carry weight for it because new character. We have gone all the way to the south because when we spawned here, we said, where are we going? I was like, all right, let's go check to see how this area is, and this area was straight up awful. We took one look, it's like, that's several hundred zombies. At 0 stats, we're not doing anything with that. And a lot of people suggested saying, hey, why don't you go down to the lakes? I'm like, sure, I haven't been down here, let's go down to the lakes. And so we did. And we found one house that was in relatively good shape. Got bullied out of that. And then we got this house that's in relatively good shape. I'm trying to remember if I had a radio I chucked in here. I've got like the big radio.
Thank you, an anonymous gifter, for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, anonymous gifter, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. And so all the people who just got those subs, I really do hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thanks so much for that anonymous gift of 5 subs. Side note, we actually have a basement in this place. It's right here. But I can't go there. Because there's a wall here. So if we walk over to this side, you can see it for just a second there, if I can get to load there. Yeah, so you can see there's a wall there. So, yeah, it was you, anonymous by accident. No problem. Well, I appreciate I appreciate the gifty subs. Help make it so I can keep doing this full time. Yeah, but the plan for right now of what we're working on is we are doing just our general early game, you know, survive stuff. We still have the power and water on. It's secret basement. Can you break the wall? If I find a sledgehammer. With a sledgehammer, you can break open walls.
Whoa.
And thank you, Senji Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. That said, sledgehammers are pretty rare. But for right now, the plan is basically, I'm going to start working my way around the lake, going systematically house to house, trying to find any and all goodies. Now you'll notice this time, I have a military backpack. We found ourselves a military backpack along the way, so that's good news. I guess I will start collecting all the crap for later crafting. Because we are going to be down in the area, even if I just stockpile the junk in this house, it shouldn't be too hard. I also found a jack, 4 gas cans, and wrenches and everything. The downside of that is those are all up here in this ambulance. We did find a wreck of an ambulance. I think we found it up there that had gas. We basically drove it until it ran out of gas because it had almost none to this spot, and then it stalled out because there's no gas. But you can see that it actually isn't that far up the road. So what I might do for our first helicopter is I might take that first helicopter up towards the ambulance, grab that stuff, and then walk back. Curious to find out if the blocked basement was by design or it's a random gen bug. I'm pretty sure it's a random gen bug. I could be wrong, but I would highly expect it as a world gen bug. Always a challenge with procedural generation, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, I do agree having like the murder basement or whatever would be an interesting thing to find, where you gotta like knock down the wall to get in there. I would probably not make it a sledgehammerable only wall though. I'd probably make it a wood wall, just to give you the ability to do it. Alright, I do actually want that hemp. But we gotta keep in mind, this is a brand new character. Our ability to fight is horrifically bad. Like, this is already a bigger pull than I should have done. Because we're at Nimble 1, we're at Long Blunt 1. Sorry, we're at Nimble 0, I believe. Please die already. Cool. Alright. Yeah. Do you have slow healer? You heard it makes muscle strain so much worse? That would be really weird for that to be involved with the art. And thank you for the hype the hype train level 2 at 56%. I really do appreciate that, with 5 subs and 100 biddies. So thanks so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I would be surprised if it affects muscle strain. I'm not saying it doesn't. I haven't tested it in any ways. But I haven't particularly noticed any real problems with muscle strain. Yeah, no, it'd be a very weird thing, knowing the way the game is coded, for those two to be related to each other. That unfortunately sounds probably like it's a rumor mill kind of thing. Project Zomboid is notorious for that. Yeah. Thank you, Allison. Project Zomboid is probably like the game with the worst of, you know, people saying this does that kind of thing when it's just not true. Yep, the joke about being able to survive bites on vanilla Apocalypse, which is not true either. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures is absolutely a fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays lots of Project Zomboid. Also been playing some Valheim lately. Was watching that over there after stream yesterday. Good times there. Thank you again for dropping in. You should definitely check them out. Alright. So to give a little extra time to deal with muscle strains. It was fun, didn't get far, but having a good time. Hey, you know what? Enjoy it. Like, have fun with it. Don't try and rush it. But yeah, so like with Project Zomboid generally, you can't trust the wiki. Very specifically, the wiki is not to be trusted. It's got, for like very general information, it's pretty okay, and there are people who try to keep it in good shape. But even the wiki has a lot of information that's typically not right. you know, details. Even the ones that they'll sit there and be like, here's the formula on how damage is calculated. Like, oh yeah, damage hasn't been calculated that way in a long time. That's not an actual example, by the way. But you'll have stuff where people have put down calculations and they'll be like, oh yeah, that hasn't been calculated that way since like build 39 or whatever. So just kind of one of those things that it is a game notorious for not having the best information available. And it is one of the side effects of the fact that it is a game that deliberately obscures a lot of information. Versus, for example, if you just, like, everyone could see, like, the stamina and that kind of stuff, we could, like, demystify a lot of it just because you just look at the numbers. Let's see. Test the first day it released. The update, which lowered muscle strain calculation, didn't see any difference. Either the hit needed or the muscle strain appears at the time to recover muscle strain. Yep. Non-42 2.1. Like I said, it would be a really weird choice for slow healer to apply to muscle strain. They could do it, certainly. I don't know why they would. Because, like, I could see it tied to your fitness stuff, certainly, which it is because of the formula taking into consideration strength. I could also see them create a trait that would make it apply more, but I don't think any of the existing traits that would be the case. Like, have, like, a weak arms trait where your character is more prone to muscle strain on their arms versus, like, a weak back trait, which they're more prone to muscle strain on their back or something. Or just, you know, some generic catch-all prone to muscle strain. Yeah, no, I definitely noticed when I was at, like, short blades, I think we got to 6? It's somewhere around there, that we got to that ballpark. The times of seeing muscle strain using the short blades, I would push pretty far into exertion before muscle strain started to show up. Which, you know, at that point, the muscle strain is just another layer in an already big problem. Alright, so this might be the last group I need to dispatch before we're ready to move on to that house and see what goodies we get. Dirty jacket? Oh no, I'm not gonna pick up a jacket. We definitely don't want to sweat. Or not sweat. I mean, we don't want to sweat, but heat is a real dangerous thing in this game. Heat'll get you killed way more than armor's gonna save you. Well, that's a problem. I don't have that much steam in the tank. Could always be more fashionable. I've done the characters where you're all dressed up and bundled up as, like, military and jackets and all that. To me, that's kind of like lost interest as a fashion, because that's kind of what 90% of the characters end up looking like if you do just play in general. At the moment, we're basically just going with that. Our characters start in the police department. Whether or not they were actually an officer of the law, or people have suggested that we were actually probably just, you know, just a stripper, doesn't really matter. That's a secret we'll take to our grave. But yeah. Oh, will heat kill through dehydration or something else you don't know about? It can. Getting overheated does cause you to sweat more. Like you'll notice your character start getting wet from sweat, which does hurt your hydration. How are you in this version? We are on the internal test build, if you look at the title. So this is not the unstable branch available to everyone yet. That said, the changes in this branch versus the last internal test build are not quite as significant. There's lots of good stuff in there. But where, like, you know, the unstable branch dropped, and then we had the internal test build as fixing lots and lots and lots of major issues. This one's a lot more in the cleanup department than, like, no, really, these are major problems, like the animal calories and all that. Yeah. And, like, we're allowed to show this. We've been given permission to show this. The one thing we've been asked not to do is not to give the actual patch notes. So, like, I can discuss changes going on and all that. I'm just not supposed to, like, you know, bring up the patch notes and be like, well, here's what they've changed and here's what they changed. Just because, like, when we had the last one, people had been sharing those patch notes, which at the time was fine. But because they didn't really align with what actually came out, because, you know, some stuff they were like, okay, that isn't where we want it, let's hold it, that kind of thing. People were trying to figure out what the difference was, and it just created a bunch of stuff for Indie Stone to deal with. That they're like, you know what, just please don't show the patch notes. They're not final. They may or may not make it in. You know, and plus I could see them experimenting with us and being like, hey, here's something we were considering changing that may or may not be a good choice. Let's let you tinker and see how it goes. And thing of the follow-up stream, the animal's calories still feel low. You can eat a whole cow's without gaining weight. Gotcha. I haven't gotten to mess with it much. I had heard from others that have been messing with it that, like, you have to level butchering for it to be any good. But where before, even with leveled butchering, you just basically got nothing out of it. That my understanding is you can use the animals to sustain weight once you get a little bit of level in butchering. So my assumption is if you're planning on doing, like, pigs or whatever, try and maintain level, that the idea would be, you know, you get rats or whatever and butcher them and, you know, get yourself a couple points and then start butchering actual animals. That it's more of a long-term plan. That said, if you're trying to be, like, low effort, I think fishing's where it's at. Like, right now, the weight maintenance, I think for keeping your weight up, the fishing is the least laborious option. I mean, barring if you get lucky and find lots... Well, actually, no, I guess... Honestly, milk is the butter is still probably still, the meta. You just need, like, 2-3 cows now instead of 1. No easy ride with 1 cow to... keep you handled forever. Can you build a tower defense system in PZ? No. Generally speaking, PZ doesn't have traps to hurt the zombies. There's technically an asterisk with the fire trap you can make, but it's extremely hard to make and very genuinely kinda garbage. And that's been a deliberate choice that they have said they want the player to be the one fighting the zombies. They've aimed to not give players ways to dispatch the zombies that don't involve direct player involvement. Molotov traps? Well, that's like the fire trap thing. Is like I said, it's pretty useless. Like, it technically can work, but the catch is you've got to set the trap up in advance. And then, you know, it lights the area on fire. which means whatever area you cleared out to set the trap, you've just burned down. And more than likely, that means you've already cleared the area to set it up, kind of defeating the point. But yeah, it's just not that kind of game. If you're looking for setting up traps and doing all that kind of stuff, there's a game called 7 Days to Die. That's the game you're looking for. This is just, it's not meant to be that game. Can you dig basements? Right now, you cannot without mods. Maybe they'll give us the ability to make basements someday, but at this time, I do not believe there is a way to make your own basement. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, like you can make with like mods and all that, you can do the traps, you can do all those things I said you can't do. Anytime I say like you can, you cannot do, that is base game vanilla. Because the moment we start talking about mods, like every single response would end up being maybe. Maybe or probably to literally every single question. But that information isn't useful for people playing, like, you know, people ask, hey, can you ride out on the helicopter? And I were to be like, yes, with mods. It would just start to get kind of obnoxious to preface literally everything that way. Okay. You feel like the PZ helicopter? It's not. Because they're trying to do like a Horde Night kind of mechanic, they could just do a Horde Night kind of mechanic. They've got the ability to do that. There's a thing called the accumulator, which does a wave-based thing. So they 100% have the tech and the knowledge to make the zombies appear and circle the player and do all that sort of stuff. They also have challenge maps that do those kind of mechanics. But literally the idea behind the helicopter is it's got in-game lore reasons it exists that they don't explain, because a lot of Project Zomboid lore is left to your interpretation. Did I have a bull? No, I don't have a bull. That's right. But the idea is that's just part of the story. It is meant as kind of way of mixing things up. But they don't have like the thing. If it's going to be a Horde Night replacement kind of thing, the way they need to accomplish that is it'd have to be a reoccurring event. It normally isn't. We have mods that make it that way. But yeah, no, Project Zomboid isn't meant to be some arcadey game. Like, honestly, genuinely, they don't seem to be huge fans of us going out and killing tons and tons of zombies even. That they try to go out of their way to be like, no, no, no. We don't want you to be able to just grab some weapons and go blasting the zombies endlessly. Like, in little bursts you can do that kind of thing. And to be clear, they give us sandbox so we can do what we want. But you get the idea is that generally they've leaned away from just easy peasy, you kill lots of zombies. That's why they don't give us traps, they don't make the cars so you can just like armor them up super easily and, you know, then you're just good. Like, that's all stuff that they very clearly worked the opposite direction of. So we got a bunch of weapons we can use. Put the Mason's Trowel here. I want to save the ratchet as a tool. Just clearing out some inventory. Top off our water while it's still on. Drop a bunch of batteries, but take one of those back, so I got a spare. I was supposed to have your Call of Duty Zoomer fantasy. I mean, I would actually... I would think of, honestly, Call of Duty being more millennial as well, you know, just people who grew up with it. I could be wrong about the demographics playing it. But yeah, just, you can easily just go and, you know, go ahead and play Call of Duty if you want to play Call of Duty. That game exists. Let's see, we have around 4 hours, 15 minutes of zombies. Know where you are. And in 15 minutes, you can go and hide. So zombies actually don't know where you are. That's kind of the key. Is really the helicopter just riles up the zombies, and then through your player's actions, the zombies, you know, will hear you or whatever. There is the whole strategy of, like, literally you can just go to the second floor of your house and just kind of quietly creep around and do whatever you wanted, like, crafting-wise, and then clean up afterwards. So it's definitely not the same thing, like 7 Days to Die, where every single zombie just has, like, perfect vision to know exactly where you are in every single moment. It's just a different event. Like, both of them are designed to disrupt what you've got going on. That part I'll agree with. That both of those are designed to try and put the player off balance. But I would say that as a mainstay of 7 Days to Die is just the idea that every 7th day, hence the name, you know, the zombies come out in droves and you gotta be ready to throw down. Whereas Project Zomboid, you have one helicopter event ever, normally. We're not counting changing settings. I've opted into different settings. Versus 7 Days to Die, literally you holding your ground is a main part of it. Does a helicopter follow you around if it spots you? You feel like that was a thing, but it's been a while. So the helicopter circles the general area you're in. They don't have a mechanic where you hide from it. That's mods that do that. The helicopter just, it circles you and it rolls a dice and says, am I gonna circle 1 or, you know, 1, 2, 3, or 4 times? And that's default settings. If you make your days longer, the number of times it circles can change proportionally based on how much longer you made your day. But yeah. Someday I'll see this game completed. I don't think this is a game that gets completed. Like, this game being labeled as early access, to me, is a bit of a misnomer. When this game released a long time ago, it took a couple updates that it was definitely early access when it first dropped, but it definitely reached a point where it'd be like, if you said this is a complete game, I'd say yeah. But there are reasons to keep the early access tag unrelated to the stage of development. That we've gone into that a number of times, that there's actual ways that, like, how you're allowed to change your pricing on Steam and all that kind of stuff, that the rules are different if you're early access or not. There's a lot that goes into it. And then also with the nature of the game where they're constantly changing, keeping it early access means people are less likely to throw a hissy fit if you change something that they don't like or whatever. I mean, that's not necessarily true. Is he actually, the name is because the infection kills you in 7 days? The Horde Night was something that got created after? Still, the Horde Night is every 7 days. So regardless of if that was the reason for the name being created or not, it's still ultimately every 7 days you have a Horde Night, and that's a core aspect of the game. Unless I'm wrong, which I very well could be. Because 7 Days to Die was a game that just really didn't hold my interest that much. Like, I gave it a couple of times, though. But yeah, no, it's just a different game. If you're looking for Horde Night stuff, you're looking for Call of Duty type stuff, those games exist. Go boot them up. Not every game needs to be the same thing. Honestly, if this game was pretty much like the 7 Days to Die every 7th day or whatever, you know, the zombies would just close in on you, that would definitely be a massive negative in my book. I think it's a good game, but it would mean we would lose a game that's unique and has its own identity for a duplicate of a game that already exists, just from a different camera angle. Which is being unfair, but you get the idea. Is it stopped being as unique because it bought into doing what our games are doing. Which is part of the reason I really, really appreciate that Project Zomboid was like, Special Infected? Nah, we're never doing that. I don't have a problem with Left 4 Dead, I loved Left 4 Dead. But I'm glad we have something that isn't just doing, you know, hey, this is a good game, let's just keep doing it. Yeah, I'm just gonna call you wrong on this one, Atlas. They're thematically similar games, but they're not the same game, not in any stretch. Like I said, generally, I played 7 Days to Die before I played Project Zomboid. I did not enjoy it. Like, it's a fine game, 7 Days to Die. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. It's just not my cup of tea. Let's see, not change the subject, but you've seen the new camo pickup trucks? Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think they're new. I think the camo pickup trucks have been around for a while, but they are loot pinatas. But yeah, no, so 7 Days to Die, you've got like special infected dogs, bears, birds. You have this entire like tower defense, not tower defense, but like trap gauntlet kind of setup you do so that you can, you know, survive the ever-growing waves. Like that's the core aspect of 7 Days to Die, is that back and forth. Versus in Project Zomboid, none of that is the case. Yeah, yesterday's character did die. It'd be cool to have a reason to build a fortress, defend against its hordes. Right, there's just no fortress building in Project Zomboid. Like, to be clear, the intention of Project Zomboid is that you are supposed to live in an actual, reasonably realistic, like, you know, realistic plus zombies, I guess, depiction of the world, and you are meant to survive in a fairly realistic kind of situation. Again, keeping in mind there are zombies and that's wholly unrealistic. You're not meant to build the giant castle with moat and spear traps and flamethrower turrets and all that. Like, you are playing the story of just your typical Joe who got caught in a zombie apocalypse and just trying to make the most of the scenario they've got themselves stuck in. If you want 7 Days to Die, 7 Days to Die is right there, or you can grab mods to make this game into a different one. What is the most fun in this game? Right at the beginning of the game when you don't have the things you need, and you're just trying to, like, carve out any existence for yourself. You don't have water sorted, you don't have food sorted. You're trying to, like, get yourself a safe place, all that kind of stuff. You don't have your car, you don't have your generator, and just trying to get that progression, get those stuff sorted out. I personally find that once you start getting all those boxes checked, where you're like, I've got my generator, I've got my magazine read, I've got, you know, I've got what I need to survive long term, and you start running lower and lower on goals to do, that's when the game you start going, okay, yeah, because it's just one of those things that as you get down to narrower and narrower things to work on, you have narrower options for gameplay to stay productive and interesting, so you have to come up with more and more goals yourself. And some of those things can get very tricky and all that. Hey, She-Wolf, how's it going? But yeah, nah, if you truly feel these are the same games, I feel sorry for you, because that means, you know, Call of Duty and Duke Nukem are the same game, and Doom and Star Wars Academy are the same game, and Need for Speed and Mario Kart are the same game, because they happen to be thematically similar. Like, there's nuance in games. And just because both games feature zombies and a thing that makes noise does not make them the same game. It's like the people who say that Terraria and Minecraft are the same game. It's like, they're really not. They both have boxes and you build, and so thematically they've got stuff there. But they're just not the same game. They're just not. Yeah, and that's the thing. Usually it's not even on, like, are these the same game? Usually it's the conversation where people be like, oh, whatever game is of this game, clone. And I usually push back at people using the language clone because I'm like, but it's not. And it'd be like, oh no, it's just like that game. And it's just kind of those things that, you know, they'll be describing two games in a genre as like the same game. And that's not what I'm saying is happening here. It's a little bit more nuanced than that. And it just kind of gets to one of those things that you can kind of go by that same thing that, like, well, Pong is related enough to this other game, which is related enough to this other game, which is related enough to this other game, so this other game is Pong. Why is the character sad? Is that a bug? No. No, we've been eating some pretty awful things and not doing anything to make them happy. But yeah. And there's entire threads you can kind of take back in that manner. Well, you said, you think the question is more about what fun things can Product Zomboid borrow from other games? I mean, that was the initial question, yeah, I'd agree. And then it got to, like, these games are copies of each other. I'm like, no, I disagree. Can you die of sorrow? No. All this does, it makes my action speed slower. Now, to be clear, my action speed isn't my attack speed. Action speed is anything with a bar, so that, moving that dress, that was slightly slower than if I didn't have Hopeless. You'd love to see a blood moon where the night, even if no zombies attack you? That's mod territory. All of those things, they're mods for it. What's made level up metalworking? Feels like nothing gives XP? You just have to do metalworking. Yeah, the point system for traits, I think that's good as well. But yeah, no, Product Zomboid, like the mods are, if you want all that kind of fun exotic stuff, that's mod territory. You can get it. I'm willing to bet there is already a mod right there, right now. You can download this very second. Maybe not Build 42, but Build 41 definitely. That I'm willing to bet you can get one that'll give you a blood moon. And you can probably have it where it does bring zombies. You can probably have it where it doesn't bring zombies. I'm willing to bet there's a mod that you can get that your character will just randomly say, it is a terrible night to have a curse. Just because. I'm willing to bet that mod exists. What is the excursion set as on this playthrough? Do you mean exertion? I'm on default. We're playing on 16 times population. So I'm not going to screw with making a whole bunch of stuff even more slower, because I already get lots of complaints about, it's like, you're fighting on the same road. Like, yep, it's 16 times pop. You're literally maxed out the zombie population. Nothing is gonna be fast. Curation? I don't know what you mean, curation. All the stuff like infection and all that are on their defaults. Basically, we take the default settings, we say, yes, but more zombies. And then I turned on, like, map stuff because people ask me questions. And it's kind of a bummer when people ask you questions and you can't answer them because you hid your whole map. So for, like, the first, you know, bunch of characters we've done, Build 42, I had the map turned off. I don't like messing around with fences. I actually figure we're gonna get knocked there. And I know, like, you get extra damage from down hits, so you can get more XP and yada yada. I'd rather take the safe play and just not screw with fences. I've seen zombies do weird stuff where they get close to a fence and then suddenly teleport back up onto their feet because of a bug, or a zombie lunges at the fence and then like you can't really tell what side of the fence the zombie's on anymore. So I'll just leave well enough alone. The whole thing about surviving long runs in this game is doing everything possible to both make the zombies predictable and to, like, mitigate risk.
Thank you, Dev So Dusty, for subscribing for 25 months.
And thank you, Dev So Dusty.
Miss and love y'all.
Thank you, Dev So Dusty, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 25 months, 2 years and a month, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, as far as, like, to circle back to the question about, like, what could Project Zomboid borrow from other games to make it better, I actually don't think it needs to borrow literally anything, because it already has a list of things they want to implement that's like a mile long that goes out multiple years worth of development. So we really don't need to add more onto that list until at least that list gets sorted. Like, they've already got NPCs queued up for doing a whole bunch of things, expanding on the animals and hunting, they've got a whole bunch of things. They barely scratch the surface of what they're doing with their crafting rework. So, not really needed. You want crafting minigames? Okay. I wouldn't necessarily be against that. I mean, I guess it depends. Actually, take that back. It depends. That could get super obnoxious really fast. Like, for example, if I had to do, like, a little minigame every time I crafted a knife with how fast you break knives and all that, I would absolutely be pissed off if I had to sit there and do, like, a little minigame every single time we got going on to that. Did you level on strength or fit yet? I have 1 point in strength I've gotten so far. I have not gotten any points in fitness yet. Yeah, if it was a non-intrusive one where instead of leveling loading bar, you do a minigame. Yeah, like, I could see for doing stuff like, the car repair, like replacing wheels and all that, I could see that being a minigame. Because I feel like you would do it infrequently enough, it's not that big a deal. So you could do like a little minigame when you go pull off the tires or whatever. That would probably be fine. Because you're only doing it every once in a while. Do you like... actually aggro? Hi, friend. Oh, last run after 5 months. Were we 5 fitness, 6 strength or something like that? I think we're 5 fitness, 6 strength at the end. I could be wrong. I wasn't paying attention to my muscle strain, so we pulled that with max muscle strain. Gonna have to adjust to what it's like when you start a new character in build 42. You get used to a character that you're actually established on, you circle back to a new one, you're like, oh yeah, I can't just run outside and smack zombies and have any level of success. I gotta actually give myself like a proper rest between fights. Okay. Almost done, and that's going to take a pretty long rest to recover from this one, so I might go back to the house and read the book while we rest. Because I've definitely noticed when you start dipping really far into muscle strain, it takes way longer to recover. Alright, so we got the attack speed penalty. We seem to be bouncing back and forth in attack speed penalty. And I know I can switch to pushing and stomping. I am deliberately trying to not do that so I can keep building up my maintenance. You'll find I usually won't switch to stomping unless like I'm really juggling a situation or I'm under pressure I need to get stuff happening. I also don't want to sit here and have to replace my shoes again and again and again. Alright, let's get inside because we definitely really wrecked our hands. Oh, yeah, no, my hands weren't, like, injured yesterday, or the other day. It was just really cold, and I was stuck outside in, like, drizzly weather, and this is talking real life. And it's not that they were injured, they're just really stiff that, like, it was one of those things that once I got inside, like, before stream, like, where I drug out the intro stream, that's all I was doing, is giving my hands a chance to warm up, so they weren't so stiff. Nah, good, Athlast. I just try to avoid, because, like, when people say, like, two games the same game, it can be very dismissive of games, and, you know, you push back. Make sure you're being fair to people and all that. Alright, so let's go ahead and read this book while I recover from our muscle strain, because that's going to be a long time, because we really overextended on that one. Can I show the perks and whatnot? Yeah, so if we look at our stats, I have Unfit, Slow Healer, Speed Demon, Cat's Eyes, Dexterous, Outdoorsy, Wakeful, Eagle-Eyed, Nutritionist, Organized, Fast Learning, Keen Hearing, Puny, and High Weight. Again, pretty close to Long Blunt 2, which is pretty good. Alright. Yep, self-sabotage build. The I would like to suffer build, but I'm not willing to deal with sleeping problems build. Wakeful is a trait over the years I have put on my character and dropped off my character a lot of times. Because it lets you do so much more in a day, so it's really, really strong. But then it's also super duper obnoxious because it makes sleep management way more of a pain in the butt. Drop you off over here too. Hey Ryokusha, how's it going? Super ultra wide monitor? I mean, you can see more with the wide monitor if I recall correctly. Like that is a thing. We must have decent forging radius. Oh, I meant to drop that book off. Let's see, is the strategy to try to counter the new zombie spread mechanic to just settle farther from town? That's what I'm thinking, is where you start should be farther from town. Or like where you're calling like your main base, home base, whatever you want to call it. Get a place farther from the main town, and then like work your way in, kind of thing, is what I'm thinking. So same basic strategy we had before, except don't be right next to a very high pop area. I also just underestimated Irvington's population. I figured it was gonna be like 30,000-40,000 zombies, but from what I understand, it's actually significantly bigger than West Point, pop-wise. It's not Louisville bad, by a very long stretch, but it is a fairly busy city. Let's see. You just got the game. So you just got the game and you found no matter what settings you change, what settings you use for it, full screen windowed, it still fills up the screen. This means you can't adjust the window size. I know I've been able to window size before. Like, I'm not going to change the options right now because I don't want to mess with it. But like, if you choose windowed, and then you lower the resolution, you should be able to move it around. If not, while you're in window, try hitting Alt-Enter. I don't know if that works on Project Zomboid, but Alt-Enter is full screen in most applications. Because I know just the other day I was watching Retinaru, and Retinaru was messing around within windowed mode. I'm personally not going to mess with those settings because that's the kind of thing that'll get the game to potentially stop detecting on OBS and have me go through a whole hassle of like getting it to redetect the source and all that. I just couldn't be bothered with that. Let's see. Is it alright to ask about the big effect on migration do helicopters have? You've now been starting to try out the settings like yours, but this is the first time I've ever done something like this, and you don't know how afraid you should even be in super remote locations. So yeah, so generally speaking, you got two separate mechanics going on. So the new migration, if you choose any major population hub, so you got like Irvington here, to a lesser degree you've got Echo Creek, you've got Rosewood, Muldrow, you get the idea. Any of these really dense places population, and this train station is really nasty, don't underestimate that one. Any population hub, what it seems to be what will happen, like here's March Ridge, for example. So March Ridge, if I recall correctly, is 4 cells that it occupies. I could be wrong about that. So what'll end up happening is over time I go, okay, these zombies, this cell's empty, go ahead and bring some zombies over. So now we're out to like this far, but like the density of zombies is maybe half as much. And then over time it might go out even farther, and now it's like a quarter as much. And you get the ideas. They will gradually spread out. So if you're far away from a population hub, by the time they can spread out to your area, if they spread out that far, I don't know what the limits are, you know, you're talking 1/32nd the population, probably totally manageable. The issue we ran into is this is 70-ish thousand zombies, and I was here. So 70,000-ish zombies in this area. They moved out 1 cell, so I'm in 50% of that. You get that. You get the idea here. And then so even going out this far, where we went out the next layer, even a quarter of that is still a heck ton of zombies. You're getting several thousand zombies in a cell. So that's kind of thing. You never seen a streamer go to March Ridge? That's how dangerous it is? Well, yeah, it's also not that great. Like, don't get me wrong, there is some goodies in here. Like, this tower up here, I don't know about what's changed with the loot. This used to be a good place to get guns, because it's a military, like, apartment complex kind of thing. Like, this is a little military town, that's like an apartment complex. This place is, like, gun central back in the day. You did have, like, a tiny little bookstore. I think you had the school over here, if I recall. So there's, like, good stuff in there. But it's just the population density is like downtown West Point levels. The devs are not from Kentucky. It was a state chose at random as just like, hey, it's a rural state. Like, I don't know if there's more logic they put into it than that. But they're not from Kentucky. And I believe they kind of chose Kentucky is just like, hey, it's a very, you know, rural state or whatever. But yeah, no, the devs are, ooh. Was it the UK? I know it's Europe. I'm just blanking on where in Europe it was. Oh. Gotcha. British. But yeah, so they're not from the U.S. They're not from Kentucky. It was just where they chose to do it. They wanted like a rural U.S. state, and Kentucky is what they chose. And they might have had more reason to do it. Like maybe they're like, hey, we think this will be good, like a good location topographically or whatever. I don't know. It may have been they deliberately chose some place where the climate was kind of a mix where they have winters, but they're not harsh winters or something like that. Genuinely have no idea. Alright. So gotta be running out of zombies at this location. I need you to die. We're way past spent, friend. Alright, let's back off because that was entirely too much. You have stutter when driving? Yeah, if you zoom way out especially, and in higher density areas of zombies, you can get some stutter. Hey, hi Brazel, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Hi Brazel, by the way? Another content creator playing Project Zomboid was over there lurking a little bit earlier. Well, I mean, I was talking, so I wasn't lurking. I was over there earlier watching. Yep, no, we did die in our last character. On the upside, we now have 2 buckets. And a military backpack. So yeah, but also playing some Project Zomboid, good times over there. Definitely check him out. Also, keep in mind where I'm hearing, yeah, so your graphics card is not going to make a big deal in Project Zomboid. It's not that it doesn't use it for anything, but generally speaking, Project Zomboid is nearly exclusively what's referred to as a processor-locked game, CPU-locked game. And what that means is that your primary performance consideration is typically CPU. Your hard drive speed and your memory can also be a very significant impact as well. To a degree. Project Zomboid actually has a fairly hard limit on how much memory it can use. Grab a bag of chips and a pickle. And the sugar. Like your house? Yep. That's what we've just been saying so far. We pushed pretty far into our exertion, really more than I like doing. But it was what it is. Alright. It's a good thing that now you can get more than 1 clay per forging. Been having a hard time leveling pottering. Yeah, so, the intent is down the road. This is something the devs have said on their, Thursdoids. Is the intent at some point we'll be able to, like, go to an area, you'll see, like, the soil will be a different color or something, or there'll be something sticking out of the dirt, and you will be able to effectively mine it for clay, similar to what we can do with flint and all that, is I believe where they intend on going to as well. You'll still probably be able to forage for it as well, but the idea is that you will be able to target it versus, like, just hoping the dice roll to get it. But it's the interim stopgap we've got for right now so you can forage for it. There's a lot of stuff. Oh no, I got you, Ryoko-sha. I was just mentioning because they're talking about performance and optimization that if the game is not running well for you, CPU is most likely going to be your problem. It can also sometimes be your hard drive. This is a game you probably want to have on an SSD. Then we explain the large rocks and boulders. I have no idea. I would actually expect we'll have something new to be that when it gets to that point. I already know there's going to be some zombies hidden there. One thing I am thinking about doing with this character I didn't do on the last one as well, is wherever we take our helicopter, maybe for right now we have kind of a dedicated helicopter spot. That we do the helicopter, when it's all said and done, I go home, and then we turn around and start clearing where I dumped the zombies from the helicopter before they start spreading out from that spot, and kind of have like that a killing zone. And then we do that until like we stop really getting much response from the helicopter. Yeah, I know I've done that before. SSD must explain why. Oh yeah, so for those who don't know, when it comes to save files in Product Zomboid, it's not like you have your save 01.save or whatever. It is literally a save file can be 10 to hundreds of thousands of small files. That like parts of the map are their own files, your character's its own file, all sorts of different like loot tables are their own file. Like, it is a game that uses lots and lots and lots of little files in bulk to work. And there's pros and cons to that. The pro is, like, as they're updating stuff, and it's updating those little files, it doesn't hit your performance as bad. The downside is, as you're zipping around the map, it has to, like, pull from those files. It's way, way more reading and writing to, you know, load that up. It's one of the reasons why it sucks to back up your saves in Product Zomboid. Because especially if you have a character who's lived for a long time, all those chunks of the map are their own save file, and so you get the ideas. It just becomes this really, really large monolithic save file. Or sorry, Long Blunt 2, sorry. It's just all these individual files, and it just takes it a while for it to do all that backing up. We are taking a long while to recover that endurance. I guess we're about to get drowsy, so that makes sense. Alright, well I actually get to go in this place? No, I still got some zombies around. I'm assuming there's something else nearby that we're pulling the zombies from other than just the house. We might be pulling some of the zombies from the neighboring area. We'll see. All the zombie compost? Yep. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually do anything. That said, real life, generally you don't want to use meat and compost. Like, of any kind. Ignoring all, like, their people and all that concerns. Generally speaking, when you're compost, you usually break compost into greens and browns. You don't want too many greens, because it makes your compost reek. And you don't want too many browns, because it just doesn't have the nutrients you need. And greens are stuff like fruits, veggies, that kind of stuff you're chucking in there. New bowl. And then your browns would be stuff like sticks, bark, that kind of thing. I am trying to raid the fridge for a night snack. If you don't mind. And if you do, well, that sounds like a you problem. Oh, there's a basement here. Now, let's get out of here. That's getting... There's got to be zombies behind that house, like a bunch of them. Alright, so that's more than I want to fight. We're already drowsy. And we're probably pushing pretty close to muscle fatigue, or muscle strain and fatigue. We'll back off. Whatever follows us gets to die. Everything else we'll leave alone. Oh no, that one was fine. I wasn't super fussed with that. I was more worried about the door to my left. Yeah, there's another one we got dumped in the cornfield. Because the thing to keep in mind, getting exerted now would be way worse. That's a 50%, 50% damage penalty. And then the exerted, just out of breath, is a 50% damage penalty. They are additive, not multiplicative. So it's not you do 50% damage and then you do 75% damage. It has the math is a little weird that you start at 100%, your weapon skill adds more onto it, and then, you know, then you subtract these. And so you get the idea. It gets pretty wild. So it wouldn't be 0 damage, but it also has a minimum 1 damage. But yeah, so Moodles, these are serious business. These are not things you ignore. That's the reason you'll notice the moment I start getting to Moodles, I'm usually going, alright, it's time to bail. Unless I'm feeling pretty comfortable with, like, I can just clean up what I'm dealing with. Because it is very insidious when you're dealing with the Moodles. That you'll think you're all good and all that, and then realize you dug too deep and now you're in this kind of death spiral where you can't quite get out of the problem, but you also can't quite get away. Those away because we got stuff that expires we can eat. Where'd the tots go? That's fine. Often, I want to say often is like 7 to 8 or 9 days. It's only a little bit faster than sometimes. Like, they're actually pretty close to each other on the speed. Oh yeah, no, if you're doing often and you're getting like 7, 9, 10, yeah, so it'd be like 7 to 10-ish days for often versus like, I'd say the average is probably around 14, give or take, for sometimes. Let's see, that mood will have always been your biggest enemy when you start trying to clear an area around the base before you sleep. Oh yeah, no, it's just one of those things. You always, like, you gotta be ready to get back. And it is a thing that you will kind of get a feel for over time of, like, where is that line in the sand of, I've pushed too far, it's time to like cut my losses kind of deal. Because there's like kind of phases with a lot of it. You know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna go ahead and put a battery in here. So turn it on, minimum volume. Turn you off real fast. And we already have the frequency. I wrote it down on the map when I saw it. 91.6. So we're gonna go in here. We're gonna turn this back on. We're gonna add a preset. We're gonna say emergency. You set the frequency to 91.6. Tune into that. And we're gonna turn that off. Do I want to move this radio upstairs? We'll leave it down here for now. So we've got the alarm set so that it wakes us up, we run downstairs, and we can deal with all that. I've got more junk to drop off. tongs away. Random got the tater tots and all that. The rest is all fine. And it is the thing that as you go through your run, the number of zombies you can fight in a day and manage to make it work gets better and better. Alright, so let's eat one set of tater dots. Alright. Those water buckets are in the room. I found one in the house, in, like, the, utility room, and I found one, I don't remember, along the way. Was it at the police? I think it was at the police department itself, like, in their, like, janitor's closet or whatever. I found a bucket, so I grabbed it. Because the last run we wanted to do blacksmithing, but unfortunately, I just never came across the, never came across an actual bucket. And we did the carved bucket, and unfortunately there was a issue that, it wasn't something it would accept. Which I think is just an oversight bug kind of thing, because the carved bucket was brand new, or is brand new. You can start right now if you wanted. To do the proper blacksmithing, I gotta farm some carving, and I think it was carving and napping I think I'd need just a couple points in. Because I want to say I need a stone chisel. What's in the garden? Dead plants. They were just already there, dead, when I spawned in. Just pre-rotted. Alright, forging 1. I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen any seeds on any of these zombies we've been killing. Yeah, but that's the thing. I'll have to work on napping and all that. We'll get there. That already was enough that... I forgot. The forging also takes a little bit of our endurance every time we discard or pick something up. Let's see, do the spear instant kills move work or broken? You haven't got them to work even once. I believe they have it where they can still instant kill, but they also have like a version of it where it doesn't instant kill. I think part of that is zombies now, they could be wearing quote-unquote armor, so stuff like leather coats and that will reduce the damage, and I believe what's might be happening is when you're supposed to instant kill, if they have armor, it makes it not necessarily fatal. Is my guess of what's happening. Yeah, I don't want to sit here and do the watch grind. But I have noticed, you'll see what looks like the instant kill animation. It'll make a loud, like, crack noise, but then, you know, the zombie will get, like, staggered and knocked down, but it won't actually necessarily die. Oh, right, I meant to actually check. Okay, so we're not in range yet that the helicopter can happen. But I do need to start paying attention starting tomorrow. There's a couple zombies in that field. I'm down to get those out of here. Gen still? I'm sorry, I'm missing what you mean by gen still. Or gene still. I'm assuming you're talking about the generator. don't know what we're saying about the generator. Look, stop working your way towards me just to not do it anymore. Gene still... Yeah, this is Gene. Same character we wrapped yesterday's stream up with. I just want to get the one out of that field. Sprint attack's been bugged a lot. Oh yeah, but I mean the javelin, the spear has always been a janky, buggy mess. Like, it's always been a meme in the Project Zomboid community about the thing where you dash and your character just, conches the spear up and then just rushes something. That's always been a meme. It's just such a dangerous attack that's so costly from endurance because sprinting is so costly. And it's just downright not better than just hitting the zombie in the first place. Alright. Well, we managed to, like, get them to keep falling on the same spot, so I was able to just, like, stun them again and again, which is pretty nice. Sadly, not something you can usually do consistently. They don't typically cooperate that much. Alright. So let's back off and rest. I was gonna build a run spear is okay. Zombies are rare. If it did work, instead, you have to do your pencil backstab for fun. I've killed a few zombies with, like, pencils and pens. It's not typically a thing I do, because even... You have to, like, weaken the zombie down, and then get, like, the last hit or two in, because you're only getting 1 or 2 hits out of a pencil or a pen before it breaks. Like, it did that with, the world record run, I think it was, where he killed... It was, like, the 100,000 zombie, or where I, tied what had been my previous personal best, which is, like, 120-something thousand or whatever. That, you know, I had reached the point where it was, most of the time, I believe it was 3 hits with a hunting knife to kill a zombie. So I hit the zombie twice, switched over to the pen, and it took me 2 hits to finish it off. Alright. So let's go ahead and get in here. I'm just gonna circle around back. We keep pulling these zombies through and I keep thinking we're done. There is a basement in there, and I'm willing to bet that the basement probably has something going on where there's been a decent number in there. Is I'm assuming one contributing factor. And then just we're at 16 times pop, so there's probably a good 2, maybe 3 rally groups around the building. And as loud as combat is, it wouldn't super surprise me if whatever that building just southwest of us is, if we might have pulled a couple of zombies from there as well. Maybe drew the zombies in from that building too. Okay. So there's a zombie inside, I just heard a window blow. But there is no zombies around the outside anymore. Barring whatever zombie went into or out of the house. There you are. And I did that deliberately to make noise. Where did you go? Okay, there you are. Because the removing from glass, maybe, like, it probably hasn't changed, but I do remember the removing glass being one of the particularly loud noises in the game. It's always one of those tricks that when you're clearing the glass out of your base, that's both a way to help clear the zombies out of your area as well. Where do you think the best place to look for books are now? Honestly, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for lower level books, it's probably still stuff like schools and bookstores and libraries. Yes, I know the loot got nerfed in a lot of different ways, but I still think that's probably your best if you're trying to actually target them. Honestly, just also going through neighborhoods, most houses will have a bookshelf. Like, that's kind of the generic, I'm just looking for loot in general. Houses are usually where you want to go. They don't tend to have any amazing loot per se, but they tend to be a grab bag of a bunch of loot. And so it's just a lot of dice rolls that you can potentially get a winner. Already got that. That's the basement. We'll deal with the basement after the house. Or that might be the basement. Okay. So I've got a utility room here to check still. Nothing I care about. I want to go upstairs before downstairs. Actually, there is no upstairs. Oh, no, wait, it might be. Oh, this might be another one of those houses we can't actually go downstairs on? Alright, so we got a old-timey stove in the basement. I do not want to be in here any longer, because basements are one way in, one way out, no alternate directions. They're usually pretty packed in tight. I've done the summer hat in a lot of runs. I don't think it works with the police outfit, though. We're kind of memeing on the whole police thing. Go ahead and take our actual resident keys. We don't need those. We already got pillows at home, so I don't need to snag any from here. Okay, that's a refillable lighter. At least just this room. Just onyx lipstick, okay. What's the TV sound range? Oh, I have absolutely no idea. Stuff like that I never worry about. Because ultimately, how is it going to affect my gameplay? I'm not going to use the TV, like, strategically. Like, if I use this noisemaker, I'm turning it up to its top volume and just leaving it alone. If I'm not using it as a noisemaker, I'm not doing those things. Painkillers, not too worried about it. Alright, so... looted? Oh, one actual note we'll do in here. I'll just call it wood stove. But yeah, so generally stuff like a lot of those things where you can like mess with it and all that. Yeah, we don't really need the wood stove because honestly, it's not really necessary during the winter even. Because like all you have to do is put on a layer or two of clothing and you just don't have to worry about it as a mechanic. Winter's pretty mild in the game. So like what we'll end up doing is we'll end up putting on like a leather jacket when winter shows up. Can you relocate fence pieces? No, but yes. I can disassemble the fence, and I can build my own fences, but I can't uplift and move the fence piece. I have to have the carpentry to construct them. Which I think is good, because at least makes you put a little bit of effort into, hey, I want to make this as like a tripping hazard or a border or whatever. And it gives you reason to work on your craft skills. Because if you could just pick up the fences, you'd probably never build them. You just pick it up and move them. Yeah, you can build walls, fences, roofs, ceilings, stairs, all that stuff. That's why we never build beds? Yep, you can pick up and move a bed, so you never build them. Now granted they made it based on carpentry, you have success and failure chances per piece of moving the bed. So at least there's something there. But even then, all you do is just keep trying to pick up beds until you get one to cooperate or you get enough pieces between them. But you tried to sleep outside once with a new tent and a blizzard, almost died until the wood stove heat you up. Yeah, you could put a fire next to where you were sleeping and you would have been alright too, because there's like a radius around them that they heat up. It doesn't like heat up the interior of the building. Okay, so there's one crate in the corner, and otherwise that place is empty. All right. Okay, back up a little. Alright, I don't want you to go running off on your own. I'm just trying to clear up the area entirely. So if I got the spoons to be able to deal with someone, we got a magazine we can read to learn more crop seasons. All right.
Thank you, Corpus, for subscribing for 12 months.
Thank you, Corpus, for the tier 1 sub. That's 1 year you've been subbed. I do appreciate that. Let's see. Did we die our last run because of sleeping bag in our inventory? What? No, we didn't die anything related to the sleeping bag last run. No, last run was killing us was we were getting overwhelmed by the new migration mechanic. So all the cells that are normally empty out in the middle of nowhere are getting fuller and fuller and fuller of zombies as the absurd number of zombies in Irvington slowly spilt out farther and farther. Until I eventually reached the point where I just couldn't kind of make any of it work. Alright, let's take 2 seconds to go like this. We're going to mark this off. Animal feed. But yeah, so then I had a helicopter show up. I was trying to get in position where I could actually deal with something with a helicopter, and we died in the progress of doing that. Yeah, it's fine. No, I'll take a sip. We're right here. We'll take a sip. The sink's right there. Did you not make it? Did you just not make it home? Oh no, we were on our way out. The issue was, and I'll show on the map here a second ago. Look in here in a second. The issue we were running into on our last character is the zombie migration. The zombies will now gradually move from denser areas. They'll kind of like go out to the surrounding area. So what ended up happening was I was stationed here for my base, and we had kind of carved like this road, and like around here was about the only area we were keeping steadily clear of zombies, is that little area I'm circling. But this represents over 70,000 zombies on our settings. So what's happening is the zombies were moving up and out and around, and filling all this area in with like literally thousands of zombies per cell. And so what was happening is I kind of was in like in a little pocket of not death. And so what it's doing is if I took a helicopter here, that, in my mind, that net would have closed in and killed us. So what it's doing is I'd start trying to go out west, and then this got too difficult to traverse without being, like, he's like literally wading through zombies. We went down this way and had problems. We went up that way, we had problems. We went over here, we had problems. We went down that way, we had problems. But we were still doing it, because like I said, if I took the helicopter here, it was very, very likely it just, the net would close and we would have died. Yeah, no, the hay farm getting boxed in there, we did survive that. That was the day before we died. Like, the stream day before we died. What ended up happening from there is the next helicopter, actually, after that one, I tried to go southwest. I was trying to skirt kind of along the edge of town, because it was, most of that was the area I had been clearing, so I'm thinking, alright, I could go the area I've cleared, and then I might have just a little way to kind of get to the other side of this. And it just didn't get to the other side of it. There's just too much going on. Alright, let's deal with this group. You have denim crafted pants and all that. Ah, car wreck. It's like, man, it's weird there's just a couple zombies here. Oh, it's a little risky to hit zombies from behind in this game. Sometimes they'll whirl on you in a way that they actually sidestep you a little. So that's good. A tarp gives me what I need to make tents. 9 p.m. Oh, I appreciate it. Tomb's actually home. The 9 p.m. step away is for days that Tomb is working. Tomb goes back to work tomorrow. But thank you for making sure. Yeah, so we already ate. We had sausage and I believe scallion and mashed potatoes. Or scallion and mashed potatoes, whatever the word is. Ooh. Okay. Gas in that car. Day holiday? No, her work schedule just usually has Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays off typically. Not always, she ends up getting like overtime and all that. Well, don't you hate when your windows just kind of pop out of the side of your car? You're just minding your business and just bam! Window just exploding out into the street for some reason. So, what I want to check is how much gas is in you, because this car's got gas in it. Alright. So, as far as gas goes, 12 units. That's actually not bad. 12 units of gas is actually reasonable. It's not a lot of gas, but it's a heck of a lot more than nothing. Okay, so with that, let's pull up our map. Go down here. And as far as what happened to last guy, I know, I'm gonna, for the record, if you've not been here for me playing Product Zomboid and having a character death, just get used to me repeating myself on this. But, we did basically the things that I kept barely getting away with, we kept doing those until I didn't get away with it. Is pretty much the gist of it. I couldn't really retreat anywhere, so I just had to try it, and didn't get out of there. I'm sorry, did I miss someone's question? Yeah, to build walls, I missed the question itself. Oh, I can show you here in a second. I'll show you here in just a second. Alright. Gasoline. Let's see. 12 units of gas. So, if you want to build walls, it's this menu. So you've got your crafting, you got a new menu here that says building on the left. It's like right behind here. And when you click that, you've got like a new crafting menu here. And it's under carpentry, so like log wall is down there. You can make, where's the actual wooden wall? There's like, that's wooden fence. But there's like wooden wall here. So it's under a new menu over here on the left for building stuff. That said, what I am going to do real fast is, since we are on an ad break, I'm going to go stretch my legs real quick, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. Really going, you know what? That's going to be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh. So, the moment I heard them smash it, man, I'm surprised. We could do it. We could do it. I think I can. How's that gonna work? That's how that works. Excellent. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that box facing the wrong direction? You just can't do it? Here. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. There we go. No, 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 no. I got hit by something else. I saw the trigger too. And I got... We don't accidentally over-poison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car.
Thank you, Pretty Bigoo, for subscribing for 29 months.
All right, and we are back. And we got a tier 1 sub, pretty big oof. 29 months up the channel, so I do appreciate that continued support, and thanks so much for that support. Yeah, no, that clip you saw at the end there, where I was retrieving the car, that was on our way back out from the secret military base. For those who haven't been down there, there's a lot of fake side roads. So, like, you pull up to them, it looks like you're going to a side road, and then you realize it's a dead end. And we were dealing with, I can't remember if it was a helicopter that was coming in the evening, like, late in the night, but it was, like, in the dark. I was retreating out of there because things had kind of gone sideways from the helicopter. And I accidentally made the wrong turn onto one of those fake side roads. You know, and it was just getting overwhelmed because 16 times pop things and all that. And it was just one of those things that, trying to retreat out there, I bailed out of the car, cutting through the woods in the dark. I think we took a scratch, but it was a zombie hit that we were doing in that run, and we did survive it, but there was definitely, like, the whole thing was sketch and not a good time, and things were just not going my way. But I had to bail out of the car still running to not get overwhelmed because it had gone to that dead end and just cut into the woods. And that was like the very next day, because I had like a little boxed-in area I had just up the road to sleep in. Once the character had slept, I turned around to go retrieve the car. I was trying to get the zombies off the car. Oh no, the car was still running. The car was still running. I think, at least I'm pretty sure it was still running. Because I recall in the clip, I think you hear the car running when I walk up to it. It's just I ran up to the car and started yelling a whole bunch to draw the zombies off, kited them the long way around, and then hopped in the car. Alright. This is more than I should have pulled in one go. But we'll just keep backpedaling. Kill what we can on the way home. Since we've been clearing this area, we should be relatively okay. Some of you ought to be like right on the edge of death by now. Well. No, I do not. Yeah, so the big debuffs hurting us is this one and that one. Most of the others don't matter. But damage penalty or not, we already had wailed on these zombies a lot in advance. I was like, okay, you should be getting close to spent. But unfortunately, we've hit that point that we're basically spent. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to deliberately draw them this way. I'm going to go up and around and try and snag him on the cornfield. But yeah, no, these are penalizing. That's 50%. I don't know what the muscle strain here equates out to so for how much it nerfs our damage. But it's not nothing. Yeah, so they shall get snagged up in the cornfield. I can cut the other side. We can rest. But yeah, so really right now, the Panicked does reduce our damage, but it's very minor. The Out of Breath, that is a major damage reduction. The Pain is a minor damage reduction, and then the Muscle Strain is a major damage reduction. So for right now, we'll put you on this. So use the claw or the ball peen hammer. Use the nightstick as the follow-up. Let's see, is it possible to do a 0 to hero primitive start? Like, is there any way to get maintenance 1s from foraged item? Yeah. You can sit there and take the spears, and sorry, you can take the branches, make those into spears, use the spears to hit the zombies and all that kind of thing. Oh no, I've taken the painkillers. So the thing to keep in mind is this in itself is a damage penalty, and the pain is a separate damage penalty. So I've tried taking the painkillers where it removed all the pain, but we still had the muscle strain, and our damage was still pretty awful. The muscle strain does seem to be the primary reducer of damage on muscle strain. The pain seems to be a pretty minor addition. That's part of the reason I'm not super worried about it, as I've already tested that. It does help. It's just, I don't think it's significant. Cool. So we got the one we drug into the cornfield. So we finished off that group, we softened up. I believe taking multiple is a waste. I'm not positive on that one, though. I haven't done enough testing with it myself. But I haven't particularly noticed that, like, slamming 3 or 4 of them seems to make a big difference over one. Most of the medicine in Project Zomboid, it is just kind of a one and done thing where you take one for X amount of time, you are under its effect, and it does what it's, you know, whatever it advertises it does. So like when you take the stuff to reduce corpse sickness, that kind of stuff, you can only have it work like once every 2 hours is like how the dosage thing kind of works. Like, you just take extra, it doesn't hurt you. But yeah. So drop the extra matches here. Was I putting the bugs down here for later? Still have unlimited water, so... let's fill everything up real quick. And I'll go here, put the glass bottle away because it's heavier. Well, those bottles are the same size, we'll chuck those in there. Yeah, so they're literally all just the same, whether it's a sports bottle or whatever. We'll put the tire pump in here. The tongs can go in there. Read this magazine real fast. I've got that. I'm assuming the dried stuff, because it doesn't have any signifying thing that implies it expires, will be fine. We can put the scythe away here for later. We can put the tarp in here. We can put the flint in here. Let's put the flashlight in there. Keep just the pen light. Alright, so I can crush the lime into pieces. Let's go check things. So limestone. So we get the same result. Whether I crush it with the hammer or I crush it with the other hammer, the result's the same, even though there's two different recipes. And it is the only thing that is a choice. That's interesting. So I can make a stone brick out of limestone. So you can make a stone brick out of any of those things. Interesting. I would not have expected that, but that's fine. Make a meat patty. We're not going to do that. That'll probably make it cold again. We don't need to open any of these. We could make a rope. We can thresh grain to get wheat seeds. I think in this case I am going to do that. Put seeds in here. Alright, that's gone stale, so I'm just going to slam the rest of it before it expires. Was interesting. Ah, so it's really limited on which stones I can do that. Okay. Interesting short bat. Alright, so the ball peen I can't use for that. I don't really want to use any of this for napping that, so we'll have to make a stone hammer to nap. That's okay. Let's go ahead and take the magazine I already read, chuck it on the shelf. We can pop down over here. We are going to want some food that has an expiration date. Let's grab the grapefruit and cheese next. Alright. Yeah, so apparently we can thresh grain to get our seeds. And clearly what that's going to be doing is saying, I'm going to sacrifice this unit of grain to grow more grain. Water's still good. Alright. As much as I don't want to be carrying the radio because it's kind of heavy, we're in that range that a helicopter could show up, and I don't want to just stand around in the house for like an in-game hour or two to see if it's going to show up, so I'm bringing it with me. You accidentally died sleeping too close to a zombie in a different room than you in build 40E1. That's the reasons I really like that they put like the little "hey, it stinks," because I almost died on our record run on that military secret base road because the corpse, like I was basically too tired to make the return trip. At least that's the way I was looking at it. And I had made myself like a little cabin just kind of at the intersection of one of them. And so I had to completely enclose the cabin. I'm like, cool, I've drug all the bodies far enough away. I should be fine. I was wrong. There were bodies that were too close. And we got, I think we did get to Feverish, which is where you're like actively dying. When our character woke up and just like started stripping the character's clothes off, had them overeat everything, because if you overeat, you get like a little teeny tiny bump to your, to the rate you recover health, to try and, you know, kind of counteract where fever slowly drains your health. And just took off into the woods in the dark in one of the highest pop areas of the map. It was a bad time. We survived it just fine, but it was definitely one of those moments like, oh man, we may have just died. You have lots of those moments in Product Zomboid. Oh yeah, sometimes loot's generous. You'll just find like the Jenny Mag right in the first house, that kind of thing. You know, let's leave the crowbar on the ground for right now, because we are going to do blacksmithing. I don't know what we can and can't melt. It's probably garbage at this point, since we did let it break entirely, but there's only one way to find out. Hey, I see you, tree zombie. Where are you? Like, aggro. But they changed the mechanics with that in build 42? Yeah. No, I really do appreciate that there isn't the guess, am I slowly dying, am I not slowly dying? It's like, no, if you see this, you are now actively dying. If you don't see this, you're fine, don't worry about it. Alright. So we're going to go down here and start clearing out these sets of houses down here. We should also take a peek. I didn't look at that barn. That barn might not have much at it. Yeah, let's peek the barn first. The barn doesn't seem to have much at it, so we can take a quick little spot in there, see if there's any good weapons and all that before we get into the thick of it. We'll clean up these zombies over here. We are literally trying to systematically wipe out all the zombies in an area. Yeah, it looks like it's a barn under construction. Okay. Cool. Alright, before we open that, this might have more zombies in there. Let's rest up. It did have zombies in there. In case anyone was wondering, there was in fact zombies in there. Yeah, no, the swing speed is pretty slow, But that's because we're looking at a very low weapon skill. Your swing speed does increase as you get better weapon skills. It'll also slow if you get too hot, or too cold, or too muscle strained, or too exerted. I think sleepiness might even tie into it. If it's a Tuesday, if Gemini is in the 3rd quadrant. If the gopher sees its shadow. There's a lot of things that mess with your swing speed. Obviously, I'm aiming on a lot of those. Alright, so no helicopter today, and that's the reason we drugged the radio with us. Was just to check that. Worth the wait? Oh yeah, no, that's I think, like I said, for the first helicopter, I think I am going to go up towards the ambulance, just because I want to grab those gas cans and everything, but it's a pretty big hike to make if I don't really have a reason to go out there. Like, I could see making that hike for a lot of other stuff. I don't think we go and retrieve the ambulance and try and use it, for the record. Grab the saw. I don't know how important screws are, so I'll grab those 2. We actually have a jack already, but there's a hand drill that's going to be good. The rakes are a terrible weapon, so I'm kind of tempted just to leave those the way they are. Alright. So what we can do down here is we're going to declare this as looted. And just say we left behind planks and rakes. Sorry, automod jumping on stuff. Oh no. This is going to be an absolutely cursed salad. Alright, so grapefruit in a bowl. You got me, Makes sense, makes sense. Cheese. Grapefruit and cheese salad. I mean, I would try it. My expectations wouldn't be very high. I don't really feel like those two complement each other that much. I think there could certainly be worse. I also missed plaster. Like, there's definitely a thing where you could do citrus and cheese. Like, that is a thing where you get, like, orange wedges and cheese. But, I don't know. It's one of those ones I could potentially see being something worth trying. Would you aggro? Thank you. Yeah, it depends on cheese. Yeah, that's fair. We don't know what the cheese is. It looked just like a random cheese wedge. It's vaguely yellow, like a light yellow. So it's either like a mild cheddar or, you know, it could be a whole range of things, but like mild cheddar maybe. I mean, that just might just... Oh, it's got, with the holes, it's probably Swiss. It looks like a Swiss cheese. Which, like I said, I don't think it would be terrible. Like, I don't think you'd get it and you'd be like, this is downright a bad time. It'd be more like, these two things really don't go together. Looks like we might have 3 more. Well, I mean 2 more after that. Still probably doable. I believe this one's about dead. There he goes. Yeah, 4 is fine. We don't want more than that, though. More than that, we need to bail. He's about to take our damage penalty right here. They might have increased the swing distance to counteract the suddenness that the muscle strain penalty can pop on. The muscle strain penalty has a attack speed penalty, and it's pretty significant. And I know I made a bunch of comments about like, oh man, if this hits the wrong time, you just die. I'm willing to bet that might be why they gave us all the extra range, but so that when that kicks in, it just doesn't immediately kill your character. Because that way, they keep the part of the penalty. Alright, that's strength 2. They keep the part of the penalty where you get slowed down a whole lot, so when it comes to actually throwing down with a group of zombies, you just really can't do it, because they'll just overtake you way too fast. But not keep the part where it's like, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, up, now you're dead. Alright, we got the Kentucky Farmer. We did push ourselves pretty far into exertion. Colby Jack, maybe? I mean... Oh, sorry, Colby or Jack. Yeah, Colby or Jack, I could see. I read it as Colby Jack just because that's the combination's a very common cheese where I'm at. And in my mind, I was like, no, it's definitely not both colors. I could see that as well. Alright, so we need to rest for a little while. The good news is we are learning a lot on the farming. The bad news is even if I wanted to grow crops, I don't really have a good renewable source of water for watering the crops if I went there, nor do I have a container I'd want to deal with it with. Like, I'd want, like, an actual watering pail. I mean, I guess maybe the buckets. The buckets are actually probably okay. I'm gonna have to keep sitting down till that pain falls off. No, not the pain, but the strain. We're just gonna go in there and not have any real damage to our name. Can you make a water collector out of the tarp? No, so not out of the tarp. There are rain collectors, it's just that's not the recipe. The rain collectors for the game, you're made with carpentry, and they use wood and garbage bags. So it's a 16 times multiplier, X start multiplier. What is your respawn setting? If you're ever dealing with more than like 4 times pop, you want to turn off respawn. Below that, you know, it's totally optional. But what ends up happening once you get over that is you hit the point where you cannot even theoretically kill the zombies as fast as they spawn. For those who don't know, by default, it is 5% of zombies. The expected number of zombies respawn every 3 days. So when you hit a tile that has over 20,000 zombies and you can kill a sustained 5 to 700 on build 41, which build 42 you kill less, we don't know what the new number is. Oh, there is one with a tarp now? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. I mean, I'd probably just use the garbage bags, though. Unless it's way easier to make the tarp one. But you get the idea. Is you simply cannot outpace that. And that's one cell at 20,000 or 20,000 zombies would overwhelm your kill rate. Versus if you sat there and you have like 4 or 5 cells in an area, you can't even theoretically. So at those settings, you just have to live out in the boonies and never go to town. But the way you get 16 times pop is you have your starting pop and your base population at 4 times. Your peak pop, I usually also set to 4 times. It doesn't really do anything because, you know, for like, if you start at maximum zombies and you have a number that is less than maximum zombies later, you still have maximum zombies. Oh, no, so you actually, so if you look here, so I'm fast forwarding, and if I right click and turn, it does stop. If I keep holding right click, so I'm still holding right click, and then I hit F4 to do the fast forward, so shortcut key, now I can just keep doing it. But then if I let go and retouch it, then it cancels. You can do the same thing with the map, for example. I can pull up the map and hit F2 to pause the game while I'm on the map. And it's F2 is pause and resume, F3 is regular speed, F4 is double fast forward, F5 is like, you know, make much faster. I assume that's F6, I never use it really. Let's see, can you lure them away from your objectives perhaps? It would be a grind. This is 16 times pop, it's gonna be a grind. Like, literally, no matter what I do, it's gonna be a grind. That's kind of part of the reason I do 16 times pop, is to drag out the game as much as possible in the earlier part. So I can't just... To give you an idea, if I'm playing on Apocalypse mode, in the course of one stream, I will have the generator, the magazine, a bunch of books. I will have a small arsenal, I will have a home base. Like, I'll have all my needs met. Like, once you know the game well enough on where to find stuff, you can knock that out really, really efficiently. So, doing stuff like turning up the zombie population prevents me from being able to complete those objectives in a fast manner. It forces me to fight the zombies and work my way through. And turning up to the amounts we have, it is deliberately grindy. Alright, that's more we want to fight with our current stats. You learned so much on the street? Sorry you can't chat, just thanks, I appreciate it. Well, no, it's alright. I totally understand lurking, and I'm glad I've been able to help. Have all these keys. For the record, almost all these keys are going to be the same place. I'm grabbing a couple of them in case like one's to one house, one's the other. What I will likely do is once I get out of like this set of buildings, I'll take all those keys and just tuck them into a box or on a body or whatever and get rid of them. If you want to keep falling down in one hit, and then let me finish you in one hit, I can get behind that, because I think we can take all of them if you just want to RNG me perfect hits the whole time. But you're not, because that'd be unreasonable. Alright. I do want to finish off the one in plaid, though. She's got like one hit left on her, maybe. Is it just the 4? Yeah, we can do just the 4. I just need to make sure I don't line them up where they're sideways, so I don't hit one and get overtaken by the other. Dead. You probably have 3 hits left. Oh no, you're already dead. Still getting the feel for how much muscle strain contributes. Honestly, just the 3? We're probably okay with that. If they'd all been at the same time, that'd have been a bit more problematic. If you fell over, it'd be awesome, dude. If you would have fallen over, the other one would have stepped right on top in time to have them all stacked for me. And we are not being efficient in our weapon use, by the way. That's the downside of what I'm doing here. Is we are going to be going through more weapons than we necessarily need to kill these zombies. Is it just you? Is it just one? Just one is fine. 2 is also fine. 3 is stretching it, 4 is right out. But every time I hit a zombie with an actual weapon, that's like 1 XP towards maintenance, whatever the amount is. I actually don't know the exact amount, but it's just a little bit of XP towards maintenance. Let's get in the middle of the field here. Just to be away from all the places zombies could come from. The crowbar broke. They do last a long time, but not forever. I will read my potato seeds. Alright. You push more for durability? Yeah, no, I get that. I'm choosing to not go the durability route. And extend, just keep fighting with the weapons, even though it's probably not the most efficient decision. Just to try and keep grinding up that maintenance skill. Because kind of the sooner I get more maintenance, the sooner I can start making other weapons. Because right now I can't make knives, I can't make axes, I can't make any of those things. I need that maintenance 1 to do that. So I am trying to push towards that maintenance 1 so we can get more stuff. How are we doing towards that maintenance 1? Yeah, we're like, literally we're like 1 more zombie away from maintenance 1. And then once I do that, we'll have all that. Looks like it didn't manage 1 level on maintenance. We're right about to hit maintenance 1. Okay, come on. But yeah, I would also get more XP on my weapon if I didn't push our character this hard and just let them recover and only grab like onesie twosies kind of thing. I never really worry about like min-maxing, like, okay, here's how I min-max my level gains on this, here's how I min-max that, here's how I min-max that. A game that kind of gameplay becomes kind of a necessity is a game I'm usually going to stop playing. Where do you usually find gas? Gas stations. Not even memeing. It's the only reliable place to find gas is gas stations. You can certainly find it in cars, but it's RNG, and in Product Zomboid, the vast majority of your cars are going to be out of gas. Like, that's the reason I was excited when I walked to the one car. I was like, hold up a second, this car has, you know, has gas, and that we bothered to flag it because that's kind of a big deal. Alright. So far, we've managed to not get any poison berries. Let's see, what type of weapon are you going to specialize in this run? Short blades like the last run or something else? So I usually don't go out of my way necessarily to specialize. The last run, it's because it was convenient. But I am going to try and get into the blacksmithy stuff just to see. So it's whatever weapons I can get my hands onto. So last run, my choices were I could have gone for like the hand axe, the crude axe, the crude hammer, or the stone knives or whatever. So I just opted to do the stone knives because they seem to work very effective. You can use gallons of gas to milk cows? You mean gas containers, right? How do you know if it's poisonous if you say it's unknown? Oh yeah, you just eat it. There's an easy way to find out if something's poisonous. You put it in your mouth. And if you get sick, it's poisonous. Don't do that with the mushrooms. Yep, and we're not getting sick, so we'll go ahead and eat the other berry. Oh, you run weak stomach, you'll die? So you can actually still eat poisonous berries with weak stomach. The poisonous berries are not bad. You just have to be careful. They, like, once you eat one, give it a little bit to set in, see if it gets you sick. If it does, with weak stomach, like both of them, you just basically wait till the noodles fall off and you're probably fine. But you just gotta be careful. They can be dangerous if you eat too many. New save? Yes, we died yesterday. The situations that kept escalating and escalating and escalating, where they kept getting worse and worse and more difficult for me to pull out my clutch saves, we finally hit the point that I failed to pull out the clutch save. Now, let's, that's how I put the hand drill over here. That away. I'll put that in there. I don't think that's going to have any more use. Normally when they're broken, they're done. But I want to see if we can, like, melt it down or something. If we can, great. If we can't, that's fine too. Does my house have weird-looking floorboards? I haven't noticed them in this house, but you will have houses that have, like, hidden stashes in the floor, yeah. It's a pretty cool thing to find. Most of the time, stuff you find in hidden stash is kind of garbage. But every once in a while, you'll get one that's fun. Like, usually it'll be stuff like the Hotties magazine or whatever, so it's like the person's porn stash stashed in the corner kind of thing. Let's see, no, you can use them to fix them. Oh, the weird-looking floorboards? Okay, so you're saying, like, I can right-click fix the floors? I know you used to be able to take, like, where a tile of floor was damaged, like as you built stuff with carpentry, depending on your skill, it would look worse and worse. Yeah, so stuff like that, the weird floorboards is what you're talking about. I don't get an option here. There's a couple places I see. That'd be an interesting thing that you can clean up the floorboards. It's probably I just don't have the tools. Oh, it's a mod that does that? I know there used to be a mod that did that. I mean, it probably is. I shouldn't say used to be. Probably still is a mod that does that. Can we slice the bread? Might not, just need to not be frozen. There's nothing else I want to deal with here. I could probably just go ahead and put the paper clips in here as well. Like for fishing pole later. Alright. How did our previous run die? So, where I kept getting in worse and worse trouble with the helicopters because of the new zombie migration, and kept having those very narrow escapes, we finally had an occasion where a narrow escape became did not escape. Was just trying to get through the zombies and eventually got tripped up by bumping into too many of them and fell over and got eaten. Alright. Oh no, I'm all good, Cerise. Is product Zomboid? I've played, for the record, I've played games that death is very punishing for a very long time. So I'm absolutely not new to games where you'll put weeks or months into a character or whatever, and then just, it's gone. That's fine. Like, I've done Noita runs that have gone hundreds of hours. You know, I've done lots of product Zomboid. I used to play EVE Online back in the day. I do enjoy hardcore games. Yeah, basically there's nowhere to run to, so I just had to try and make it work. And we kept doing that, but eventually we hit the point where luck ran out. Couldn't keep it working. We had way too many times I had to like pull some like real spicy getaways and all that. Which is why we've changed tactics on this character, that I'm starting much farther away from the major cities. And be clearing out at more of a distance. Same settings? Mostly. We have turned seasons back on because, you know, I waffled back and forth whether I was going to keep them on with them even though we knew they were bugged. But, then, you know, like, the day after I started the last run, they were supposed to be fixed. So I turned those back on. Otherwise, I believe... Oh, and we also revealed the map. Just... Hey! Maintenance 1. That means I can start making crude weapons. But, just did that way, you know, when people ask, like, oh, where can I get a military backpack, that kind of thing, be like, over there. That's where you get your military backpack. I mean, honestly, with the new Loot Pinata zombies, I think the best way to get, like, really good backpacks and that kind of stuff is just get a car and just start driving, you know, driving gradually around the map and seeing what groups you can find and pick it up. How do you see those level up messages? Do they show up in the console text? I have no idea if they show up in the console text. I've never had to care about it. Took you 40 hours to get just a car? Yeah, no, if you're playing on hard settings, yes. Absolutely, you can have that. If you're playing on easier settings, you can get yourself into a car relatively quickly, all depending on what you've messed with settings-wise. But part of that is, like, game knowledge of knowing where you can go and find stuff easier than other stuff and whatnot. Oh yeah, no, if you've just leveled, like we just got our maintenance skill, if we look here, the maintenance skill will be green to show me it's the last thing I leveled. Yeah, so we're about to get our first point in fitness, we got 2 strength. Getting pretty close to getting our first point in nimble, so that stuff helps. Let's see, as Lucy Villeneuve, they really missed the mark in not adding horses with our livestock update. I think they do intend to add horses. I think they deliberately didn't include horses because that can of worms opening that we'd need to be able to ride them or whatever. And rather than that being what everyone got caught up on, they wanted to focus on getting our very initial animals out. There are going to be more animals in the game, but we got a handful of the animals that have like less intelligence behind them as what they do. They just kind of walk away from zombies when they get close and then go towards food, and that's kind of all the smarts they've got going on for them right now. So animals that'll have a higher level of intelligence will be later. You know, fitness takes its time to level. Generally with your fitness and strength, just let it passively level. Really? No helicopter today either. I would have figured a helicopter today. That's fine. I'm not gonna complain. Is the Louisville Derby is the identity of the city? Yeah, no, they have a derby track in... Let's see if I can remember where that was. It is on the base map. I can't remember if it was in Louisville themselves or it was like one like in the outskirts. I remember there is a derby track there. I don't remember. I know there is a derby track though. Is leveling strength or fitness any easier in Build 42? I think it's about the same. I could be wrong. Spin should be replaced by head bob for realism. I mean, there's been talk about letting our characters... Or sorry, I should rephrase that. There has been people talking for ages about allowing our character to look around, independent of where they're facing and all that. It would just take a pretty considerable change in how the stuff works, though. Because then, like, with the right mouse button, if I'm standing here, I hold right-click. Am I trying to face this way to attack? Or am I trying to look this way? And that's kind of the key thing, is how do you set up your controls to accommodate your character being able to look independent from where they're aiming kind of thing. Riverside has a decent track by the rich neighborhood? Yeah. Got a bunch of zombies inside. Just get rid of the blind spot. Your field of vision is one of the core things that makes the game dangerous. If you got rid of that, like, it really trivialized surviving. Like, honestly, giving you just an extra little pocket of blind spot that you can see behind you is why keen hearing is the single most, you know, like, most powerful skill for your long-term survival. It's just getting that extra half second that you can dodge stuff behind you. It's silly? No, it's called Field of View, friend. Like, don't get me wrong, the spinning on the ground on your butt is silly. They could literally just say, you know what, you're not allowed to do that. Like, once you sit down, you're committed. That is a choice they could do. Well, that's fun. I like that a lot. Because that is moo cow. Alright, so symbols. Cow. Like, I get it looks silly, it's weird or whatever. But the workarounds that do are a thing. They already have done that with chair sing. It's though it's debatable it's intended. Yeah. It's silly that it's assumed you can't turn your neck. I understand what you're saying, Woosh. And this has been a thing that people have brought up for ages. The issue is, again, how, like, I want to face one way to fight, and I want to look the other way. How do I accomplish that with controls? That's the question. Unless when I sit, suddenly I have an independent way everything controls. So I have one set of controls while I'm walking and one set of controls while I'm sitting. Get rid of the blind spot. Then the game is easy mode. Baby game for babies. Just get a mod, man. I'm sure there's a mod that you can get rid of all the, like, the field of vision. It's possible for the mouse to move one way and look the other. Yeah, but play controls why, like, say I wanted to peek this way on me while I'm fighting. Like, in real life, sure, I would just peek behind me real quick. But in Product Zomboid, my character has to, like, twist around and do, like, the whole thing. It's the same problem. There's a chance they hurt you if they get close to stress. Yes. If animals get stressed enough, they will attack the player. Like, I get it. It's one of those things you, like, shake your head and go, this, you know, it's dumb your character can sit on the ground and just do pinwheels. Like, I agree entirely, it's a silly thing. And yeah, in real life, you just look over your shoulder. But from video game experience, how would I make the controls to work that? And it could be that you sit down and suddenly your head swivels around. And that wouldn't be the worst. But it would be a little jarring that, like, suddenly my controls change. Oh, good. So you can't attack in the ground. I never tried. Or I probably have. I just don't remember, because normally, why would you ever do that? But like I said, if it bothers you, I'm sure there's a mod. Honestly, I think for all practicality, probably just have your character sits down and all that. You had 2 buttons, peek left, peek right. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Have like a look left, look right kind of control. Straight back would still be dangerous. And I know a whole bunch of people's like, well, I can look behind me. It's like, look, man, come on, calm down. It's fine. You play spaceship games with flying one way and looking the other all the time, and it's a 3D environment? Yes. Because in spaceship games, you usually have a hands-on throttle and stick with a hat control that you can do that, or you have an extra set of controls there. The way the ship's facing is where it fires, the way you're looking is where it goes. So that is a first-person game, which is an entirely different animal than an isometric game. But yeah, no, you could make a control, like an extra set of buttons to look left, look right. That is a fair one. My thought is it's not that big a deal. I'd much rather they work on other things. Let's see, the other thing to consider is how would you implement the peek button or look around stick or whatever on a gamepad? Yeah, we do have the gamepads as well. The other thing we have to also consider with a lot of these different types of game controls is there is like a balance aspect you have to take in consideration. I honestly don't really care about having a peek. I just don't like that to me falls in the mod territory. It's like, yeah, if someone wants to put the time in, go for it. I'd rather they work on other things. There's a long list. Yes, sure, it's not realistic that we can't look around while we're sitting. Fair. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Would you stop chasing the cows around? They deserve better. Because, like, if we want to get into the realism, you know what I should be able to do? I should be able to see behind a building at a distance. We can't do that. It's a limit of being isometric, where if they make the building disappear way too soon, you don't even realize there's a building there, and you kill yourself by slapping into a building that you don't realize is there. But if they don't make it disappear soon enough when you're driving fast in your car, suddenly you go by and you don't see that there's a telephone pole or whatever behind the building. It's just the unfortunate limitations of isometric. That cow right there is probably dangerous because it's trapped in a small little room, freaking the heck out because of that zombie in there with it. I'm gonna try and draw these zombies out and deal with them. No, we'll go for the house. Bulls will 100% give deep wounds. Oh yeah, no, what I would probably do is I would more likely go to like the next cage over, pop the cage, and just leave it alone to do its thing for a while. Oh yeah, no, you could do the thing where you could like hit a button, your head just like snaps 45, 90 degrees to the side. But then having, again, your head independently function, introduce the whole mess of other things you gotta worry about. There's a lot of complexity that gets into those controls. I just don't see it as a big issue. Grab ourselves a ginger ale. I hear you, zombie. Calm down. Oh, that was a dead battery, wasn't it? Yeah, that just means I took it out, it instantly despawned. Let's have a sippy sip before we get into this. Okay, let's check the base floor first. There. We just went ahead and made our stale pepper fresh. Don't worry about it. That's just how the world works. Let's get out of that corner. It's a real dangerous place to be. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a minute. Let's go upstairs first. Okay. Where do you get this music? Oh, this is Epidemic Sound. It's DMCA safe music so that, like, you know, I'm not breaking copyright every time I stream and have any kind of music. That said, I still don't save it to the VOD just because even though it is safe, it gets flagged incorrectly all the time and then I have to appeal it and it becomes a whole thing. Alright, don't care anything about that. Red pen can be fun. Yep, the problem is I have extremely limited carry weight, so if it's not actually something I need, I'm probably not going to grab it. Even though the pen is not particularly heavy, you'll see a number of times I'm going to end up dropping really light things you wouldn't think much about, just because carry weight is a problem. Because I do start with 0 strength, which means my starting carry weight was like 6. Assuming everything on my character is going smoothly. Hey, buddy. Learned my lesson long ago to not fight on the stairs. The zombies get real messy on the stairs. Okay, so we got a wrench, got welding rods, pliers. I don't even know if I need pliers, but grab the empty plastic bottle. Don't care about the rake. That's our first gardening thing, and a whetstone is nice. There's the twine so we can make that another crowbar. Love to see it. I have no idea if the heavy chain is worth anything because we haven't done enough with that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to lay off the greed a little bit. Okay, so with our greed needing to be dealt with, drop the heavy chain, grab the axe, grab the hatchet, grab the ice cream. Yeah, no, the heavy chain was real heavy, like properly heavy. Alright, so let's go and do this real fast. Which is, we have looted this location. Heavy chain. I don't think we care about that.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
Hype trainers go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot, and I do hope everyone enjoys their nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Not the character, but your God's Eye view. Missing comments. Was you not your character, but your God's Eye view rotating the whole world, essentially? Oh, we're just getting into still talking about that. You picked up Project Zomboid after watching you. They hope they do something about elevation, the stairs. Oh yeah, no, stairs get sketchy as all get out. You'll notice there's always a reason, like I'm like creeping up to the top of the stairs, ready to swing. About the best I can give you. Alright, give me
Zombie biting noises.
Thank you for the 100 biddies. Sent you a cookie, I do appreciate it. And also thank you for that follow. Welcome to stream. The things I will suggest when it comes to dealing with stairs is 1, be noisy. Like in the house, be noisy. When you get to the top, like around here, you want to have your weapon ready, but also try to consider where the zombie could potentially come from. In this particular case, to my right, the zombie cannot be here at all. So this one's pretty straightforward. I'm going to want to turn kind of this way. That way when I get up here to that spot there, I'm kind of aiming that anything on these tiles I would likely be able to hit. Sometimes you have the stair that comes right up in the middle of the room, and it is just a roll of the dice. It's also good to just listen carefully, because that'll save you a lot. But yeah, no, stairs have always been a sketchy one. Enjoy some ice cream real fast. Cool. So let's try and deal with these. That bull I am not going to let out anywhere near because it is clearly stressed as anyone's belief because there's a zombie just chilling in there with it, keeping it like in a permanent state of panic. So we do not want that bull free. It will absolutely wreck our day. You want strange cow? I know, right? Oh, there's an alarm clock in there. Have we had our first helicopter yet? No, but we're getting down to that point where I think it's all but guaranteed tomorrow. Yeah, no, it's pretty much guaranteed tomorrow. But thank you to Randall Thor for being under 65 stream streak. Catch the last 65 streams without missing a single one, so I do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. All stuff. But yeah, no, we're almost certainly looking at our helicopter tomorrow. So my intention for the helicopter is we're going to take the road north out of town. I've got an ambulance I drove for a little while that it was a wreck that had just a little bit of gas in it. But we left a lot of good tools in the back of it I couldn't carry at the time. I just didn't have the carry weight. So I'd like to circle back and grab those. I'm not really worried about the ambulance being a wreck. Even if I gassed it up, more than likely I'd just go down the road like a block farther, and it'd have a blowout, and I'd be stuck walking anyways. So for right now, we're best off just leaving the vehicle itself. That it's no good to us, but it does have stuff in it that is good to us. Alright, let's deal with you. And thank you for the hype train. I really do appreciate that. Hitting level 2 at 56%. With 5 gifty subs and 100 biddies. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I am playing with organized. Organized to me is like just such a big quality of life trait. Yeah, that sounds like one real cheesed off cow there. So let's try to make sure the cow's going to be okay without putting any of ourselves at risk. Can I get... That's not what I want? There. Here. There's food. Don't stab me. Okay. So, I have gone and put food and water and all that in there with the cow so that the cow should be able to live for a good while on that. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to climb over. I was trying to see if I could get into that without climbing over. And so the moment I accidentally climbed over, I was like, no, 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 don't do that. Ooh. Alright. Let's just get our map here real fast. Because we got a goodie here. Symbols. Is that the best generator? I haven't learned. Don't mind me. Just gonna casually find 2 generators in one building. It's okay. I turned on OBS and it realized that. And we got an extra bucket. And we got shears. I already have a scythe, but I'll take that too. I can't. My inventory is super full. Alright, what's not coming with us? Paring knife, get out of here. Get all these in. Get those in. You're not gonna fit. Do I want to ditch anything else? We can go here real fast and process that pepper.
Two Gens streamer luck confirmed.
Thank you, Randathor, for the 100 biddies. Yeah, no, like, they just, I just turned on OBS. I don't understand why everyone has such difficulty. All you have to do to be good at the game is if you turn on OBS, you just get better loot. That's not a thing, for the record. That is very not a thing, so don't take that seriously. There are people who genuinely believe it works that way, and to their credit, there have been games who have done that kind of things before. Project Zomboid is not one of them. Can I look at you without climbing this? Oh, you're calm. Okay. You may be let out of prison, cow. Zombie influence. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think it's based on how many zombies are actually there so much as the zombie density expected for the area kind of thing. Now, the downside is I don't actually want the bulls. I want the cows. Is the head of the hammer any good? Yeah, I'll spare that. You are fine. So let's try petting the cow. Why you no let me do the pets? I'm trying to pet you to make you my friend. There. I've sent you home. I'm gonna bully you home. This is not how I should do this. You got this, cow. We're almost home, friend. There you go. I'm seeing one thing I should have considered with that. I knew it was going to draw zombies. I just figured it's going to be the one or two. That said, if we want to keep knocking these down, I can get on board. Ah, don't do that. This could have been nice and easy. Alright. I'll just keep knocking everything over in one hit. I'm okay with this. Oh, sweet. The other cow's going home on its own, too. There may have been more, but those are the three I'm aware were in there. No, 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 no. Come on, you. Ah, I see. We got zombies that are drawn in from below. Okay. Come on, try and just peek that corner with the line of sight. Alright, so you're back inside there. You've got another zombie in there. Stop chasing the cows out. There's a zombie over here somewhere. That's why they're all getting stressed out. Okay. Let's see if we can't mop up this last... Oh. Yeah, see we can't... You know what? We can make this work. Hey, zombie. You want to go on tour? Hey, buddy. Right here. Right here. Yeah. Right here. No. Not the bench. Yeah, you got this. You got this. Let me... Have you seen a cow before? They're pretty cool. You just walk over here. Just a little bit more. Almost got it. Yeah, there you go. You're doing good. You're doing good. Oh. You gotta go a little. There you go. Good job. Here's a cookie. Yeah. It's my, my cow herding zombies. Let's see, PSA, be very aware what add to the cows before you go near it, particularly if it just had a calf. Yeah, so, like, both in real life and in Product Zomboid, if you can see an animal's having a real rough time, mayhaps try not to get too involved in its business. Okay. So, if I crouch just a little... Boogie boogie. Good job. We have successfully gotten the cows back in their pen. Thank you for the advice earlier. You got to in the window. Nice. Congratulations. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Do you have the skill to build a gate? No. Not yet. Alright. You only survived 7 hours? Yeah, it happens. Alright, so meanwhile we have... I'm gonna leave that as marked as unlooted. It's got animal feed and all that. So we do have cows, and I do have what I need to milk cows. The downside is the cows have not made baby cows, and therefore do not have the milk. Yeah, died right away. Welcome to Product Zomboid, pretty much. The joke I'll get when people are like, "Oh man, you're really good at this game, and I'm really bad," and that kind of thing, is to go, no. The way I got to where I am today in Product Zomboid is by climbing a mountain of my own corpses. We all go through it. Every single person who gets over that initial game, it's because they did a whole lot of dying and a whole lot of paving the road to that success on their own bodies. It's all, like, one of the art jokes they've had is the way you get good at Product Zomboid is you boot up the game, you make a mistake, you die. You learn to not make that mistake again. And you keep repeating that process until you eventually start running out of mistakes to make. There's a lot of mistakes you can make. It's a real long list. You're enjoying it though? You find it funny when you become zombie dinner? Yeah. A lot of Product Zomboid surviving long term is two things. One is situational awareness. Like just having a good idea of where, like, when you've moved zombies around, like where they are, that kind of stuff. And the second thing is basically just kind of like risk management. Anytime you fight a zombie, there's going to be some inherent level of risk. Once you get to the point of like mechanically really knowing how the combat works, you can mitigate that risk a lot to make it fairly low. But it's stuff like doing a lap around the building before you go inside to make sure the zombies are all dead around it so that a zombie doesn't just see you through the window. Knowing when it's time to go, hey, I'm getting a little tired, let's back out, before my character is on that last bit. Learning to not go for that one last group I can get in today, because if anything goes wrong on the way home, I don't have the amount of energy I need left to deal with the fallout if something else catches me by surprise on my way home. Learning to never treat a place as truly safe. No matter how many times you've been through and how clear you sure it is, it's never treated as truly safe, because it's probably not. There's also learning what things are actually dangerous versus what things you perceive as dangerous. Because there are a lot of things that on the surface you'd be like, oh man, that's so risky. You're like, nah, it's fine, don't worry about it. So I did get the watering can. Eat the rest of that ice cream before it goes bad. Learning to give up. Oh yeah, no, that's a lesson even to this day. Like, there is definitely a line in the sand that you can kind of feel where you're like, oh, I am overcommitting, I am pushing too hard, that kind of thing. And you will 100% see that line and go, I am overcommitting, this is going to get me killed, as you continue to fight, knowing you are objectively making a mistake, but also stubbornly not wanting to leave your base behind. And it is a real problem, and will absolutely get you killed. Do you need a certain skill to make a sheet? No. So I don't want... Yeah, so I want to keep one whetstone on me. I'm going to leave the saws at home for now. And I'm going to leave, for right now, the claw hammer behind, because I need to ditch some weight. I've got some good weapons, but I'm getting kind of too many weapons that I'm carrying on me. So I got to ditch a bunch of these weapons. We can come back for them later when I need them. I'm half tempted to take those axes and work with them for a while. We'll drop the wrench off. Drop off a screwdriver for right now. Yeah, so I've got... Yeah, honestly, 2 nightsticks and a crowbar is going to take me what's going to feel like an in-game month to get rid of. It's not going to be remotely that long, but it's sure going to feel that long. Okay, so let's get up top here. And let's learn about animal care. All right, so we got our first little taste of that. Okay. So the expectation is this in-game day that we probably will have a helicopter. Is the most likely thing we're going to run into. We are hitting kind of the end window of how long that can be. We still have unlimited water. Love to see it. Love to see it. I'm going to close all these doors. Oh, the plastic ooh. 2 liters. So you're 2.1 versus 1.1. So yeah, so the larger plastic bottle will be slightly more efficient for us. Let's go ahead and drop off our sports bottle. Because that extra liter without the 0.1 overhead, I think is worth our while. Also, what are we doing on food? Probably want to pop in here and steal some out of that freezer. Okay, so we've got all the stuff that's perishable. Let's grab those 2. And I believe we have a can opener? No, we have a blade. I could have sworn we had a can opener. If not, I know one of the other houses did. I guess not. Well, I'm not that fussed by it. We won't worry about it right now, then. Oh, that's not the right place. Give that back. And we can grab that hose. We're gonna want that. Drop this off, grab the pickle, and grab the sugar. Weld some cars to get some iron bars. Yeah, no, there's a lot of things you can do. I'm tired. Yeah, so if you're worried about trying to get metalworking, I get that asked a lot. Honestly, it's kind of down to just whatever the crafting you can do. Like, it's gonna be crafting recipes, and a lot of them are slow. Alright, so, is the berry poison? Let's find out, chat. And no instant sickness. We'll go ahead and give it a little bit. It has to take a little chance to, you know, kick in a little bit. Let's see. You have a forge, and you had to make tons of forks. Couldn't find another way. Yeah, no, I'm sure there's going to be, like, metas and all that, and what to do. Yep, so that berry was poison. And you might be like, oh, Poison berry, so you're probably going to get rid of that. No, we'll eat it. It's fine. We're just going to give it a little bit of time to, you know, work its way through a system. Alright. Alright, Dan, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, it's a straight up battery? Sure, I'll take a free battery. Any good? Hey, either almost full charge or full charge. Cool. One thing we will want to do with the cattle is we will want to take those feed troughs, and we will want to drag at least a decent number of them outside. That way they collect rain, so that we don't have to sit there and babysit refilling those things. And if you're wondering why I'm collecting all the bugs, we are going to eventually want those for fishing. At least that's the intention. If not, I'll just have a big cabinet full of bugs, I guess. That's kind of its own reward. Its own creepy, crawly, you know, definitely show it off to your friends and make them look at you funny reward. Not in the, like, hey, this person's into collecting. That's so cool. It's like, oh, you just have a drawer full of dead bugs. Like, it's not cataloged or labeled or anything. It's just you just keep bugs. Cool, man. Thanks. Let's see, you're making a base here, or you're still planning somewhere near the lake? Somewhere near the lake. I just figured this is close enough to the lake that I'm down to start hoarding stuff here, because then when we get to the lake and I get a vehicle, I can just load up the vehicle and start bringing it on over. Okay. I should probably take the time to walk over the bodies, just in the off chance they have a magazine I can use or not. Okay, so far the cows seem to be chill. I'm expecting a helicopter today, for the record. Yeah, so the cows seem to be perfectly content. But I will move at least one of these out here for right now. Just that way I don't have to worry about rain. We'll want to get more out here, but that's the I just need to solve this for right now solution. The zombies aren't eating cows? No, in the Project Zomboid lore... Wait, really? No helicopter today? That can't be right. I guess tomorrow helicopter. I'm not off by one on the day, right? I guess maybe the helicopter could show up a day later than I thought it could? Yeah, no, in Project Zomboid lore, the zombie virus only impacts human beings, and the zombies are only interested in human beings. It is exclusively a human problem. No animals are susceptible to the disease, nor do the zombies have any interest in people. Or sorry, in animals. And a big part of that came about because people asked if there's going to be like zombie dogs and all that. And the devs are like, no, I don't want to bludgeon a dog with a crowbar. Can't remember if it was like which of the devs said it, but they're like, no, I really don't like the idea of bludgeoning a dog with a crowbar, zombie or otherwise. And then plus that's potentially I mean, that probably wouldn't change the rating as much compared to a lot of other stuff. It would definitely turn a lot of people off towards the game, though. There, we have a can opener now. A zombie rabbit or raccoon would be nice. Yep, except for the zombie plague does not affect animals. Like, they might have it so that the animals die or whatever, but they won't become zombies. I do find it funny when we were talking about animals being introduced. People are like, could imagine if they add a bear, and it could be a zombie bear. And it was always like, counter-argument, imagine if they added a bear, and it was just a bear. Because it would be the exact same impact. It doesn't need to be a zombie bear for the bear to be like, no, seriously, I'm not messing with this animal. 7 Days to Die has a zombie bear? I know. Yeah, they've got that. I can't remember if it's like a cougar or a mountain lion or whatever. Go ahead and have ourselves a little nibble of sugar straight out of the bag. As you do. Right, switch back to our crowbar since we got ourselves another one. A normal bear in 7 Days to Die. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Keep in mind though, like 7 Days to Die, you've got like a lot more access to guns. The combat is way more arcadey. It's not like Product Zomboid where the tiniest scrape and then suddenly your character gets queasy and it's just over. Like, yeah, you can get the zombie infection, but you can actually treat it and whatnot. Versus Product Zomboid, once you got that zombie plague, you got a big hourglass on your head, and there's no making it go away. You can speed it up, but you can't get rid of it. I was hoping to get a peek at that thing's loot. I shouldn't really care. I mean, at this point we can get seed packs, which are a little nice. Man, the only downside of the crowbar now is it do eat a whole lot of endurance. Because we're already at long blunt 2. And yeah, so I saw some animal running around to the left. I didn't see what it was though. Like maybe a turkey. I'm assuming that field to the left is a chicken coop. And that's just a chicken that got out of the coop. Just be level 10 strength and weapon skill? Yeah, we'll get there, don't worry. Might make first aid worthwhile? Right, but it was a key aspect of Product Zomboid that any one hit is potentially fatal. So it makes the zombies, even though they're dumb as a box of rocks, it always makes them very dangerous. Is that zombie? I mistimed my stuff, the run's over. So even as someone who's killed literally hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of zombies in this game, you still have to approach every zombie with a certain level of respect because you get careless for just a second and your run's over. And it's just like that. And that's part of the allure of Project Zomboid in my book. Whereas a lot of games, like, as much as I love Left 4 Dead back in the day, you just kind of waded into them with, you know, swinging your axe or whatever back and forth. And yeah, they would overwhelm you and hurt you a bunch and you'd eventually die, especially if you go to realism mode and whatnot. Yeah. Yes, you mean having other enemies other than zombies might be interesting? Just not this game. The whole point is this game, they're going for the old school style zombies, where it's just their whole thing is they're unrelenting, that they never sleep, they never tire, and then they just have numbers. But again, mods. All that stuff, mods. Alright, so I don't know if there's a zombie on either side of that. One of the tricks you can do here to make sure we're safe, I can walk around to the other side and peek this window. And I know that window's safe now because we got a perfect line of sight on it. So I just broke that latch. So we know that this window's safe. Ah, yeah, the wizard died yesterday. Let me through the window. There you go. That was weird. So if you're fleshing tool for removing flesh and fur from leather, probably want that. The short story is the migration in the game has changed, so the zombies will spread out to areas that didn't have large numbers before. Which is a good thing in my book. But what ended up happening is slowly more and more the area I was living in got more and more overwhelmed with zombies. Until eventually it was just one of those things that couldn't quite make it work. So we got a heavy-duty tire that's in mint condition there. I don't want to grab that on my person because tires are really heavy. Okay, I'm not grabbing all of this. So we're gonna go ahead and mark this. We are in this run. So loom, heavy tire. And the reason I toggled both the doors is that means they're unlocked from the outside, so I don't have to fuss with them later. Alright, and we want a little munchie, so let's go ahead and eat one of those poisonous berries. It's fine, the burning sensation means it tastes good. Okay. And just checking around back, making sure we don't have any more zombies looming around here. Okay, so any zombies left are inside the house. Yeah, our sad cop is still sad boy. But, getting it done, slowly clearing out the neighborhood. I was waiting for that to be a house alarm so much. So fireplace in this one. We apparently have rum. You don't really need the alcohol, but you know. I would say I heard a zombie. I was trying to figure out where it was. Sir, choose a side of the door to exist in. You're halfway on my side of the door and halfway on yours is not acceptable. Okay, so we know it can't be to our left, so we're going to turn slightly right. That briefcase just had money. Turn the lights on. You don't believe in burning zombies, but you do believe in rum? Yep. Yeah, no, I don't do burns either. You just end up trashing the whole map in my experience. Like, no judgment for anyone who does burns, by the way. It's just, generally speaking, I find you just end up messing up the whole map. And that ends up being more of a thing I don't want to deal with than anything. Alright. I want to read all that stuff later. Okay, so this bedroom's sorted. Nah. I was like, we can take the antidepressant. Like, nah, that's fine. Okay, nothing we care about in any of those. $50,000 flaming zombies could be a good time. Counter argument: 50,000 flaming zombies can also be a really bad time. It really can go either way on that one. Okay, so it does not look like there's a basement on this one. So let's go ahead and do this. Yeah, because the moment those zombies break free from you, you're just like, well, there goes the neighborhood, the whole thing. Okay, so that means we basically got this whole block sorted out. So then my next destination is to start working our way down to this area. We've got, that's probably a barn, this is probably a barn. These are probably a couple little houses. That's like a little teeny tiny shack. I do feel like this is just going to be out in the woods. But my plan is to more or less work our way around the entire perimeter here, killing all zombies, clearing all the buildings, until we've got like the entire lake area just clear of stuff. But the good news is we did find some generators. That's gonna be a whole big thing. And don't spoil it. I assume either that's the gas station, there's a gas station hooked up here, or down there. Yeah, because that's gonna all be houses. I would guess that would be the gas station out there on the edge, but it's fine. Regardless of where it is, we'll find it. And if there's not, then we won't find it. And then it'll be like, crap, we didn't find it. And life will go on. Or it won't. We'll figure it out. So it's a little early to head back, even though we are a little overburdened. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's grab this nightstick and put in the backpack to make it lighter on us. Huh. I was pretty sure I saw like a rooster running around. Going ahead and just eating a little bit of this food because it'll cut down a little bit on our carry weight. And it'll get a little bit of our food up. It'll also help with our happiness a little bit. Because we have a onion, violets, and pepper salad. Mmm, just like Mom used to make. Makes us slightly less bored and slightly happier. Hey look, we're not even depressed anymore. Who knew the secret to getting happy was to put onions, pepper, and violets into a bowl and then eat it? It's just cooking is extremely powerful for dealing with sadness. And at the core of it, what determines how much happiness you get is how many different ingredients you put in there. So if you put the same ingredient in there twice, it causes more boredom and unhappiness. If you put more different ingredients in, it causes more happiness. Just like that, we're not overburdened. Gotta love it. Alright, well, let's clear out this little area of zombies here. Oh, we can ditch all our residential keys. There's no more houses anywhere nearby. Oh, we already have. Perfect. Violets are tasty, though. I haven't actually eaten... No, that's probably not true. I'm sure I've had it at some point. But it's nothing that stood out to me. Like, it's probably just one of those things that's just like a little extra something to dress up something ate kind of thing. Because there's lots of, like, artsy stuff around here. So it wouldn't surprise me if someplace is like, this is... You know, this is cheesecake with violet petal or whatever. I have no idea what's appropriate for it. What I can do is there's a barn to my southwest. We can check that to see if there's any animals over there we care about. I'm not going to bother trying in this in-game today, try and push down towards the house to the south. My intention there is we'll just go from the house, we'll just directly cut across the fields to it. As opposed to walking around the entire block. But just killing all the zombies right around here. It'd be really nice if it got a whistle. Because more than likely what I'll end up doing, not right away, but as I start feeling pretty comfortable we got the area cleared, every so often I'll, as we walk around, I'll blast the whistle. Ah, it was rabbits. That's what I was seeing. I thought I was seeing, like, a rooster. That makes way more sense. Hey, Nimble 1. Cool. That's also interesting, because I think that's an enclosed field. So we may have ourselves a rabbit repository here. That, you know, as I decide I need to get like a little extra rabbit going on, we got ourselves a captive audience here. See, yeah, tons of food places put flowers and stuff that's like, look, we're special with our flowers, than it being anything else. But it's never really bad. Yeah, no, I haven't had anything where I'm like, like, this isn't a winner. I've never had one of those kind of situations with it. I've had ones where I'm like, I don't know if this adds anything to it. I have had ones where it's been pleasant. Like, I know they, around here, hibiscus is a really common choice. And hibiscus does taste good. Like, you can get, like, hibiscus teas and all that. Okay. I've definitely had stuff with lavender as well. That could be a tricky one, but I've had stuff that's good with lavender. I've also had some stuff that are like, I don't feel like this is necessary. Okay, so let's go down here and check on the cars first. Yeah. Yeah, Eldor mentioning that, you know, it's the biggest ones you know for teas, cakes, pies, garnish, that stuff. Yeah. Well, no idea which way the meta event was going because I have no zombies to look at. So, some amount of zombies got moved from somewhere, and are probably doing something. You've had violet candy somewhere? Yeah, something vaguely floral. Man, just giving me all the freebies. Well, there's an actual radio we can carry with us. Literally even giving us candy. Okay, so let's go ahead. And the reason I'm putting these icons here is so later on driving around on the minimap, I can spot them easier. And are either of these labeling... Okay, so none of them are treating it like there's gas inside, so we can just ignore that. Wait, what was that? Oh, it's just a trunk. That's fine. So I'm gonna work my way over here to check on whatever this building is over here in the distance. I'm assuming it's not overrun by zombies. We'll get back to the house, and then from there we're going to sleep. More than likely have the helicopter in the morning. I'm going to eat half of this uncooked squash. We have more rabbits, no shockers there. Okay. Let's not worry about that right now. Yeah, let's go past it to the south. Towards the roadside. Because then we might see if there's like a trailer or a truck or... The dream would be finding the event where it's like, you know, a really nice car with a wheel off just sitting next to it, but it has everything you need. Because I've already got a wrench, and I've got a jack, and I've got all that stuff. So, if we do find that particular event, I have everything I need to put the wheel back on the car. We know where I can get at least a little bit of gas. It would not be a big deal to get that sorted. It's kind of low-key. Alright, whatever's over there, that's enough zombies for the hour that we're going to turn back. But we've got the energy for it. It's just going to be dark soon. So let's go start. We're going to do a little bit of jogging back home. We're going to get this all dropped off. Well, yeah, and it's usually they have the wheel right there next to it. So the idea was the person was in the middle of changing their tire and, you know, got by a zombie kind of thing. That's the implied of what's going on. Alright, so let's go ahead and bring you out. Let's bring you, equip secondary. Checking your information. Turn this on, lower the volume. I believe it was 96.1, was it? What's our frequency? 91.6, so I had it backwards. Add preset. Emergency. 91.6. Turn it off. Cool. What that means now is I can put the other big heavy radio away. Because that's a 1 encumbrance, so that's a 1.5. They put away the heavier radio. Let's see, does sneaking run cost more energy than regular run? Or is it slower? You can't tell by looking at the calories, it only feels a little faster. So when you're jogging, it does use a significant amount more endurance. And generally speaking, your endurance and your calorie consumption are somewhat tied together. It's not a direct, like, anything that uses more endurance will be worse for calories, but it's kind of sort of around that. Oh, sorry, does sneaking use more? I misread that. So sneaking, I have no idea on the calorie count. I do know if you jog while sneaking, it is way, way, way more endurance than if you just jog normally. Or at least it used to be. So like doing this whole number, I know that was way more tiring than just jogging by itself. But I think sneaking doesn't use endurance at all, just in general. You gotta be doing something with the sneaking for it to burn. Yeah, because if I go like this, my endurance is actually going up right now. But if I sneak jog, then it's pretty brutal, as I recall. Okay, well, while we're here at the troughs, let's go ahead and move 1 or 2 more out there. So that, you know, we can make sure we've got a bunch of water on standby. So I move out like 4 of those, and that'll take care of a lot of cows before it's actually a problem. Like a lot of time. Okay, so you empty? You are not, so you'll get moved over to that trough. You know, all of them can be managed. None of them isn't so much energy use here like, oh man, you sneak jogged? Rip. Nothing's like that bad. Can you use them to close in the entrance? I can. I don't actually know if those can be walked through. You can use stuff that the zombies cannot pass through to block areas. But the zombies will trash them. To be fair, the zombies where those are placed now will destroy them if they bump into them. There's pretty much almost nothing in the game that you as the player can build and or move that blocks a zombie that can't be destroyed. And if it is, it's a bug, and once the devs figure out, they'll probably get rid of it. Because there used to be lots of ways people would figure out to to abuse the zombies' pathing such that they couldn't get to you. Oh, it's for the leaving the fenced area? Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not super worried about that. If we're good about killing the zombies in the area, I could probably just leave the cows alone. The animals will stay inside their habitats as long as the zombies don't get up to them and attack them, or not attack them, but get close enough to them to scare them off, or unless they're stressed. Which it generally seems like as long as the cows and all that, as long as they have like basic water and all that, they won't end up stressed. Build a wall of cars with furniture on it so they can't crawl out. Oh, if you block something to where they have to crawl to get to you, they'll still get to you. They'll crawl under the thing, then they'll stand up on the other side and then attack whatever you're blocking it with. It's not that you can't find ways to do it. People have had a lot of time to come up with ideas to break things, and then the devs have gone in and gotten rid of most of them. I'm sure someone, especially with all the new stuff in the game, will come to realize, like, oh, this one specific building that the person can place is non-attackable by zombies, and it should be. But, you know, go do this and you can do, like, whatever. Thing of the follow, welcome to stream. Like, it used to be a thing that I think it was microwaves, that you could get the microwaves and for whatever reason the zombies couldn't attack them. But that's, or no, it's think televisions. But they fixed that. There's been lots of them over the years where people have figured out, like, the one thing that zombies couldn't attack you could place or whatever. Or that, even if they wouldn't actually prevent the zombies from attacking their way through, like, would foul up their pathfinding or whatever. But the devs have done a really good job of then, you know, once it's discovered, making it stop working. Yeah, but it's also kind of one of those things, like, if you want to just make it so something's indestructible, just when you start your game, go into your settings and make it indestructible. Like, don't... You know, it's fun to do the experimentation to find the broken thing, but if you're just going to abuse the broken thing that someone else already found, like, it could be interesting just from a discovery standpoint, but, like, kind of after that, it's like, well, if you're just going to do that, just turn on the setting. Just make it indestructible. Just skip all the middle steps and just make it indestructible and be done with it. Okay, water's still on. Love to see it. Put the rum in the fridge there. Put the wine in the fridge there. We can go ahead and fill up the water pail. Like, the one I've been waiting for them to get rid of is I'm surprised we can still do the smash the stairs with the sledgehammer thing. Like, they've made it so they can tear down the rope ladder, but that more just inconvenienced the problem than really solved it. I am wondering if we will have a point in time that suddenly that doesn't work, or I don't know what the reason would be. That's probably the reason it hasn't been changed, is most of the ways to solve it are probably too much of a negative to be worth doing. It's also a thing you at least have to invest the time to find what you need to do it and all that kind of stuff. So it's not as bad because there's at least some effort involved. Put away the soda. Those away. Yeah, once we get to wherever we're going to live long term, I'll worry about starting to actually properly farm. Don't I have a book in here? Yeah, I do. There's more twine, more duct tape. We've got a magazine to read. We'll knock that out real fast. Make a small percentage of that can climb. I mean, honestly, that would be all they need to do is be like, yo, zombies can climb. Then you gotta be a whole bunch of people going like, that's unrealistic. And you go, yep. So are zombies, so deal with it, I guess. Because, you know, maybe it's just a thing in this world that zombies know how to climb. Who knows? It could also even be that, like, to tie the rope down, you need, like, a railing or something like that. And make it so when the zombies do tear down the rope, it pulls a railing down with it, kind of thing. And so you'd need the planks and nails and all that to rebuild it. Add, like, an extra layer of risk to that. Alright, so I think we're at the point where we're kind of committed. To the helicopter being day. I'm pretty sure the helicopter can't be another day after this. Yeah, so we've got some knives and all that. We got plenty of space in our bag. Oh, I don't need the can opener on me. We'll keep that here for popping cans before we go out and about. Alright. So, the assumption is we're going to have the helicopter today. I'm going to start walking this way and go to loot that place. And then we get confirmation the helicopter, just keep going north. If the helicopter, for whatever reason, doesn't show up, then I'm confused at that point, because this should be the last possible day it can show up. Because I didn't realize it could even be this late. I thought we'd already reached the cutoff on how late it could be. Alright, so let's eat one of the berries that's probably poisonous. Okay, you're all tuned in and ready for it. Recognize the channel. Let's see. I wish the helicopter would cast a shadow and vision area on the ground. And at night a searchlight that you could avoid while you still explore. Yeah, if you like that idea, there's a mod called something like Expanded Helicopter or something like that. It doesn't do the spotlight thing, but I believe it does put a shadow on the ground that circles around. And that helicopter you can hide from. This helicopter hiding from it doesn't do anything. This helicopter, it just shows up, rolls a dice, and says, I'm going to circle you 1 to 4 times if you're on 1 hour days. And that's what it's going to do. If you're inside, circles 1 to 4 times. If you're outside, circles 1 to 4 times. If you're driving a car, circles 1 to 4 times. You set yourself to 2 hour days. I don't know how many times, but I guess 1 to 8 times? Because for those who don't know, the helicopter event does scale with the length of your day. So if you make your days twice as long, the helicopter sticks around for twice as long. If you make your days 4 times as long, the helicopter sticks around for 4 times as long. And yes, it can get pretty unreasonable. I've heard the stories of people making 24-hour servers, where for 4 real-life hours, the helicopter is circling the area. And they were multiplayer too, so... Yep. Part of me is curious about doing those. You actually exclusively play on 3-hour days? Yeah, so with 3-hour days, you're probably looking... I don't know how many passes it is, but that's a long helicopter. Huh. I was not expecting to see this many zombies around here. We'll keep going. I was debating dropping back and killing those zombies, but I'm like, you know what? They are in the middle of nowhere, and we are expecting... Well, if you aggro me, I'll take you. Can confirm, helicopter seems to last forever. Yeah, I think so. It's 4 in-game hours is roughly what 4 laps would be. And I don't know what the actual conversion is between the times. But 1 in-game, like 1 hour... Sorry, 1 real-life hour is 24 in-game hours. So we broke that down. We could figure out about how long, you know, 4 in-game hours is. That'd be 1/6. So you're talking like 10 minutes or something like that? 10-ish real-life minutes that you're under the helicopter normally. Which would imply, if you made your days 3 times as long and the event lasts 3 times as long by comparison, you'd be looking at up to a full real-life half hour of helicopter on 3-hour days. Oh right, you should update your current event? Yeah, I should update my current events. Or objectives, that's now what I'm looking at. So current objectives. So what we're going to put on here next is, probably clear neighborhood or clear surrounding area. So basically we're just kind of going house to house, looting that. We're just going to work our way around. So actually clearing the surrounding area is one objective. No bitey hugs is another objective. And then secure water. Right now we've got unlimited water, but once that runs out, I am going to need a way to sustain my water. Worst case, I do have quite a few buckets. I can fill up buckets at a lake, boil the water, and go that route. That wouldn't be my favorite, but it is a practical one. And mostly my reservations with that one is just the fact that right now, with the way the liquid transfer goes, filling up bottles, like bottles to drink water out of, is pretty tedious just because of how many clicks it ends up being. So I'm kind of hoping that, like, I understand they want to get away from context menus for a lot of things. I do think, to me, that one is a common enough behavior. I would like to see the context menu come back to it, where we can just be like, right-click, fill bottle with that. Yeah, no, I know sinks it's there, and that kind of stuff. But, like, I would like it to be back in the cooking pot and all that. Yep, okay. So that's what we figured exactly was going to happen, was there's going to be a helicopter day. And I'm not planning on taking all the helicopters up this way. There is just went back and made a clip of "Don't Bully the Bull." Yeah. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, so my intention is to just go up here. We've got an ambulance we were driving for a little while that had a whole bunch of goodies in it. But I couldn't carry them at the time. So I'm going back for the ambulance to get that stuff. The ambulance itself isn't worth us taking. We do have the keys for it. We can technically drive it and all that. It's just kind of one of those ones that, you know, it's basically junked because it was a wreck. So I just want the loot out of it. I don't really care about the rest of it. I'm going to leave that key at the ambulance, though. I want to say there are 2 houses over here we probably won't be messing with for a long time, because I want to clear all the stuff back around the lake first before I start worrying about anything going away. My hope is down here I will be able to get everything I need to get a car, to get all this stuff set up, and just kind of make it our home base, and then I can hop in the car, drive to the next area, We fight there for a while, you know, get ourselves like a forward base, and then come back to home. Get ourselves to the point that home starts to feel fairly safe. We'll see. I'm actually curious how safe a lot of the stuff will end up being. But that's fine. I am expecting this to be a total snoozer of a helicopter. I am realizing my expectations of this being a total snoozer of a helicopter are apparently misguided. Considering I have not a lot of zombies, but I have zombies walking like straight towards us. I was hoping to catch the one I was going past us too, but that's fine. It's not for build 42 yet? Yeah. That's the one where you hear like all the rumors about like, oh, you can hide to the helicopter and it changes everything. That's where that comes from. That's actually how it works. And so I do think it is just people who, you'll have like people run the mods, people ask them about the helicopters, and then someone not realizing they're discussing a mod think that's how the helicopters work. Just in general. Where'd the group come from? There's a couple buildings to the west here. So my assumption is whether it was a meta event or something. Just drew them away from there. It's fine. I was making the comment I wasn't going to probably clear up around that house until later, but I'm like, I mean, they're literally going to come out after me. I'm down to just take care of this now. Take a little sippy sip of our water. Have herself a little ham. Yeah, so basically, if we were to look right over there, on the other side of those fields, there is a barn. You can see I actually took a peek at it. I think it was actually a barn and a farmhouse. But as well as ones that when I walked by, there's a good, like, 3-4 groups of zombies over there that we didn't really have the weapons we've got now. It's just kind of those ones, it's like, yeah, we'll come back to this later. I actually think it was hemp I found earlier that I dropped down. Hey, I believe that's foraging 2. This also lets me work on stuff while we're waiting on the helicopter. It's actually not sitting that fixes muscle strain, it's just not doing the thing that causes muscle strain. It's just time. I think sitting and resting might help more. I don't honestly know. But it is ultimately just stop doing things that cause muscle strain. Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't think it would. That'd be my only guess. But yeah, it's basically just stop doing it. So, like, if I'm hitting zombies, like, just stop hitting zombies. It's not really, like, it's an early game pain mechanic. But, once you get past the early game, you get, like, a couple of points in, like, your strength and whatever weapon you're using. It's pretty mild. Right at the beginning, it's kind of rough. But it gets better pretty quick. They should add rubbing herbs on your arms. They have like a hot water pack. I think it would be fair that you could have like a warm water like thing you could, you could put on your arm to speed it up. I think that'd be fair, but only while it's warm. So it's not really worth doing for like, just a little muscle strain you got while you're out fighting. But it would be worthwhile where if you're chopping down a bunch of trees and your poor character's in pain, that, you get the little icy hot pack and you put it on your sore spot. Alright, so 718. First helicopter is right here. So we'll do first helicopter 07 1893. That's not the right number. That's not 18. All right, we'll try that again. First helicopter 07-18-93. I don't think realistically we fight during the helicopter, I think, like, for the whole thing. Right at the beginning while we're still waiting for them to get here. I'm down to thin the numbers. As you probably notice, you can kind of hear it going around us. Does navigate and use doors mean zombies know how to open them? It would add usefulness to locking doors. Yes, if you turn on navigate and use doors, the zombies can open doors and windows exactly like the player can. Yeah, you cannot lock windows either. So basically you need to put a board on every window and then you can lock doors. Most interior doors do not lock as well. Shouldn't still be fighting this. Kind of ruining on the fact that there's like not a real zombie population over here to make this not terrible, which is not really a safe choice. We definitely won't allow ourselves to touch any bit of high exertion though. Fall down. Alright, we could still make this work. It's just a couple. Doesn't seem like it's coming back. Seems like it's a one and done. Would you die already? Oh, we did go high exertion. Well, that's not part of the plan. Alright, so I am going to turn around. I'm going to start walking up this way to the ambulance. We definitely didn't want to push to high exertion, because the problem with high exertion is if we put our mouse over our endurance, it's no longer gaining as we stay out of the fight, it's going down because we are walking with high exertion, not endurance. And so that's a real big problem. That's where you get into that like slow burn down, where you just can't quite seem to break the zombies, and then suddenly you're overrun and yada yada. That's how you get into that trap. But we are going to just try and split away real fast, and then it should be fine as long as we can get that to happen. Yep, and as you get more and more, as you get lower and lower endurance, the rate you get sleepy. Aren't energy drinks in the game for such situations? Yeah, they're nowhere near as powerful as they used to be. There was a bug in Build 42 when it first came out that made the energy drinks and soda like cartoonishly high energy. There. You were the one who took me forever to kill out of those R3. Alright. So now, if we do a comparison, as I walk around with just out of breath, we are recovering endurance as we walk. So that's the danger of high exertion. The moment you dip in high exertion, you are on a hard time limit that you need to either finish that fight or get away. And you need to do it quickly. And the damage penalty for it is something like 60-70% reduced damage, so it is a severe penalty to your damage on top of that. Isn't that their advertisement? Red Bull gives you kills? Something like that. Close enough to correct. Alright, so I still want to go up the road to where we ditched the ambulance. We've already walked this far. Let's go get those gas cans. There was 4 in there. And if we really are feeling good, we can snag the one of the 2 cars on the way in. One of the wrecks does have gas in it. 12 units, which is actually not shabby. Do I still have the hose on me? I thought I put the hose on me with the intent of doing this, right? Yeah, I got the hose on me. Technically, alcohol or sugar should have mild endurance effects. So actually, alcohol does have endurance effects. Bad ones. It makes you sleepy. And being sleepy means you recover endurance slower. Okay, it's just up the road as the ambulance, and then we're good to get out of here. We got plenty of time. As far as sugar as a stimulant, I can see the argument. Like, don't get me wrong. The big thing about sugar as a stimulant, though, is in real life, eating something like having a chocolate bar or whatever to, like, boost your energy or whatever during, you know, anything actually physical like a sport, it's usually an extremely short-lived boost. And then you usually come after that with a crash. So if they were to do something like that, it'd be like you could eat the chocolate bar, it gives you +5 endurance, but then after a period of time, you know, you get off your sugar rush and then you get like a -10 endurance. So you could use that thing to give you like a little pick-me-up for 2 or 3 more attacks. But then you get to your side and you gotta think, is the gamble worth it? I'll drop the magazine on the ground, he probably won't worry about it. That said, see, they boost willpower, so the body allows for more energy consumption, which of course is from the same supply. I mean, I can see it being a, again, like a temporary, like, negation of the effects. So, like, as you're saying, like, you still lose the endurance, but, like, for, you know, a very short window in-game, your character doesn't suffer the negative impacts, but then, you know, once that wears off, you go right back to crashing even harder because you pushed even farther. I don't think any of that's necessary, though. Yeah, so this is the ambulance. We drove down here as far as we could. It is a wreck. It had, like, 1 unit of gas in it. Typical medicine, really? Well, I mean, that depends on the mess. Oh, I left a hose here just in case I needed it. I forgot about that. Okay. So you weigh 1.6, and I have 1.55. Alright, we can fix this. We'll eat our way to victory. Just trying to not waste any of it. And carried. I don't care about any of this. Put in a secondary. Steal the battery out of it. Grab this again. Drop you back in the car. Take the battery. Finish eating that. Yeah, I'm not too worried about the corpse sickness thing. Honestly, standing around the corpses, I haven't meaningfully seen it impact us to like any real degree. Alright. So let's go up here. So no longer care about the stuff in the ambulance. We got what we came for. Drop the key? Oh yeah, that's true. I'm gonna put the key just in the glove compartment. Because the keys still have weight, it's next to nothing because it's 0.05 for the key. And then the key ring also has, like, it reduces it by 85%. So you get the idea, it's like 0.01. But also keep in mind, most of that stuff that covers your face will negatively impact your foraging. The range you can forage stuff. Sorry, like your visibility. So over here where it says like that, if I put on like sunglasses, we'll have a reduced radius. If I put on a surgical mask, we'll have a reduced radius. If we have like gas mask, reduced radius. And corpse sickness is pretty much not really an issue. You know, keep your magazine. I don't need that. They do have chewing tobacco in the game, yeah. I'm assuming it's a an alternative to smoker. Like I haven't gone into it, but that'd be my guess because it's still nicotine. So my assumption it was an alternative thing for cigarettes. It could also be that you use that as a material for making cigarettes. Yep, no, I believe you can grow the plant itself as well. All right. I'm curious what the situation at these are now that the helicopter has gotten a lot of the zombies stirred up. I think that was when I was approaching it the last time just to take a peek. See, I don't know if character didn't cough, although there's tissues in the game to prevent that. Yeah. So it looks like the zombies may have been drawn away from here. I probably shouldn't be peeking in these. But with it getting late, I would like to crash versus walking home in the dark. So let's do a quick little peek around. If I see any meaningful number of zombies, then we don't deal with this. But if it is just like, you know, 1 or 2 zombies inside the house or whatever, then we can sit here and loot and deal with that. Now granted, I really don't have any carry weight left. Alright. Let's check the shed first. Yeah, so there's a zombie over there. Oh, you got through that quick. Is it multiple? Okay. I mean, it makes sense. They were in their bedroom. Puts our weight too high. Just too dang high. Here, man, do you like bugs? I think you should have some bugs on your shelf. Go ahead and eat that berry while we're here. Oh, we can drop off the tree branches I've been foraging. Put that in the bag. Grab the welding mask. I already have a jack, actually. Grab the tarp. It's fine, we'll just break every latch in this place. Alright, we'll let that sit for a moment. Because these ones we've had good visibility from all sides. They feel pretty good that we won't just like jump in on a zombie. Oh, remember the days when everyone carried around the piano stool because it was the meta that the piano stool was so light. All right. Got knee pads in there, which we don't care about. Those are actually useful. Sleeping tablets I will keep, because there are times in normal gameplay where you don't make mistakes that just like a badly timed nightmare or whatever, that gives you a real reason to need that. I don't actually care about these, but that is a crafting skill. Oh, the piano stools used to be like a meta in the game that they were very light and they did count as a chair. And so what people would do is they would grab one and then throw it in a fanny pack and carry it with them everywhere. Was there other scripted events in the game? You jumped through a window and was immediately attacked. If you had a fat zombie, then that's mods. That's not base game. The fat zombie is, I believe, authentic Z's. Or another mod. But authentic Z will give you zombies of different builds. In base game Product Zomboid, everyone has the exact same build. Yep, then you're talking authentic Z. Most likely. In other words, mods, not the base game. Okay. Alright, so you already closed the doors. We could sit down here. the follow. Hey, you know what? I was sitting here thinking it's like, hey, you know, the rodent meat is going to be no good. It's already stale, but we can make salads with it, which means it gives us the calories and also makes us happier because we have cooked and are making a salad out of rodent meat. So yeah, so we're having a rat salad. Just rat in a bowl. Delicious. Actually, on top of that, the rat was also stale. So not even a fresh rat. The reason we're just scarfing it down is because it is stale, so I'm just like, let's just get everything we can out of it. You should add roach for garnish. Yeah, you can't actually, in the base game, you can't add insects to salad. There's mods that let you do that, though. Put that back away. And we can go down to our book here. Have ourselves a nice little read here. And have our character call it a night. Okay, so with this, boom and boom, add snow, shovel, etc. And we're on our way home. Let's go check to see if the water's still working. Water's still working, so we'll top it off. Let's see, have you eaten rat that we got in the farm back then? Gotcha. I mean, honestly, the random lines you draw on the signs between, like, this animal we eat, that animal we don't eat, a lot of times are pretty arbitrary. There's definitely some times that culturally people shy away from one over another because there's, like, more risk of foodborne illness and that kind of thing. Please die. Please die. I just didn't want to be lunged at from behind. Okay. Cool. So, while we don't have anything in this barn we care about, we can go here and symbol, let's see, loot. Can we put something for animal feed? I'll use this and animal feed. And these all appear like they're basically empty. It's interesting that when Build Point 2 first launched, you could find all sorts of wild things in those if you look through them all. Like sometimes you'd go in there and you'd end up finding, like, you know, books or whatever in there, magazines or whatever. But it seems whatever was causing that, they've cleared that up. Okay, so there's no animals in the field. And so we're back onto our journey back home. We're gonna kill the handful of zombies we see over here. So, unplanned, we have cleared those buildings way before schedule. We survived the first helicopter. We just keep getting more goodies. It's like an entirely different game when I can actually get into a place and it not take me a full month. No, this is just straight north of the lake. We did detour here for the helicopter. I just wanted to check there was an ambulance we had up there that we had a bunch of gas cans and everything in. So once we knew the helicopter was going, we went that way. Yeah, no, they added animals to the game. You've got, it was, I believe it's sheep, cows, pigs, chickens, rabbits, rats, mice, what am I forgetting? I already said chickens. I'm forgetting one. Turkeys! Yeah, that's the one I'm forgetting. Turkeys. You heard rumors of raccoons and turkeys? So, oh, and deer. Yeah, deer are also in the game. Yeah, no, raccoon are coming, but they are not in the game yet. There was a bug that you could find a dead raccoon, but it was useless. Like, it wasn't implemented yet to do anything. Oh yeah, that's a big update. Like, and it's not even fully implemented. That's like the whole thing. Is we're right now what we're playing is like kind of the, I'm not gonna say introductory level, that's understating it, but like the in-progress work of it. That they're gonna be adding a lot more to crafting. They're gonna get more to work with the animals, that kind of thing. Alright, so weather today is fine. Weather tomorrow is thick fog. Just shuffling around the radio and all that before we commit. Try and not waste batteries and all that. Thought there was another one here, but oh, I can always be wrong. You don't think Eat Spiff was a good idea with the rumors of where the zombies come from? Well, that's one of the things they've always done with Project Zomboid is they've never confirmed where the zombie apocalypse comes from. They have given a number of plausible scenarios in which it could have come from, and it's up to the player to decide like what they believe in. Hey Angie, how's it going? So it's kind of one of those things that, like, was it military experimentation? Was it Spiffo? You know, was it like, you know, there's just a whole bunch of different possibilities that they kind of tease you with, but none of them ever get confirmed. I can't remember if the devs said that they have what they consider their canon, but they, you know, choose not to share it. But I do appreciate that they do have like all these different things that kind of fuel these, well, this might be a source sort of conspiracy. So you can kind of decide in your world, if you care, which one of them is true to you. Like, maybe you've decided in your world it was the military doing experiments in the military base and all that. You know, and whatever their experiments were got loose and all that. Or that it was Spiffo and stuff they're putting in their food. I don't remember, there was I think there was like 3 different plausible ones you could find. You know, and then there's always the it just showed up mutation kind of theory. Very clearly it was the software devs. Technically true. Technically, the Nox virus existing in Product Zomboid is the fault of software developers. You are correct in your assessment that it would not exist in Product Zomboid were it not for software developers. Specifically, game developers. I know, Chet, you never realized the danger of being around game developers. Wasn't there a meteor theory too? There may have been. I don't remember that one. But like, that's the kind of thing. And for those who are like, how do you get all this information? When you're playing the game, like you can go to, like if I pop out my radio right now, I break this out real fast. Sometimes when you get a radio, they'll have pre-existing radio stations. These ones are duds. But like the Nox talk radio, they'll have broadcasts where they'll talk about like something going on. The Hits FM might have one, but sometimes you'll have like unknown radio station just already programmed in that. And it's not only that you have that radio station, you have to listen to the radio station at the right time on the right day. And if you happen to be tuned into that radio station at a specific time and day, you'll overhear conversations and that kind of stuff. So like there's one where there's like a news reporter trying to contact someone inside the exclusion zone. Like a whole bunch of stuff. You wish they'd add more to the radios? Yeah, I mean there's actually some subtle stuff that you may not realize. You can put down a radio and turn it on, and actually, I believe in multiplayer you're able to talk through it to make noise. There was something like that. I had never bothered with it because it's multiplayer, but I remember there was a lot of stuff that you could do with the radio that you're like, you can do what now? At the same time, who knows what of that is true and what of that is stuff that gets rumored around. Yeah, let's not do the joke about people eating cat. Because a lot of people do that, and it's usually not like well-humored in a lot of cases. I know this in this particular case it's not a problem, but like it's not meant in a problematic way. I should rephrase that. But it easily gets one of those things that people use that as a not so cool way to make, not to stereotype character people and all that in ways that aren't accurate. Let's see, is the Product Zomboid lore that the world ends over time, or is it safe outside the zone? No, the world ends. Some people get bent out of shape about it. You mean the jokes? Because it is one of those things that, like, there are people who use it as a dog whistle. And again, I'm not saying that's what's happening here. But that's kind of the reason I'm saying, hey, let's, you know, not take it too far. Because there are people who use it as their way to make jabs against another demographic and all that kind of thing. Now, I do agree there are people who overreact to jokes as well, but at the same time, it's one of those ones that kind of treads the line. And unfortunately, a lot of time, the same people are like, well, you can't take a joke, are saying, am I a dev to this game? I am not a dev to this game. No, I know. That's the reason I was getting ahead of it. Like, I understand there's no ill intent meant. And so that was the reason I was just getting ahead before other people pop in and potentially take things too far and all that. Let's see. Any idea, like, the ideas for hoarding new behavior? Are you saying, like, ideas for people who they can't help but pick up everything even when they know they've gone too far and it's going to get them killed? I mean, other than don't do that. It is kind of one of those things that after you get launched enough time, that behavior will be corrected. Like, it'll get you killed a couple of times, you'll be like, maybe I need to stop doing that. And we've all done it. But yeah, generally speaking, I don't even like having the way down there. Let's see, but you have the serious issue of just not knowing what you should do first. Well, that's one of the problems of this being I shouldn't say a problem. That's one of the things about this being kind of an open world game where you can kind of do whatever you want with it. There isn't this is the objective. You got to come up with objectives for yourself. Let's see. You have an all serious setting issue where you don't know what to do at first, so you loot the whole town and then die in a silly fight. So yeah, one thing would be to fight enough until you get comfortable knowing when it's time to bail on a fight and that you can hold your own in, fights that aren't really out of hand kind of thing. Because that is one thing you run into, is if you're avoiding all the fights early on. You can actually survive a very long time that way, but sooner or later, you're gonna get stuck in a situation where you need to fight. And once that happens, if you haven't sat down and kind of done enough fighting to like mechanically get the hang of it, then you're just gonna die at that point. But yeah, no, generally speaking, like that's the curse and the blessing of games like this, is that there isn't, like, because there is not, you're going to go cure the Nox virus or escape the zone or whatever. Like, there's no win condition. It is what you make of it. So it can be one of those things that, like, oh, I'm going to build this house. Oh, we died, Alice. We got to the point finally where all those really close calls we had from the helicopters, we finally ran out of spare lives on how many times we could get away with very, very narrowly escaping. Yeah, no, most people can make a joke. My big comment is, again, unfortunately, while there are people having friendly jokes, there are also definitely individuals, and I've known them personally, who will simply use as a butt of a joke and use making fun of someone else as their entire sense of humor and all that. And a lot of those people I have met, they do genuinely have issues. Like that's the reason why, like, it's a person who always makes a joke about demographic kind of thing. And so it is definitely one of those things that's like, oh. And like I said, I don't, like, nothing was ill will, just getting ahead of it. So that, like, we didn't get more and more jokes cracking out that unfortunately would start crossing lines, and then we'd have to be like, alright, gotta sit there and go, okay. Yeah, the virus does escape the zone. Like, one of the very last recordings you hear is basically like things going bad outside the zone. Yeah, so it's a pretty much like every single zombie apocalypse story that it very quickly gets out of the quarantine, exclusion, whatever they call it in that particular universe's lore. It quickly escapes. And then, that's that. Okay, so is that a full container? Alright, well, that's good news and bad news. It's good news because it means there's still enough gas for another container. Mind some rapid fire? Oh, by all means, ask questions. Like, go for it. You don't need to worry about that. I'm pretty sure we cannot... Yeah, that's 11 encumbrance. Can I fit you in there, though? Okay, so we can juggle a little bit to make this work. So we are going to be pretty badly overburdened. I am carrying a gas can. It's just the way it's going to be. So we got to be careful because we are going to be burning a lot of endurance. So take the water. Let's see. So for your high population runs, what do you do for your starting multipliers? I do 4 for starting, 4 for base, 4 for peak, and then I start... I mean, it doesn't matter if you set peak day once. Once you set everything to 4, it won't matter. Because if you find a Chevrolet car key, will they work with all cars, or they code to 1 car? 1 car. Each key only has 1 car it's supposed to work for. Let's see, what annoys you with the zombie scenarios is how unrealistically the army gets steamrolled in day 1. The thing you got to keep inside with that in mind, exhaustion, is like, for example, in the product Zomboid lore, it's just like overnight everyone turned in the area kind of thing. So the idea being, if you were in the military base, you were having yourself a nice little sleep in your barracks, and the person in the bunk next to you turns over and bites you in the neck, and you're dead. We also don't know how many people survived it, so it very well could have been that like the initial infection was like 95% rate. So you have all the people in that barracks, and you get up, and suddenly the entire rest of your barracks and the 2 next barracks over are all zombies, and you're the one not zombie in there. But you get the idea. And they have more that goes into that. It's not everyone at once. But that is just kind of one of those things. But that's applying realism to zombie apocalypse stuff. And the moment you do that, you might as well just check out. Because even fundamentally, zombies are kind of a not viable, like, apocalyptic scenario. The way that zombie viruses are depicted is not really possible to sustain itself and to have the type of growth required to sustain itself. So it's just kind of one of those things that you can't... You just have to have, like, that, suspension of disbelief and just kind of pretend none of it matters. But yeah, there's ways it can work, there's ways it can not work. An unexpected airborne illness with like a 99.9999% etc. infection rate would take out any organization. Yep. Right, that's the idea, is we are a character who is immune to the airborne variant, but not immune to the fluid variant. Alright, so rather than carrying those down yet, let's first double check, make sure our base is secure. I'm glad we checked. So let's clear the area around our home, and then we can worry about the gas cans. It also means your run that ended last night was on 4x. Yep. Well, not only that they set up the checkpoint, like, right next to Louisville. Like, they set up the checkpoint, like, right next to kind of the worst possible place they could have set up the checkpoint. Oh, you weren't quite dead. I was busy worried that the zombie was smashing my door, and I wanted to deal with that. And then it wasn't. So I'm glad we put down the gas cans to confirm our home was safe before we made the run. Because otherwise I would have walked up here, and most likely I would have spotted far enough away, we would have set stuff down, and I would have had to back off and rest. Worst case scenario, I may have gotten close enough to aggro, and then that becomes a whole pain. You also have the possibility that they can set up the checkpoint, you know, it takes 2 days for the person to die and become a zombie. So they immediately start taking precautions and go, okay, we're going to go ahead and bring everyone to medical. We're wearing our bunny suits. We're doing what we can to prevent the spread of infectious disease. And, you know, they'd have moderate success with that. But then, you know, you start declaring the people dead because they're horribly sick. And then they start all getting up and attacking you. So it's not even that. You're, like, inside the medical tent, and your own patients suddenly get back up from the dead and attack you. And by the time everyone's figuring out what the heck is going on, you know, things have gone already awry. And that's with just a fraction of a percent of the people being survivors of the initial infection. There's plenty of reasons that, like, the military would collapse. Let's see, build point 2, you often can't find car keys, and later in the run, the key is there on the ground. Yeah, no, it's definitely have seen where it seems like it makes the key appear into existence. Sometimes in, like, foraging or whatever. I've definitely run into that as well. I don't know, like, how much of that is what versus another, but you get the idea. But there's plenty of ways that'd be plausible to get around, especially if, like, for example, imagine if everyone was, like, asymptomatic for, like, the first full day that they're infected, and that it was, you know, contagious, airborne, or whatever during that period. Because the idea is pretty much society in its entirety falls in the course of, like, 2 weeks. That is not a lot of time to organize much of anything. Yeah, no, and you would absolutely have people who try to hide it. There are people who like to think they're invincible and immune to everything and yada yada. And they know, like, if people find out, they won't be able to get in there. Or, you know, that, like, someone will figure out a cure at the last second or whatever. Or they're just not ready to die. I mean, that's fair enough. It doesn't even need to be more complicated than that. I mean, heck, with just 2 weeks, if we ignore the fact that zombie lore exists in our universe, you have this new disease that shows up, a bunch of people die, and, like, the dead are walking. You know, anyone who comes up, like, scratched or whatever, you're not just gonna assume, oh, they've got this new plague. They're gonna be like, oh, this person cut themselves or whatever. It's gonna take you a little while to put together that's like, oh, these people are being attacked by the dead. You know, obviously we live in a universe where zombie lore exists, so we have all these arbitrary rules that we've come up with for this disease. But that only matters if it actually aligns with it. Usually there's a lag between a disease showing up and people figuring out, like, this is how it gets around, here's what it goes. And you'll have the idea, it's like, it's respiratory. It's going to spread through the respiratory system. Oh, not ready for you to be back here. But yeah. Is that a tornado path? No, that's just a path that's been kind of dug in from tractors or trucks or whatever going up and down the road. It's just along a field where vehicles have traveled. Alright. Let's sit back down again. Come to think of it, where's the farm truck? Do you mean just a truck for farm goods? You'll have trucks that show up with farm goods. Or do you mean a truck for farm, like, actual stuff like tractors and all that? Which there are mods that add stuff like that, but... you generally don't get to mess with that kind of stuff much. I'm trying to get rid of the last couple of these zombies over here, so we could sleep in our own house beforehand. I don't need to clear the field or anything around, just get enough of a area around the house that I don't, like, you know, sleeping in there is just going to be asking for a window to get busted in the middle of the night. There's one zombie's in the bushes over here. Where are you going, buddy? Alright. I think that might have been clear enough to get in here. Yep. Got the nightstick. Everything looks good here now. It does not appear that any of the windows were compromised. Let's not assume safe until we do the once through. Hi. All right.
What?
You're a silly Billy. Alright, so we've got this, we got this. We'll put the sugar away, got enough stuff that's going to spoil. We'll read the strawberry package. We put the seeds down here. Okay. You missed how those buckets got filled on the floor. So I found the buckets, I filled them with water, and I chucked them on the floor. Not a whole lot else to add to it. There were buckets, I found them, they did not contain anything, so I contained stuff in them. Alright. Yeah, no, there's actually a lot of places that it's true of having more cats than people. That's not actually even that really of an unusual thing. Feral cats are all over the place. It's a real problem in a lot of places even. especially for the local wildlife, that the cats go out and end up killing out a whole bunch of the local birds and all that kind of stuff. Drop all this off. Okay, so we got most of that cleaned up except for a handful of weapons. Well, that was yet another nightstick. Yeah, I don't think I need that many nightsticks on us. Start putting weapons in here. You can also drop off the screwdriver. And you've already got a spare claw hammer to use as a tool, so you got more weapons here. Cool. Yep, strategic cat problem. Oh yeah, I know it's a lot of places that the you know, people brought cats over there, and cats end up just decimating a lot of stuff. There's the reasons that, like, you gotta be real careful about how much you let cats out and all that. Do we start again in Echo Creek? No, I put Pillow's random spawn mod in, and then, you know, let it start me where it started me, and it dropped us down in Rosewood. It dropped us down in the police department. So I managed to snag myself a nice stick in a bucket before we got kicked out, and a whole bunch of donuts. Let's see, as much as you love your rescue cat, you'll never let him outside to cause bird slaughter. Yeah. Yeah. That was when they started doing the thing where they're fixing, like, house cats with cat, like, the camera collars and having them going out, and just how many, like, just the cats going out, just, like, killing lizards and birds and stuff all over the area. And it was just like, yeah, one cat being let out like that can just do so much damage to the ecosystem. Because a lot of times they don't just kill it to eat it, they'll just kill it for the fun of it and then move on. Alright, so go ahead and eat the ham. Cats being cats, be honest, your cats like to play with lizards and frogs when they find them all over here? Oh yeah. Like, it is cats just doing their natural behavior. But it's also those things that, like, we as people help get cats all over. And it's become kind of just a menace and all that. If we assume that animals can be zombified, and yeah, I could see society collapse, assuming they maintain at least some predatory insects and agility. Well, no, like, so to be fair, if we're talking, like, supposedly there's a virus that acts like the virus in Project Zomboid, or any zombie apocalypse. By and large, most likely, the virus won't even be able to sustain itself. Just the nature of how the virus works, its ability to get around to infect other people, wouldn't have sufficient momentum to be able to sustain itself, and very quickly would burn itself out. Like, that's no meaningful human intervention required of, like, us rallying a cause or whatever. Like, you would need to have, like present in Product Zomboid, where the airborne variant just in itself wipes out people, and there's just some leftovers, some stragglers. But, like, the variations you see, like, for example, I believe it was Left 4 Dead, that is, like, there's a patient zero, and, you know, then just zombies zombie each other. I'm not worried about the radio today. Helicopter can't come back yet. It's not been long enough. Oh yeah, no, I'm saying, like, if we're talking, you know, it's like, you know, COVID or a flu or whatever, that for some weird reason the dead got back up, that's a different animal. Like 28 days? Yeah, 28 days probably has the most plausible one, where it's just like a weird variant of rabies. Which still has its problems, but as far as the spectrum of plausibility, at least it's got some basis there. even though there's still a lot wrong with how it's presented, it's still at least like, okay, we're getting in the realm of something remotely plausible. But even then, for it to spread nearly as fast as it did would be pretty unrealistic. Let's see, there was a program that tried to honestly simulate the zombie outbreak starting with one person. Most of the times it stopped before a dozen were created. Yeah. I haven't run into like those simulations. It's just like, you know, a person presented like this, you know, where they move slower than other people and all that, is just not going to be a thing. Because frankly, zombies aren't even threatening in most zombie lore until, like, there's tons of them. Until they have that, like, raw numbers thing, it's just like, oh, well, I'll just go away. And yeah, we've got ones like 28 Days where the zombies run and climb fences and all that, and that's a different situation. But yeah, so, but having people who, like, literally have no mental faculties to prevent them from, you know, going complete, like, violent homicidal, and also somehow being, like, fully functional, and that is in itself unlikely. There'd definitely be a lot of other stuff. But hey, that's the whole thing. It's not real. Aren't zombies just on Vent and Galaxy Gas then? I have no idea what you mean by that. And there's nothing wrong with it being unrealistic. There's, like... There are so many games that you play, they're like, hey, this is unrealistic. Anything featuring magic. That doesn't make it bad. A lot of sci-fi does stuff that the moment you get physics involved, you're gonna be like, hang on, this doesn't work. So you know what's funny? No one uses a bicycle in the zombie scenarios. You think if it requires minimal maintenance, silence, gasoline expires after a few months? There's been zombie lore stuff where they have individuals use bicycles. You don't see them a lot, but that's because a lot of zombie content kind of jumps onto the same tropes again and again. So like almost every zombie lore, there'll be some people who go out and immediately turn to cannibalism, even though that makes literally zero sense. You'll have like suddenly every other person becomes this faction trying to seize power and suppress others, and everyone becomes like a gun-toting bandit homicidal maniac just because that's what the tropes have been. There's only been a couple of zombie lores, like Left 4 Dead, where they generally depicted people were just trying to survive and there wasn't some like usurping group or whatever. That's honestly one of the reasons I couldn't really get into The Walking Dead. Is like, holy crap, is literally everyone depicted in this entire series someone who's just bent on crushing everyone else, you know, to have their little fiefdom. And of course then the main characters are just trying to make it through because they're the good guys. You bet if the real outbreak really did happen, you'd still come to work. Retail is crazy. Well, that's one thing you'd have, is even if you popped on or like, hey, you know, everyone, like, lock yourself in, don't trust anyone, you know, stay safe, military, whatever, you'd still have half the people believe it'd be a hoax and just go out anyways. And he'd be like, my boss isn't going to excuse this absence. It can't be that bad. Okay, so we've got some gas cans. Let's drop those on the ground here. And to be fair, I do think the correct decision, if someone was just suddenly like, hey, like, the zombie apocalypse is occurring, I do think the correct decision to make in that moment is to be like, that's a bunch of nonsense, get out of here. That you spoke about it. You're right, almost always on zombie media, the problem end up being fellow humans instead of zombies. Oh yeah, no, the zombies in almost all modern zombie media is 100% people. It's effectively just an excuse to... No, you can't make a beef salad. And it's effectively just an excuse to put a pressure on people to then supposedly tell the truths of human society where everyone is awful. Which only works if you subscribe to the idea that everyone... Not everyone, I should just... Like that there's enough people who, when put into a situation they can take advantage of, will immediately turn on each other. And there are awful people out there. I believe there are not hardly anyone who is truly with the intentions of doing, like, evil things. That said, is there going to be awful people out there who will take advantage? Sure. But in a situation where you have a common enemy that doesn't sleep and doesn't rest and doesn't tire, you're going to rally with others, because that is utterly terrifying. You're going to want someone you can trust, so just so you can sleep, if for no other reason, so you can sleep, and not have to worry about waking up just moments before something grabs you and tries to eat you. Alright, so the plan now is I'm going to cut down here and start checking these places out. Yeah, I mean, like, the mutated form of rabies is the first thing you hear about for, like, okay, I could see a virus making that jump kind of thing. That's kind of what life is like for the whole thing. Let's see, excuse me, you're joking, right? Your coworker injured his finger at work. No one gave him an excuse to skip work until the ambulance had to take him to the hospital because the infection got so bad. You're not skipping work. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, if someone just called on the radio, said, hey, stay home, like, big thing. Unless you've got, you know, the squad cars rolling down your street, you know, on their blowhorn being like, you know, you'll be shot if you go out or something extreme like that, which, again, is not going to happen until things have already escalated way past probably even having that functional. Because in a reality where we react that quickly, anytime something flared up, we'll react that quickly. Good, bad, or otherwise, even false alarms, and people just learn to ignore it. So it's sad that human nature has driven us to move to the strong as you people outlook. I don't, so like I know there's lots of historic events of, you know, awful people doing awful things. Like that is reality. But generally speaking, by and large, the average person doesn't do that. Like I genuinely feel the vast majority of people are good, well-intentioned people. Even people who do truly awful things, a lot of time do believe they're doing the right things. Sometimes they really just genuinely don't give a crap as long as they get their pound of flesh. And that does happen. But I do feel that is a very, very small minority. I tend to be a lot more optimistic. I've helped with like all sorts of stuff related to like hurricane disaster stuff, working city and all that. And for the most part, I've seen mostly good things. About the worst I was seeing was stuff like price gouging with generators not. Alright, Seriously Mage, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Like, that's about the worst I saw for the most part with hurricanes, even when, like, a lot of people were out of power and things got pretty rough and all that. We mostly just dealt with a very select few people who bought a bunch of generators before the hurricane, you know, when there's supposed to be limitations and all that, and then turned around and tried to sell them at, like, absolutely astronomical prices. And those people, because that's against the law, they ended up getting in lots of trouble. I don't think they went to jail for it or anything, but I think they got fined. The average person in a group, the average group people? Even that, like, don't get me wrong, groups of people will do dumb things. And I know we have current events evidence of people doing awful things because people just follow the group. So I know there's a solid counter argument, and we don't need to get into any of the politics around that. But even then, again, we're talking a situation where something like 90+% of people are just gone. Pretty much everyone you know has lost everyone they know. And you only have, like, maybe pockets of one or two people even know each other. Everyone has no idea what the heck is going on. You're not immediately going to have everyone being like, all right, how can I leverage this? How can I turn this to my advantage? How can I benefit from this the most? Let's build our stronghold and, you know, start making people dedicate themselves as serfs. I choose to feel that people are better than that. Would you have anyone try and do it? Sure. And they would most likely fail and die. Because they'd be busy trying to win as opposed to survive. Now, I do feel like you'd have people as things got desperate who would be unwilling to share, you know, whatever they've done and all that. But a lot of those people, even with that, there's going to be a lot of people doing that. Mob mentality. Yeah, mob mentality is a thing. But that's where you've got, like, an enemy or something that, like, someone's gone there and all that. You just popped a mod product Zomboid channel on your Discord? Twitch stats mod? Oh, did they update it? Because I know it used to have that. So you agree with that? Teamwork, good intentions work best. Bad people will filter themselves out and will end up backstabbing, right? Yeah, no, like, that's the thing. You'll certainly have some people who will be bad. But if we take, like, the vast majority of the population and you start looking at it, you're going to still have what's going to be at least a somewhat normal distribution. And so you look in a place where you have, like, hundreds of thousands of people, you usually only start getting to, like, double digits worth of people, maybe, of people who are actually genuinely bad, like, genuinely willing to do truly awful things. You'll certainly have lots of people who committed crime, but a lot of it'll be stuff like petty theft and that, you know, which in this type of scenario isn't as relevant. Or, you know, driving violations or crap like that. You know, when you look at, like, the crimes most people commit, most crimes are pretty petty stuff. So, like, the actual truly awful people, you're talking, like, a couple out of, like, 100,000 people willing to go that way. And then, again, we've wiped the slate so that there's, you know, maybe 1 out of 10,000 people survives. You're talking a pretty small number of awful people. Let's see, human or herd animals, anarchy is not possible. Humanity will return to tribes, in my opinion. Oh, I agree with that. Human beings are absolutely a communal species. We are a social species. I 100% agree that, you know, in a situation like this, people would band together. Not that that'd be like that band together to do bad things, but people would certainly band together. This is the same character from the end of yesterday. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Like, that's kind of one of those things that you find that you'll have a lot of the people are like, oh yeah, I just live in on my own in the mountains, in my log cabin, it'd be perfectly fine. It's like, man, you underestimate how much isolation will absolutely screw with the average person. Being truly alone for years. You are going to have very difficulty functioning. There's not none who could live in those situations, but I do think a lot of people who could think they can really, really can't. Let's see, if an actual zombie outbreak happened in real life, I mean, I would try to live, but honestly, the people who went right at the beginning probably are the lucky ones. Because, you know, again, like, 1 out of every 1,000 live or something like that. That means, statistically speaking, everyone you know has died. Like, literally everyone you know has died, statistically speaking. Just that. To heck with any of the rest of it. Like, suddenly everyone you know is gone. That alone is going to be enough of a mental go get screwed that you're going to have people struggling to even function. Like, that is a lot more than the human psyche is typically forced to endure. People don't realize. I mean, you've also got like that. Like, yeah, we are accustomed to modern stuff. And again, even the people are like, oh yeah, I go out in the woods and I tough it. There's a difference between, yeah, I went out in the woods for a week or two and toughed it, but you know you can come back home and you'll have those creature comforts and all that versus it's gone. There's no coming back. That's like, that's when, like, people are well off who try and be like, no, it's not that hard to be poor, and so they'll, like, moonlight for a week working, like, a normal service job or whatever, and then be like, see, it's easy. It's like, well, no, because you know you can always come home, and if something went wrong, you'd be taken care of, and all these things. Like, you can fall back. When you're someone who's actually in that situation and there is no fallback, it hits different. How good is your mouse? You're thinking of buying one? I've been very happy. To give you an idea, this is the same mouse I've used for a long time. When my last one finally did wear out, which took, like, I couldn't tell you how many years. It was a long time. You know, I had to get a mouse in a hurry because I stream. If I'm not working, I'm not getting paid. If I'm not getting paid, my bills aren't getting paid. You get the idea? So I got a mouse in a hurry. I went to, like, there was a retailer nearby I could snag a Razer mouse at. I ended up very unhappy with that. And I ended up bouncing between like 2 or 3 mice, and then just going back and ordering this thing and waiting and just dealing with the mice I didn't like in the meantime. That said, I really do like having lots of stuff. You like that product Zomboid actually makes you deal and cope with mental struggle on top of the base thing? Okay, I'll bite. I'm not sure how it makes you deal with the mental struggle. I mean, your character gets sad, but if anything, that's kind of one of the things I'd say takes away from that, is your character's sadness is kind of a non-mechanic in a lot of ways. Like it says, your character, you know, has lost all hope, but other than you loot slightly... Oh, you mentioned it. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Like, discussions. Gotcha, I thought you meant, like, in the actual game mechanics. I'm like, what? Have I missed some component of this game? But yeah, no, absolutely. Sadness just makes things that have the action speed. So like looting is slower, crafting is slower. It has no impact on your combat ability at all. It doesn't impact like endurance or fatigue or anything like that. Yeah, and a lot of people definitely. It is a human thing. I don't even necessarily think it's truly a bad or a good thing. It's just a thing. That generally we like to all think we are stronger and all that. I mean, I shouldn't say we all. A lot of people like to overestimate what they're capable of enduring and who the thing. The classic where, you know, you have that what's the word? Where like you feel like if some event went down and someone was going to attack you, that you would go down fighting and you'd win the day or whatever. And that like you truly believe that. And then you have to stop and be like, hey, keep in mind, this person that's supposedly attacking you, most likely, hero complex is, I mean, I guess, it's along the lines. But you like to think that, you know, yeah, you know, you'll get jumped and you'll be able to handle those 3 people in the alley who ambushed you because, you know what, you're tough and you're in your element or whatever. You're like, all right, hear me out. Most likely, those people have a lot of experience doing that versus this is going to be your time. So they've got the experience advantage on you. Also, you don't know how it's going to shake up. They also, all 3 of them, might be bigger and tougher than you are. So also putting you at disadvantage. And all that kind of stuff. It's like, in all reality, you're likely just going to get the stuffing kicked out of you. You learned that lesson in EVE Online after getting ganked in a really expensive ship. And shaking so much you can barely do the keyboard. Oh yeah, I actually think it's good to play those games that have that kind of stuff. Because that's probably where I learned my lesson too, was, you know, you get like that hero complex being like, oh man, do you see that fight? I just rocked that fight. Let me go over here and I'll pick a fight with this guy. And then they just tear you up and you're like, fair enough. We are playing on an even scale, and that means realistically it's a 50-50 chance, assuming we both came into the situation, you know, on an even scale. And unfortunately, most likely the person who's kicking this off probably came more prepared than you did. The statistics would probably back that up. Is it safe to drink rainwater? Not perfectly, but similar to river? That I don't know. I believe it is less safe, but I also have never had to. You're a 150-pound, 32-year-old male. Your endurance is sprinting full out for like 20 seconds and then giving up and letting the zombies eat you, because I'll probably die from a heart attack anyway. Honestly, if you're talking a full out sprint, like you are absolutely full out, 30 seconds is sadly not entirely a bad number. That's probably not the worst number. If you're talking like you are literally all out. Humans do not do full out sprint very long. Humans are really, really good like endurance runners. So like if you're like jogging and all that, you can do that for a very long time. But if you're going absolutely full speed, you tap out real fast. Probably 5 to 7 seconds is what people could do without running or tiring. There's a reason short sprints are over so quick. Oh yeah. Like where you heard was like, oh, did you hear about that person? They were running at 27 miles an hour, or 32 miles an hour, and you're like, yep. For all of about maybe 50 meters to 100 meters at the absolute tops. And then they were done. Also, it took them decades of training to get there. And all this all this isn't to say like, oh, you know, woe is me, like weak, feeble, or anything like that. It's just more like, hey, be realistic. If two people randomly are put in a room and you said, hey, you gotta fight, it's not like you being one of those people tossed in the room. It's not necessarily going to be great odds. Yeah, endurance predation allowed humans to hunt without claws and giant teeth. Yep. Well, that's the whole thing. We're not good sprinters. We're good joggers. Sustained running, we do really well. We're one of the best. It's kind of our big thing. So we get that big woolly mammoth, we'd poke it a little bit, and the woolly mammoth, you know, would try and just get away. And then, you know, we'd keep chasing it. Eventually it would stop, and we'd poke it a little bit. And we just kept doing that and kept doing that, and eventually the woolly mammoth's like, I literally am too tired to move, so I shall not. And then we stabbed the living crap out of it. It was always that tenuous thing, is like, okay, is it just tired and it doesn't really want to move, or is it like actually done where it's not going to be able to fight back? Because going after a woolly mammoth with pointy sticks, you really wanted to make sure it was done tired. You didn't want to fight with them tusks. Because it's a heck of a lot more durable than we are. Oh no, the idea isn't to like outrun the elephant. The idea is there's a bunch of you, so you're trying to scare it off. Like you walking straight up to one elephant poking it, yeah, you're just gonna get done. But that's the whole thing, is have a whole lot of people show up, maybe they got torches or whatever, I don't know, I wasn't there. But the whole point is you'd harass the animal, and then keep going and harass the animal and keep going, then harass the animal and keep going until finally, like, it would just kind of give up and lay down. Not literally. But basically it had nothing left to give. It's kind of the same way, like, honestly, fishing is the same thing. That, like, actual fishing for big fish, you're not just gonna, you know, out-muscle the fish and yank it in by hand. So it ends up being this entire thing that really it's just about effectively putting a big weight on the fish as it's on that line, letting it drag that line.
Thank you,
until it's too tired to keep doing it.
For gifting a sub to Lanix7.
And thank you around to Thor for gifting the tier 1 sub to Lanix. Lanix, you got yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again so much for that, and I really do appreciate it. The meta for mammoth hunting was to run it into a trap or off a cliff. Yeah, that probably is too as well. I just say here, Logitech MMO mouse, but what the number? Oh, the number is the G600 is the mouse I'm using. Yeah, it's 9 PM, so I'll probably go back. Those nice long summer days quickly gonna become not so long winter days. Because by winter it's like 7 PM and it's already getting properly dark outside. Okay, so water is still on this time. So last run we had our water drop pretty early, so we're getting relatively good luck. We're what, 8, 9 days? 11 days. We're getting pretty good luck. The odds would be more that, I mean, it's not really there. We're getting to the point that it's getting pretty close to the point we would expect to have the power and water start dropping. Because anywhere from 0 to 30 days. So you can kind of go with the statistics that every day that, you know, you survive is fewer days left that the power could go out. Therefore, you have higher odds on that any given day after that point. But there are also pretty well documented things, like running bison herds off cliff and collecting all the kills at the bottom. I'd believe that. Because I do know it's a thing that with a lot of skittish animals, like a lot of hoof stuff, like deer, like hoof stock, like deer and all that. One of the things you'll run into is sometimes they'll just get startled and they will sprint before, you know, really looking or anything else. And so what ends up happening with some of those is they will literally just run into a tree and injure themselves, and then you're just like, all right, I guess I get a deer. Cool, man. It's not that the animal is dumb or anything. It's like literally that's the nature the animal has to live, that it has to run the moment it perceives a threat. You know, or it doesn't get away. I mean, people pull out channel catfish out of rivers with their bare hands. You've done it? Oh yeah, no, I've I don't know what kind of fish. It was over in I was whitewater rafting and there was a fish swimming against the current. And I was like, and this is like I was 12 or 13. I was like, you know, I looked over and there's this fish swimming the wrong way. I mean, swimming against the current is what they do. Swimming against the current next to my raft. I'm like, and I got it, and you got a picture of like it getting away from my hands because I'm trying to hold on to this live, fully energized fish, like just in my hands or whatever. But I didn't catch it for a little while. I didn't have anywhere to put it, so I was gonna have to get rid of it anyways. We'll just slam the rest of this book out. We're right at the home stretch of it anyways. No, actually, the latest stable version is build 41. That is correct information. That is literally correct information. Build 42 is literally the unstable build. I'm pretty sure a light bulb just burned out. I heard it pop in the game. Yep, if you want to play build 42, you literally have to opt into the unstable build, and it says like 8 times over that's unstable, and tries to make it very clear to you it's unstable. So no. Well, Google's AI is hot garbage. I do actually agree with that part of the assessment. That particular piece of information it's correct on. Okay, water's still on. Yeah, thanks for mentioning the gas cans. Because I can take these R3. Because if people still don't understand that this isn't the finished one. Oh yeah. We have the joke about, hey, like, ignore Reddit. Don't get me wrong, I pop on Reddit and I do a bunch of stuff on there myself. But by and large, when it comes to dealing with like a lot of this kind of stuff, Reddit is not a good source. We've joked about popping on the Twitch subreddit, and that gets pretty wild. The mods do a lot of good trying to keep it up, but that subreddit is basically people complaining about pre-roll ads, people complaining about mid-roll ads, people asking how to start streaming. What else do we got? People asking if they cross the line, and then they'll talk about something where they very clearly did something that was like super not okay. Or people being like, hey, you know, I have someone who's not breaking my rules, yet they're really a problem, what should I do? And the answer is you ban them. I mean, well, actually, let me take that back. You try to talk to them if you're up to it and say, hey, this thing you're doing, I'm not okay with that. Like, could you not do that anymore? And if they respect it, then problem solved. If they keep doing their behavior, then yeah, the next move is ban them. Let's see, so is this true for 42? Fixed values of losing and gaining weight, fast and slow metabolism trait. Your sandbox includes text saying it's bugged, probably another mod. I mean, I haven't particularly noticed. I know at the beginning there's a lot of people reporting issues with that. I hadn't noticed so much of like any issues with the actual traits themselves. What there was definitely an issue was a lot of the things you'd expect to be good sources of calories in the game didn't have like the correct values put in them. And so it ended up being really terrible sources of calories. I.e. stuff like butchering animals were like really, really bad calories right when Build 42 dropped. That should be improved by now, though. But as far as the actual traits, yes, you do actually burn a lot of calories walking around. That was true in build 41 as well. I feel like though it's easier to get high calories though. Let's see. No, mods involved. It said openly saying that the trait descriptions they were bugged. Oh yeah, no. When build 42 first dropped, there were a lot of mods that were like, "Hey, this is bugged. We fix this." And in a lot of cases, that was the case. But a lot of the traits have been fixed and stuff like that have been fixed. Like the first update after build 42 did have something like is like over 500 items that they had done in the test notes. I don't know how many lines it was when it actually dropped, but it fixed a huge number of actual bugs in the game. So a lot of those mods that were stuff like, hey, this fixes where you're supposed to get XP when foraging, you know, and discarding, that's fixed. And it's just, you know, the mod is created to solve a problem, and the mod still exists now after the problem's solved. There's no fault to the mod maker or anything. Just, it is what it is. Not to say there's no more bugs. There are more bugs out there. But like a lot of the things that were corrected with mods, a lot have been fixed. Why is... I mean, I guess that's just one rally group pretty widely spread out. Maybe a rally group and a half. Yeah, no, the traits at the beginning, I believe people said that they were bugged. I never looked into it that much. As far as like whether it was sped up or slowed down. For me, the entire problem was strictly the things you expected to give you a lot of calories just did not give you a lot of calories. That at the beginning when build 42 first dropped, it was basically you were going to use cows to get butter or fish if you wanted to keep your weight up. That's technically a little unfair. There were more options than that. But by and large, for sustainable, that's pretty much what it was. As a correction, you assume 75% more calorie means quantity, not consumption. And anyone know what are you... Are you saying the trait? That's because the traits don't tell you how much more or not. Now, if they document that 75% higher, that sounds very high. Will the trait consume it 75% faster? I have no idea the actual quantity, because I usually don't care about those kind of things. Because ultimately, the way I'm going to approach it is, I'm either going to eat more food or I'm not. So I honestly couldn't answer that. I also wouldn't get attached to any of those percentages or numbers anyways, because they're all going to change. But yeah, generally the stuff you're going to see me worry about is, here's this thing. If it's this, I'm going to have to change the way I play the game. If it's that, okay, that's kind of cool trivia, but like, I'm not going to change the way I play around it. So it doesn't matter. I also always go with the overweight, because to me that strategically makes more sense than it does for me to go underweight with what I'm doing. Let's see, plus 75% calories needed to start gaining weight. Oh, yeah, no, if it does that, I don't know where you're getting that tooltip from. But yeah, because we just have like the high weight. And I can't remember if it actually gives us the trait here. Yeah, it doesn't give us the thing there. Yeah, so we have like the high weight and all that here. But it doesn't tell me anything about the calories here. But yeah, I don't have anything here, but there's this bar here that you have your value of calories that goes from like negative 2200 to up to 2600. And what it's saying is how many calories you need to have currently on you, like that you have consumed already, before you start gaining weight is higher. So what that would imply is if it's 75% higher, let's say this is the line in the sand that says that's when I start gaining weight, it'll actually be like over here. Which actually sounds pretty awful. What does it say for slow metabolism? That's kind of the thing, is I don't see a thing, like, there's not a trait here I can mouse over to give you information. Most of the stuff here doesn't give you much. As far as the actual character creation, I don't remember it giving us that kind. Usually the character creation does not give you values. I'd be curious to go back there and double check. Current weight makes no sense, actually. Oh no, there's actually so in reality there is a thing in Product Zomboid that if your character weighs more, you burn calories faster. If your character weighs less, you burn calories slower. Because it's both realistic and, you know, it does effectively give you a little bit of help. So I don't actually think that's bugged. If you're saying once they're over a certain weight that they burn calories faster, that is probably true, because that's already been a true mechanic. Now 75%, I don't know one way or the other. But that is a thing in the game, that if your character gets really underweight, the calories kind of go longer. The way to think about those traits is if you have one that your character is going to... Yeah, but it's supposed to be negative traits? I was listening on red ones? Oh yeah, look at all the details on it. Because if I'm not mistaken with that, I believe it says it will penalize, I think it's your fitness or strength. How large is that knife? Big but not huge. It's not like machete big. Honestly, it seems very comparable to the hunting knife. It's just a little bit heavier, so a little bit less endurance efficient. Yeah, I believe if we look at slow and fast metabolism, I believe both of those, I think they penalize fitness by 1 point. If I remember correctly. Yeah, so it's all the other things. Like the weight is honestly more thematic than anything. Like you do get a penalty for being under or overweight. For those who don't know, if you're under 75 kilograms, you take a penalty on how much damage you deal to zombies. Well, I mean, you just damage you deal. It's not strictly zombies. It also applied like smacking a door. And then if you are over 85 kilograms, you take a penalty to your, I believe it's endurance generation. I know whatever it is, it's related to your endurance. I just don't remember. Were hunting knives nerfed? Oh, you remember them being 0.5 in Build Party 1? They're now 1? They may have been. I know when I've gone to use them, they've felt pretty good in this build. I think a lot of the encumbrance got adjusted for purposes of the fact that it feeds into your, words are hard. It does feed into the damage, sorry, the muscle strain. That's the one I'm looking for. Jeez, walked around that the whole way. So it may have been adjusted for muscle strain purposes. That said, they still feel very good. Yep, you said balance burglar +5 fitness, -4 fitness from unfit, plus 10 points. Can't take fast metabolism. Yep. What stats generally lets you one-shot zombies? The primary contributor will be whatever weapon category you're in. So, like, for this one, my main thing that's going to help me one-tap is going to be Long Blunt. Strength also contributes as well. But, like, the main draw here is just going to be the long blunt skill. Trying to grab stuff like the parrying knives and all that, both for purposes as tool. And when I stop being lucky with these crowbars and all that we've been finding, I have some weapons to fall back on before I have to start running around and whacking things with the stone on a stick. Yeah, no, maintenance has no effect on damage you put out. Maintenance reduces the damage your weapon takes. It technically reduces the chance of taking damage on your weapon when you hit something. So for like for example, like if I'm using a wooden spear, it's like it rolls a dice, and I know what the exact numbers off the top of my head, but it's like something like 1 in 3 chance that your weapon takes damage. And if you lose that roll, then your weapon takes damage. If you win the roll, it doesn't take any damage. And then it's something like the crowbar. I don't remember if it's when you've leveled it up or whatever. It's something like 1 in 60 or something like that chance of taking damage, which is why the crowbar lasts for what feels like an eternity. So fitness doesn't affect damage? I don't believe so. Yeah, like it could affect something like attack speed. That might be true. I don't actually know off the top of my head. Mostly it's the weapon. Mostly it's what weapon are you using and what is your skill in that specific weapon. That's the lion's share of the damage. Most of the other stuff is just kind of niceties. Now, yeah, arguably, fitness helps your damage by the fact that you wouldn't go exerted as fast, and by not going exerted as fast, you avoid the negative penalties of exerted. So in that regard, it's not so much that it gives you extra damage, so much as it prevents the loss of damage. Which is very similar, but also subtly different. Yeah, and that's Lardine being right in the sense that the big advantage, like all the weapon categories have their advantages except for maybe spears right now. Spears is kind of in a weird place where it's in a bad place at the moment. But otherwise, usually they do a really good job of keeping the weapons pretty balanced, that they all have like, this is the thing this weapon does well, you know, but here's the thing that it does poorly. And historically, it's been short blunt weapons where you're all-arounders. They were good-ish at everything, but not amazing at anything, which made them an outlier for being really good because they didn't have a weakness. Whereas you had, like, axes, you could get to the point of one-tapping zombies the fastest out of the weapon categories, but also they're extremely greedy from a standpoint of your endurance. Whereas, like, short blades take kind of the longest to get to one-tapping zombies and doing, like, those really high damage amounts of hits. But as far as, like, kills to amount of endurance spent, they were the best. I mean, they are the best still, currently. Long blades, the big negative is they're very hard to come by. So they are really good damage, relatively good in a lot of places. It's just, they're rare is their negative. Alright, so we got a lot of random zombies wandering around. So we are just kind of picking away at them. This is going to be from migrations and all that. Yeah, rare / expensive to make. Yep. All of that still being the same thing of, it's much harder to get yourself a bunch of long blade weapons. That they're difficult to keep on hand, and that's their negative. You think short blunt is the meta now just because construction worker is OP? Usually I don't take in consideration the professions. too often. I mean, it's fair to take them into consideration, but a lot of times the moment you take in professions, axes win because Axeman is like the only one that gives like an actual weapon bonus. Let's see, when you're traveling, how many weapons do you keep on me? Depends on what weapons. Like, if I am carrying crowbars, I'll usually carry just a crowbar and maybe one or two other weapons because of how long they last. If I'm carrying something like spears, how many can I carry? Also, I don't want to carry these. Please take these back. They're awful. I hate them. If I'm using such like stone axes or stone knives, I'm probably going to try and carry what I can get away with carrying. You know, so for the knives, like 18, 20 of them. For the axes, like 8, 9, 10 of them, I guess. Yeah, we've talked about a number of times. I do hope when they're visiting the professions, if Axeman's gonna stick around, I would just like to see all the professions get something permanent. And I don't all want it to be combat oriented. I don't want to be like, oh, whatever weapon each one gets for a stat, suddenly they all get like attack speed. We talked about having the burger flipper perhaps be able to like have a bonus where they loot slightly faster, so they have like a 5-10% bonus to the speed they move items. So just, like, none of them being some major passive bonus, so you're like, oh, nope, gotta do it. Just, like, little niceties like that. We talked about maybe the fireman or the... I can't remember if it's, like, EMT or medical professional or whatever, paramedic, whatever their title was. One of the two of them being able to pick up / move bodies faster. Or, like, with lower endurance usage or something. So, like, right now, most characters moving the bodies around is absolutely brutal. Let's see, crowbar is guaranteed a few hundred kills, right? Not necessarily. Because it is a roll of the dice, and like I said, I can't remember the exact amount. It's something like 1 in 60 chance of the weapon taking damage. It is theoretically possible. You could roll the one, like, whatever the 6-8 times it takes to break the weapon in a row. So you could literally fight one zombie and break your weapon on your first zombie. It's very, very, very unlikely. But technically, it is possible that you just lose roll after roll after roll and just get rid of it in that. Yeah, it's easier to simply get rid of it. I agree. It would be easier to get rid of it. It would be nice for the professions to mean something, though, beyond early points. Because otherwise it's weird that we have traits that give you points and professions that give you points, but not really have a unique identity on top of that, which they do. They do actually have a unique identity on top of that. Again, you've got Axeman. We also have... There's a couple other ones that have stuff. Like, yeah, the electrician just already knew how to hook up generators. As, like, one of their big things. Or, was it electrician? Whatever the name of it is. There's, like, electrician or something is one of the traits. And they just came pre-packaged with the generator magazine. Desensitized on the veteran. So we do have a couple that got stuff. It's just the problem you run into is Axeman is about one of the only ones... Sorry, Lumberjack with Axeman is about one of the only ones that gives a truly permanent stuff. Because, like, the generator one with the electrician, the moment I get the generator magazine, you know, it's effectively, I've deleted that as a bonus. And then Desensitize, I actually don't know how it compares against a character who doesn't have it, who has survived for whatever that is, like the 90 days. Because for those who don't know, there is a mechanic in the game where your character gets more resistant to panic over time. I'll have people who, you know, will argue up and down that that's something that they should introduce. I'm like, but it's already here. I can't remember the cutoff. It's something like 90 days, but every single day you survive, and it's strictly based on day, not on kills. Your character becomes more resistant to panic, and they will have the panic fall off faster. So it's like really Axeman tends to be the outlier for the only one who gets something that's like sticky. Or sorry, Lumberjack. All the other ones, it's kind of like you get this early game thing that falls off. Yeah, there are foraging bonuses that are unique. This is true. There are the foraging bonuses. I do forget about those a lot. Because it's also tied to traits as well, I believe. I could be wrong in that one. Curiously, Lumberjack also gets a foraging bonus? Yeah. So just kind of one of those things I feel like either Axeman's gotta go, or more really, I would love to see over time we start taking some of the existing professions and like we talked about, you know, you get one that they get to move loot fast, you get one that they can haul the bodies around faster. Maybe one of them gets a very strong resistance to like the corpse sickness kind of thing. Hit radius looks very forgetting. Yeah. Right now the hit distance is way more generous on the unstable branch than it used to be. And since it kind of came out of nowhere, like we had like a massive increase the distance to the point it was like a bit too much. And then followed by where we're at now, which is a little bit less than it was, but also not as low as it used to be. I do think they did increase the range with intent. I just am not super sure what the intent was. It could be with the muscle strain that they wanted to give you a little bit of leeway so that if you hit the muscle strain, like kind of that gap earlier, and you get that slow attack speed, it would just straight up kill you. So it could be that they wanted to make that not quite that punishing, so that it would still prevent you from being able to just throw down with the zombies, but also not a situation that when you cross that invisible line in the sand, you just suddenly fell over dead. Yeah, no, we talked about, like, the fire officer, the EMT, being able to move bodies easier. The idea they have, like, the fireman's carry and all that for firemen, and then the EMT basically do the same thing in an emergency situation. But, like, the whole thing. I could certainly see a number of options. There's also certainly ones that would be harder to come up with, like, what do we give that profession? Let's see, for the topic of the player not being able to look around, has his field view is pretty wide? Yeah, so I'm using Eagle Eye, which does give the field view pretty wide. If you think about what you actually see in your peripheral view, your cone should only be about half the size. Yeah, so they do give you a little bit of a generous peripheral view even without Eagle Eye compared to what actual people see. Whereas what we would need to do to properly represent that is it'd have something like a 45 or so degree view would be like your 45, 65 degree view for like your normal vision cone. But you'd also need kind of a soft, this is what I can see clearly. And then out here would be tenuous, and then like back here would be no. I don't think they need to do anything with that though. I think that's getting too attached to realism. Because it's also a mechanic in the game, for those who don't know, as your character gets sleepy, your field of view will narrow. So as you get sleepier and sleepier, it eventually gets down to the point you can kind of only see like a really narrow tunnel directly in front of you. Yeah, and that's the idea, is I think this is simulating you looking around, like, just in general, as opposed to, yes, I know you can look over your shoulder in real life, and that's much farther and yada yada. We already had that chat earlier. Yeah, I can see that. Burglar gets a chance to lockpick a door. So I would probably make it work something like the windows do, where the burglar attempts to lockpick the door, but after they fail like 2 or 3 times, it makes like the crack noise, and then, you know, the idea is they can't pick that door anymore. So something in between, because you don't want it to be like they can just always guarantee that they'll open a door eventually. You want doors and keys to have some value. But even being able to walk up to a locked door and the person just sits there and you like see him like make the motion for a little bit. Know that? After little hours of experience, you can confirm that no bitey hugs is a good objective to have. The more you know, right? Hey, Awa. Oh, how's it going? Yeah, it could... Right, and I agree. It could be something you have to have a thing. Let's see. You found exploity traits prone to illness, -4, outdoorsy, +2, give +70 cold resistance and -75 cold resistance, and 25% faster zombification, which is meaningless. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing you can do. Prone to illness and all that. Prone to illness is a pretty popular trait to take as a negative. Slow healer is another really popular trait to take as a negative. Are bicycles in the game? No. There's mods that let you add them, but no. It is one of those ones I could see, like, it would fit. I think the only reason they don't bring it is there is a lot of stuff that you'd want to include. Like, the idea is if I ran into a zombie on a bicycle, I should probably just get dumped off the bicycle. To be fair, you probably wouldn't have that many bicycles in the rural parts of Kentucky. Like, maybe you'd have, like, a crappy, like, little Schwinn bike for your kid to ride around the yard kind of thing. But with how far apart stuff are, you wouldn't have people riding bikes that were meant for any type of real distance. Now, I could see, like, you get up to places like, you know, March Ridge, the actual cities and all that, I could see a lot more bicycle use. It wouldn't be that much. I think generally in 93, it'd be a lot of kids' bikes. You know, again, like Schwinn and all that. Not that there was no adults that rode bikes back then. There were. But, just in the US in general, like, for the 90s, a lot of the people riding bikes were the kids. You know, the classic, all your 80s, 90s kids movies with all the kids riding around, you know, saving the day from whatever authority figure was out to get them. The classic movie that's been around forever. E.T., all of them. Man, I'm blanking a lot of them. There was a ton of them, because I remember it came up as like a whole meme. How's my crowbar doing? It's probably getting pretty... Oh, it's only half down. Alright, so we don't need to worry about a lot of weapons. Yeah, so let's go ahead and put the large knife and the hunting knife away for right now. We'll stick with the blunt weapons for right now. Thank you for the follow. 90s were the era of the Super Cycle 18 speed. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. All the bikes had it where you'd have more gears than you could possibly have ever used. And so you'd go and be like, I need to go uphill, and you'd have to shift all the way from one of the lower gears all the way up. And it would take forever because there were so many gears. 90% of them you were never going to use. You're going to either use the top, the bottom, one roughly in the middle. Maybe you have one a little bit off the middle. So you'd have like 4 gears you'd use. Shopping carts, those would be good to have in this scenario. A bit too OP for the game. Yeah, there's mods that add shopping carts. But yeah, no, that's the thing we talked about, like how they could add bicycles and then be balanced, which I honestly think isn't that hard considering a bicycle you would be using endurance. You'd just cover more ground. You'd be far less nimble. So like far less maneuverable is I think what I should say. Far less maneuverable than on foot. So it'd be a lot easier to get yourself in trouble trying to get around zombies or past zombies. Yeah, we don't have anything good there. Might as well keep foraging outside. You broke an incredible number of derailers during your childhood. Let's see, riding a bicycle and rigging a bell to lure zombies sounds like fun. Nah, don't do that. This is the 90s. You get that playing card. Back wheel. Front wheel too if you really want to go for it. The little ching ching, the little twisty belt. None of that. Or the little. Nah, man, you get that playing card. Put that in the spokes. Let it rock. Wonder the bicycle speed would depend on stats? It should. What about the spoke bells? Spoke bells. That sounds vaguely familiar. I don't remember them much. Is he looking at the Facebook page? The Kentucky Cyclist Hall of Fame. There were some around. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying there weren't any. I think it'd be one of those things that most of the cyclists that would be primarily around the cities. Not that you wouldn't have like the person out there who had the bike rack on the top of their car that they'd ride in and all that. The little colored balls. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. My brain was saying balls. Yeah, like the little beads that would slide up and down the metal spokes. And so when you drove faster or rode faster, they'd all go to the outside. If you're going kind of slow, they would like go out when it was down, but then it'd, you know, come to the like towards the center when you were on the top. All those old folks dating each other. Yep. Back in the day where getting your bicycle was like, I'm free. I can travel. It's no more of this walking and being kind of restricted to like a block or two or something. I can visit anyone in the neighborhood. I'm only gonna go to my one friend's house who happens to be a couple houses over, but I could go farther if I really wanted to. That's nowadays now when you can really tell that something modern being made is absolutely targeting, you know, the 80s kids. Like for example, the new Star Wars show, the Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew is like, hey millennials, get over here. Very, very distinctly, you are the target demographic for this. Stranger Things is another one. It's like very, very clearly we are absolutely going to poke at your childhood and make it abundantly clear you are the target demographic. Other demographics are welcome, of course, but the marketing for this is absolutely being aggressively targeted towards the millennials. Yeah, no, I'm willing to bet there's a lot of younger people who ultimately were yes, a small handle I believe was carving 1. Yeah. Like a lot of people would be, you know, I'm trying to remember what there was something else we carved other than steaks to get that. I'm gonna wait to do that. We'll just stockpile stuff until either the cabinet gets full or whatever. But yeah, you'll have a lot of people who, like, their parents were millennials watching them, and of course, you know, whatever mom and dad had turned on the television, if you're the kid, guess what you're watching? Sorry? Look, man. We had to watch Baby Shark like 1,000,000 times. You're watching Stranger Things. This is mom and dad's time. For the record, I don't have kids. So I personally... Okay, that's not true. I mean, I don't have kids. That part is true. I do not have kids is a true statement. The not dealing with it isn't true, because I definitely played single parent for someone else's kid for a while. And for them, it was Shrek 2. Didn't matter what was going on. If Shrek 2 wasn't actively playing, it was a problem. And if that's what it took to calm things down when it got to sleepy time, hey, if it gets the kid to go to sleep soundly Shrek 2's gonna play. It's a good movie. After about the 30 or 40th time, it still does its parts, but there's definitely a lot of it you could live without. Soaps are the worst? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I remember, like, days that we didn't have school and Mom would have, like, the soap opera stuff going on while she was, like, doing whatever needed to be done around the house. There was a reason I enjoyed reading so much as a kid. It wasn't watching that. Or, you know, going out and riding the bikes, or whatever was the thing at the time. It depended. Like, winter, I was going out as much as I could get away with. Cigarette smoke in the house? I was fortunate neither of my parents were smokers. I do not envy people who dealt with that as kids. Like, poured through a straw so are the days of our lives. Mom lives with you now? Smoking in the garage? Yeah. I don't blame people for that, because smoke, it's one of those things. You can tell if a house has ever had a smoker living there. Like, the house will stink of smoke forever. It takes so much to try to get that smell out. That was, I never had to deal with that. I had a buddy I was giving a ride to work for a while, because he had car problems, and it was just one of those things that was taking a while. And driving him along, and I don't know why he thought it was okay, because like it hadn't been a recent thing. Like, I had been doing that for a while for him, and he just pops out a cigarette and lights it, and I literally pulled outside and was like, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" It's like, what? Like, you at least could have asked her. It's like, "What the hell do you think you're doing? You are not smoking that in my car. I'm sorry, that is a hard no. I have seen what happens to, like, you know, you smoke in the car, and like back in those 80s cars, like the fabric would become detached in the roof and it would droop down as the smoke slowly ate away at the glue. It's like, you're not doing that in my car. I'm doing you a favor. You are not ruining my car." Yeah, like, if he would have asked, I mean, the answer still would have been no, but it would have been a whole thing. Like, I didn't kick him out of the car or anything, but I pulled him, was like, "You will not be doing that in my car." Oh yeah, no, it's even more interesting. The ones I've noticed pick up at the most, like the smoke spell, is people who used to smoke but successfully quit, and then they go into a place where people have been smoking a lot, and they have zero chill if it's someplace there shouldn't be smoke. And I understand it, there's like the temptation or whatever, but man, like, it straight up gets to them so badly. Oh yeah, like I've had people who, you know, back then, like, I actually don't really know very many people who smoke anymore. Not as a regular thing. I know like one or two who, on a particularly bad day, they might light up a cigarette or two, but not like in the 90s where I knew people who would just straight up blast through like 2 or 3 packs in the course of a day, and you're just like, how are you not utterly bankrupt? And that was before they jacked up the price for like the billionth time. Drinking makes you want to smoke? I do feel like there is a psychological thing that if you had one habit, like, it's the what is it, where you have one thing that triggers another habit kind of thing, the psychological phenomena, like the whole thing of like ringing the bell and the dog salivates kind of thing. That is 100% a habitual thing, that you will have a stimulus that triggers a habit that you do, and it can be a good habit too. Like, Pavlov was the one who did the experiment. I was trying to remember what the actual term for the trigger was, as well as what is getting stuck on. Because I remember the whole thing we learned about in psychology, that they were talking about, like, one of the ways you deal with those, you have the condition response, and then the condition. The thing that triggers the conditioned response. Yeah, that's where you're going. And so it is extremely hard to remove a response from occurring to a condition once it's trained. It is far easier to change what that response is in response to the condition. So like if you have, the bell's not a good example. Like if you come home and you would drink a beer, and that was like your habit, and you're like, okay, well, I'm trying to break this habit, like alcoholism, I'm trying to not drink a beer when I get home. It is easier to deliberately and intentionally do something else and then make that into your habit than it is to stop doing something when you get home. As like the whole thing. That's not a good example. Let's see. Power bank on the bicycle. Does it remind you of someone who used to live half an hour up the road from where your house worked? You'd pick him up and drive him to work. He was young, 22 or something. Let's see. We stopped working and he pulled out an ice pipe and asked if I wanted meth. He went ballistic with him, asking, it's like, ballistic with asking why he would be in the brink on even ask when it's helping to get to work. Yeah. Cigarettes are fine with you. Alcohol, once you got home was fine. But he is a young look, yeah. Let's see, the tree falling zombie triggers happiness in you because it reminds you of Banished. Yeah, Banished is an excellent game. The one that comes to mind, just because of like the whole drugs thing, I had been roommated with someone one of my first times, like when I had first moved out, and he was an interesting individual, and we didn't really have much issues. But like one of the last times I went to that house, I had come home and was like, oh hey, he's cooking. He never cooks. All right, whatever. Like, you know, he had been out of work for a little while. I'm like, all right, you know, he's cooking. Maybe he's trying to pick up a hobby or whatever. And I came home and on like the like looking at what he was cooking, there was a sheet of pills, and I was like, oh, we're cooking drugs. We're making, I'm assuming ecstasy. I don't know crap about drugs, but it's like, oh, I need the hell out of this apartment. I am not getting a felony on my record because my roommate, who's a little hard up on money, is turning to producing. All right, I need to get the hell out of here. Which that was just, you know, I knew the landlord personally. Like she was cool and on the up and up, and I was just like, hey, I need to break lease as soon as possible. Like, what can I do to like make this fair for you and all that? And it's just like, hey, you know, just, you know, it's like, she was under the impression, because we had worked together, me and my roommate, and there had been kind of a falling out at work, which it luckily didn't translate at home, because the guy had tried to get me fired because he was feeling threatened in his job, and we happened to be roommates. It was a whole mess. But luckily it didn't actually follow home. Like, he knew he had screwed up and didn't bring it home, because what the heck was he gonna do? Make a big deal out of it, and then I was gonna... Like, it was my lease to break for the most part, and so he could make a big stink and then not have a place to live. So it was just one of those things where it's like, oh, I need to move out now. And so it's kind of just paid through the month type thing, and the person was like, she was under the impression that there was drama going on in the apartment or whatever, and like she was friends with me and everything. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it. Like, just basically don't kind of screw her on it, and everything's fine. So I moved out with the intent of living on my own for a while, because I put away some money. It ended up being those things. I was on my own for like all of a week or two, and then had another close friend who, for no fault of their own, had a whole big thing happen that they got screwed by a roommate. It's like, hey, you know what? I got an extra bedroom. It's fine. Which, to be fair, did help out financially for me, because they had money to pay for it and all that. It's just they couldn't really afford to go and get a place entirely on their own. But yeah, that was definitely like one of those, like, oh heck no, I am not going to get a felony on my record because, you know, my home is becoming a place that people are producing stuff. This is absolutely not gonna go down this way. Just noping the heck out. Oh, we still have a lot of muscle strain. And, like, don't get me wrong, as adult me, I'm like, oh yeah, there would be plenty of ways that realistically I could get away from it without getting in trouble, obviously, if I turned it in and yada yada yada. For me at that age, I just looked at that and said, hey, if you got that in your home and you get caught, that's a problem. That's a real big problem. Because we had the whole war on drugs and all that going on where they had zero chill for anything. Which no judgment for people and, you know, how they choose to live their lives, what they choose to imbibe. You know, obviously do what you can to do so as safely as you can and all that. It's not something I particularly have interest in. But yeah. And probably, oh yeah, no, it was definitely one of those things that, like, he was having problems finding work because of his own attitude and everything. Like, and this isn't be like, oh, if he applied himself, it's like, nah, man, he treated people like a jerk. Like, him having difficulty finding work was self-inflicted. Oh, so yeah, it's a hard decision to let your bosses know what another person is doing before work. You told him you'd drive him to work, but you were not taking that stuff. Let's see. That stuff before work. He ended up driving his mom's car unlicensed and ending up hitting a car at a red light, going through the service station to CCTV to get away. Yeah. As long as you can function in society, do whatever. Yeah, no, it's basically, as long as you aren't creating a problem, do what you want. Like, obviously, if you're being belligerent after taking something, it's not so much that you took something that's the problem, it's that you're being belligerent. That's my view on it. Alright, so it looks like we managed to get rid of the zombies that were just in that one intersection for whatever reason. I was kind of expecting to find a survivor zombie there. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. And it's just on the token of people being, like, inconsiderate, not, like, thinking about the consequences of their action. Still same, police officer? Yeah, we're playing the police officer this time. For the record, we spawned in the police department in, like, civilian clothes, and the police department in Rosewood does have a pair of locker rooms. I was hoping to get, like, a duffel bag or whatever out of it. We didn't get that there. I can't remember. We got some bag. It wasn't a particularly good bag. That's a bit of a ballsy pushover and kill there, but that's fine. Just ground hitting a little bit close to that zombie. I was really hoping to finish that one off before I had to back off. We can probably still do it. Finish him. Done. Hey, no, we got the donuts. We did grab the donuts, and it wasn't because we were trying to doing like the whole police officer donut meme thing. It was they happened to have donuts at the desk, and that was the only food in the police department. And since I was going to be unceremoniously evicted from Rosewood, because that's how 16 time pop runs start, is where did you start? Okay, you don't live there anymore. Get the hell out. I mean, honestly, getting out of that place was a little spicy. I didn't quite finish looting the place before they started smashing in the front of the place, so I had to go out the back. Luckily, there was no zombies at the back door, so I was able to just, like, walk out and around. We did find keys for a truck there that might be a perfectly good and gassed truck, but it was just... On 16 times pop, you're not driving a vehicle out of the city. Even if you are willing to use it like a battering ram, you are not getting out of the city alive. Anyone who's tried to drive, like, right through the middle of West Point on high pop settings, you know what I'm talking about. You just pull up there and be like, yep, the road is zombie. And the moment you get tied up on one or two, it's just all downhill from there. Gotta use the helicopter? Oh, right. Yeah, that's what I did, is I made a sheet bag. Did I make that in the prison, or was that, like, the first house I reached outside of the prison? I know it was pretty early on. Yeah, that's what I thought people were saying there. Discomfort run speed modifier. I don't care about that. I don't really care about the defense bonus. I'm just curious. If we can kind of make ourselves look like riot police, where we just, you know, you've got all the elbow guards, knee guards, shin guards kind of thing, just everything to just try and protect yourself as much as possible. Not the bulletproof vest though. We're gonna just cook in our own juices if we do that. That was for a while when I was trying to balance the defense and all that. I used to have our character run around in shorts. Like shorts or long pants, whatever I had. The bulletproof vest, but no shirt. Because I put the shirt on and the bulletproof vest, we'd overheat. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly stretch my legs while we're on this ad break, and I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. That I perhaps have underestimated you. That's on me. That was disrespectful. I should have given you more credit. Credit where it's due. You are definitely still a menace, and you're still threatening. But not you. She's a jerk. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, and was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our hard space shipbreaker run.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
Man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Alright, and I am back. Oh yeah, no, Hard Space Shipbreaker clip played. Yeah, no, I definitely recommend Hard Space Shipbreaker. It is a wonderful, wonderful game. It is extremely good. It's got a nice balance. It's long enough that you don't feel like, you know, you get at least enough that you feel good about what you pay for. It's not always games that last forever and ever. It is a great game that you can do everything where you can have like the high stress. It's super dangerous. You can also take it more on the I just want to relax, you know, slice up ships. All that can be a really good time. But yeah, so it's an excellent game. It has a good story too. I won't spoil. The one thing I'll tell you is the introduction of the game is Earth is kind of not doing so hot. You are in a really bad way economically, and you are offered this job to be a shipbreaker for spaceships, and you get to put absolutely horrifically in debt to do it. It's wonderful, but actually very genuinely a really good game. Really solid game, good voice acting. The music is absolutely a banger. Like, very, very genuinely, there have been times I have played its music, you know, when I just wanted to mix up the playlist a little bit. Matching a student loans at US, but not as bad. That shipbreaker. I mean, I would certainly say that shipbreaker is far more dystopian. I will avoid spoiling why though. There's a lot worse about what happens in shipbreaker than in real life. Like, don't get me wrong, death sucks. Like, especially when it's like death that's supposed to come with a promise of financial gain that may or may not actualize, and therefore you took debt and you're now kind of just stuck with it. But like, you know, shipbreaking is an incredibly dangerous job. Like, real life shipbreaking is a dangerous job, and then, you know, video game shipbreaking is even more extreme. Yeah, no, exactly. They charge you for the air and everything. Yeah, the only reason I don't think you'll have booby traps in survivor houses at any point is just the fact that that would require us to make traps in the game. And the moment we have traps in the game, everyone's going to want to just be able to make traps to kill the zombies, and then you're playing 7 Days to Die. So they aren't adding traps really. And so by that nature, like, it can't kind of exist. Now, I could certainly see something more along the lines of, like, you go in and they've got, like, the air horn thing or something. Shipbreaker reminds you of Rebel Galaxy? I'm pretty sure I got Rebel Galaxy on... Did I get Rebel Galaxy? Let me check. I'm suddenly curious. I do own Rebel Galaxy. That was one of those games I always meant to play, because that was a, space simulation game, right? I want to say I booted it up once and tried, like, cool, when I have some time I'll play this. And you know how that works. You know exactly how that works. Still haven't gotten to play it properly. But don't worry, someday when I have the time, I'll boot it up and I'll play it. Oh yeah, no, so far as like Shipbreaker versus Rebel Galaxy, those are entirely different games. Like Shipbreaker is kind of this cool, you're just dismantling the stuff. And it's not a puzzle game. That would be overstating it. Like, you don't sit there and you don't go in and solve the puzzle. So much as it's more, you have to kind of look at this and going, okay, I've got fuel systems, I've got these systems, and certain ones of these can be dangerous if I don't handle them right. And trying to go, okay, where, like, how can I get into this thing and start taking it apart without whatever dangers it's got there. And I'm trying to deliberately not go into all the details on any of it, so people who want to go play it can go play it and get to check it all out. Would you say it's now a good time to switch to build 42 for a long-time character? Or do you figure out what the zombies from 3 blocks? So, okay. There's 2 parts to this. Do I feel that build 42 is in a state that if you were going to be playing a long-term character, it would be enjoyable and reasonable? Yes. Do I think you want to play a character you are going to be attached in any way in build 42, which is the unstable branch, which is potentially going to have updates that could be game-breaking? No. So there's kind of 2 different parts to that question. If you're okay with the possibility of losing progress just because a patch comes out and changes things, then you're okay. You're probably good to start playing it. But if you're not okay with that, it does warn you that that's a possibility. Now, for the record, they've got a pretty good track record of having very few truly breaking changes in past builds. Like, you'll have some stuff that, like, the area of the map you explored is not up to date, so, like, you know, maybe there's a place with a basement you couldn't reach and they fix it, so now you're supposed to be able to reach it, but because you already started that game, the existing unreachable basement is the one you have. You'll have stuff like that, certainly. Or, like, they upgraded the trees, so that there's now, like, a whole new category of trees so far as, like, between small, medium, large is now very small, to make getting logs a little bit less of a pain. And so you've got that kind of thing. Have I played Crow Country? I have not. Was that the game that they did, like, the whole old school Resident Evil camera angle thing where, like, the camera's, like, up in the corner of the room and you have, like, you're trying to, like, work your way through the area, finding the items and all that? Because I will say, I have a passionate dislike of that old camera system. Like, the static camera in the room that half the things that surprise you are obscured because camera angles. I feel like I'm pretty sure I watched Pankraru play some of it. I feel like I saw some of it. I think I saw Pank play it. I might be mixing it up with a different game. I know I watched Pank play it, I just don't remember which game it was. Like, which of the games I saw Pank play it was so far as name to game. I would say watch. I didn't get to see, like, all of it, but I saw bits of it. How's the maintenance skill looking? We are at maintenance 1, about 2/3. Just grabbing this one we see walking around in the trees. I don't really see a reason to skip any of these zombies. We are going to be just clearing our... Where did you go? There you are. I was like, he turned around and then he just didn't pop out from the other side of a tree for a long time. Oh right, I can make salad with grape leaves. I am playing on 1 hour days. Generally speaking, For the most part, most settings that you can think of, I will be playing on Apocalypse, with the exception of we've racked up the population to its absolute max. We've set up so the helicopter keeps coming back every 10 days or so. What else do we change? I have turned on the map stuff so you can, like, I can show you the mini map of where we are, stuff like that. Because it helps me answer questions as a content creator. Like, people be like, oh man, you have a military backpack. Where can I go to get a military backpack? Or, you know, someone will be talking about a location in the map, and I'll be like, oh, let's, you know, bring it up and I can point it out. Project Zombie is an early access game, and like all early access, it gets farther development, changes, breaks new stuff, and all that. Okay, so it's not actually that, Sounder fan. So honestly, I would contest Project Zomboid probably should no longer have the early access tag on its base game. Because, especially like around Build 41, it very much felt like this is a done game. If this is all this game ever was, I am more than content. This is a complete product. They do have the tag. A lot of people will keep early access tags for a variety of reasons unrelated to where it is in its development cycle. And that just has to do with like marketing economics and a whole bunch of stuff. But with that said, the branch, Build 42, is the unstable branch. That is the one I would say, hey, be ready for the possibility your saves get bricked. You know, because some changes. Likely, if it does happen, only be once or twice along the way. It probably won't be frequent or anything kind of situation. But that is going to be on the realm of possibilities for Build 42. Reminder, Warframe is in year 11 of its beta. Yeah, there's a reason that a lot of games use those terms for things other than what it is. There's marketing around it. For certain genres of games, being an early access game is actually good for marketing. There are also other games that being considered an early access game is bad for marketing. That some will generally draw in additional sales because they are early access, where others will actually cause people to maybe not consider buying it until it's not early access. And it is something you see some variance based on the genre. But there's a lot of reasons why games might take the name early access, have nothing to do with where it's at development-wise. But as such, stuff like early access, alpha, beta, release, these are all fairly empty terms nowadays, unfortunately. They have the things they're supposed to mean, but there's a lot of reasons that they are used for other things that kind of does undermine those meanings. Because you'll have like released games that calling them early access would be pretty unfair. They're like barely an alpha. And then you have some games that are labeled as early access. You're like, nah, man, this is a fully polished and fleshed out production level game. You've got everything in between. But because we have no strict criteria that says this is what production is, this is what early access is, this is what alpha and beta are, and I don't think we ever will. It's just, we live in this world where these terms, who knows? All right. Yeah, at least with 7 Days to Die, I would still say 7 Days to Die is a pretty janky game. Like, there's still some crust on those edges. So I'm kind of curious if we are getting the zombies that were grouped up below before are starting to do the thing where they separate out. But instead of like where I was at on the other map where, you know, they started to separate out and we very quickly were getting just up to our necks in zombies all over the place. Because the lower density to start with, they're just getting a little bit more spread. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, the game has come a long way. I don't mean to dismiss it that way. Well, yeah, no, remember back in the day where you had Steam Greenlight? That people had to put a game out there and they'd be like, hey, do you want this game on Steam? Best gets to voting. Get that game on Steam by voting for it. Kenji times? Kenji is another game I really love. It was like my third or fourth most played game on the channel last year. Man, Kenji got to be... Whereas Kenji is like, it's a really good game, but man, you gotta have some real comfort in dealing with some jank in that game. Did devs get the computers got yoink back then? Yeah, no, the devs for Project Zomboid actually had their computers stolen back earlier in its development. Well, that's not my favorite. That's okay. We'll deal. Alright, so pretty far away. Let's sit down and rest. We need to get back before we get sleepy. And we are slowly just clearing the area around. Yeah, so I'm trying to take a different approach than we did last time, where mostly the last one we kind of chose a place and I was just beelining for it. I am trying to be like more holistically just going, okay, very regularly I'm going to do a lap around the area. Not just strictly the house, but like whatever. We got this giant open area right here. This isn't where I'm planning on making like my long-term house. That's the reason I'm not building anything or trying to farm or any of that. I want to build near the lakes, is what I'm thinking in the long run. But we're trying to get what loot we can along the way. There is a good chance at some point I'm going to need to make my way. There's a lot of lakes all over the place. We just got to see which ones I can get to without throwing myself into an entire forest of probable death. Yeah, we all thought the game was dead? Yeah. No, it really sounded like it for a while, because there was a whole thing about, you know, do they have backups? How far out of date are they? Like, what's going on with all that? Okay, do we still have the water turned on? Still got water. Gonna enjoy that while we can. That's gonna be getting real close to getting turned off. Let's see, why are all the good games flying under the radar? You also overheard Valheim in streams is not mainstream sites. I mean, that's just always been a thing. Honestly, the big thing about games these days when it comes to your sale and commercial success, it's more marketing than the quality of your game. Not to say that the quality of your game doesn't matter. Your game needs to be good enough that once, you know, people got the eyeballs on it, they actually buy it or whatever. But it is very much about how did your marketing campaign going, that's going to be your measure of most of your game success. It's one of the things that a lot of indie devs are like, we'll just make a really good game and the players will come. It's like, no man. I love that you want to make a quality product and stand behind it. A+ to that. But very genuinely, if no one knows your game exists, it doesn't matter how good it is. It's also a thing that is a problem with a lot of when it comes to the, Oh, we should probably look down there and see if I can do any crafting while we're waiting. It's also a problem. You have a lot of people saying we would like to see more interesting games, more unique games, more of that. But even after they say that, when it comes to the actual buying that they do, they talk about what they would like to have, and then they go back and they buy more Call of Duty or whatever their thing is. That it is a tricky thing on that regard of just people kind of being self-defeating. No, I don't have any books I can read right now, unfortunately. They're too advanced. So you will have a lot of times where people be like, man, it'd be really nice if we had, like, new movies and new IPs, and then the latest Marvel movie comes out and that's what they go watch while completely missing that there was a total different IP came out. Or, you know, they'll wait and see if the IP is good and these kind of things. So I actually, for the record, I actually really enjoyed Starfield. I feel like a lot of the reviews are very unfair for it. Like, don't get me wrong, was it as good as Skyrim? No. Was it as good as the Fallout universe? No. Did it have some flaws? Absolutely. But man, people dumpstered that game like it was the worst imaginable thing that ever got produced, and you're like, nah man, it's good. It's not great. It's not amazing. It's just generally a fairly good game. I think it was just way below expectations. I agree. I do think they got set up to fail in that people's expectations were just on the moon and like it was just good. You keep saying I could keep sharpening these shears, and I'm dubious we can keep sharpening these shears forever. People wanted Starfield to be Star Citizen. I don't understand. One of those two is actually a game. No, I'm teasing. That's being unfair. These days, Star Citizen has a lot going on for it. Like, it's not actually that bad. It's one I kickstarted originally, and I just really got shut down by a lot of the monetization strategy they did after the fact, where there's so much pay to win they kept adding to the game. It's like, man. But yeah, no, they were expecting it to be like zip across space, you know, pop onto the enemy hull, start chopping into it and all that. I'll say one of the things that did hold them back is that engine they've been using. Like, we've talked about in the channel a number of times. You'll have people be like, oh, it's the same engine that, you know, whatever year. That's... And honestly, that's not a bad thing. You don't want to replace your engine regularly. That's just not reasonable. But it is fair to go to an engine and be like, that engine is very dated. That engine has not had enough, like, improvements and all that over the years. And it's definitely one of those things that you can absolutely go to their, like, Bethesda's engine and be like, hey, come on, the Creation engine, that's the one. You can go to the Creation engine and be like, hey man, you gotta go ahead and, you know, give that thing a spit polish. Does it Starfield like so much potential is looked over it, has such details already? Yeah, no, it feels like the kind of game that they were aiming for the stars, they, after a while, realized they were going to fall short. So some stuff got that time of like pie in the sky kind of look. And then a lot of stuff felt like, well, no, we got to deliver. Like for Starfile, the engine, I would definitely say the engine was holding it back. The things I would say the engine did hurt it was, for one, the load stuff. All that's going to be related, engine related about how they load their scenes and all that. Not being able to transition from like space to another system to do all that. That's going to be all engine side. You also had some of the limitations on what they could do with the dialogue and all that, and the character models and what they would do. There was definitely limitations they ran into that kind of made a lot of the dialogue feel a little stilted. Because just some of the inflexibility of how it was handled. Which, again, is engine side. I wouldn't say where people were complaining about like the graphics or anything, like, man, I don't know. That part of it was fine by me. I didn't look at the graphics and be like, man, this thing? But it was definitely like, to me, the load times are one of the big killers for me, because like as much as I was enjoying the game, and I did play through it, and I did one full playthrough, and I got a little ways into a second playthrough for like doing the alternate universes and all that. And there was just definitely a point when you got to the part of the game where you're going to be going from one system to the other system to the other system. And it was just kind of one of those things you're like, I can't do this, man. There's just so many load screens. And I understand they did later add updates that made it so you could bypass a lot of these things that were like these middle layers that you'd have to go through to kind of reduce the amount of menuing and the number of load screens you had to deal with for just, hey, you did this thing, now go to this planet to turn it in. That you wouldn't have to go through like 6 load screens just to get to that planet. It'd like make the fast travel go more direct. And I know there's mods to fix all that kind of stuff. Yeah, because we already went the road around those trees, I'm going straight through the field here. Because we obviously don't want to go the whole way around every single day I go to do stuff here. So I'm going to make it so I can cut straight across to that road. Yeah, I'm willing to bet all of these zombies were, probably at some of these other houses, meta event and all that got moved out, and then once they got in the cell, they distributed. So we'll see how quiet some of these other areas are once we get to them. I have a feeling some of these areas that they were more densely populated. We're now dealing with that out here, which will be good. Okay. Gotta keep an eye on the weather. Alright, so we got light fog tomorrow, otherwise not much to note. We go here, device options, turn off. Pull out our crowbar again, put this away, and rest. But did the story make sense to you? You didn't like the story. I felt the story was fine. One of the things I think was a little bit of a mistake is I think they made a mistake in how they viewed that players would want to do it. Because, like, there's definitely games that you really want a new game plus. Like when a game gives you a really good reason to New Game Plus. And I think they expected the draw of like the multiverse thing to be the thing that like, yeah, people are going to want to see all the different universes. But it was kind of one of those things that you would invest way too much time into doing stuff in a save that you really didn't want to let it go. Not even like from a progression, but like a customization standpoint. You're like, nah, man, I took forever building this base and making it nice. I don't want to get rid of this base and start over building it all over again. This is my nice base. And I understand they made things to improve that. I was checked out by that point. So I think they had like this weird thing where the game kind of pulled you towards, hey, you probably want to go through a bunch of different saves, but also you probably really don't want to go through multiple saves. General idea of the next helicopter event? Let me check. So we're on the 23rd. 5 days is the earliest it can happen. I thought there was a zombie over here somewhere. That's fine, whatever. You really didn't like the space combat? Yeah, for me it was kind of a weird place where I wanted the space combat to be a lot more space simulator type combat because I have a big like of that genre, and it definitely needed to not be that because it was basically a Bethesda title. And honestly, I wouldn't want to be in a situation where I'm doing the first person shooter part on my HOTAS, nor do I want to do the space thing on my keyboard as a proper sim. So it's kind of one of those things that it's something I felt, you know, Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous, all of them have tried to do to mixed degrees, but all the ones who've tried to have like an actual proper flight model for their spaceships, it's been very hard to make that work and then do the first-person shooter where it just doesn't feel like two games kind of bolted together just because of peripheral issues, not even the in-game things. The only one I know who kind of does that transition and make it feel well is No Man's Sky, because it's just not a simulation on there. It is a far more arcadey style spaceflight. Way more bubbly, way less serious on the spaceflight side of it. I'm not saying it can't be done, I just haven't seen it done. And it's kind of how I felt that do a lot of thing. You know, the not Star Citizen, what we're literally just talking about. We've said the name Starfield. There we go. Jeez. Pop right on my head. Starfield, it really felt in a lot of ways that was kind of the thing that happened with Starfield, is they tried to make the space combat a bit more, like they tried to introduce some of the ideas that have been long-term stays in space combat, the moving of the energy between your systems and all that, like we got in, you know, X-Wing and TIE Fighter and all those back in the day. And more modern games too also do it. But like we got all that stuff to make it feel like we're moving towards like a proper flight simulation. But then at the the same time, all the controls were the watered down, simplified stuff, so it worked well with kind of controls that would be appropriate for a Bethesda title, for like Skyrim or whatever. And it really kind of felt like it was in this weird place in between that you're not entirely sure where it belonged. Because like it was starting to creep towards being what you wanted as like a proper spaceflight sim without getting there. No Man's Sky hasn't fixed its refineries losing contents as soon as you leave the rendering range of something. So if you're No Man's Sky and Starfield, the same problem, Bork base building. Yeah, the base building in Starfield for me was fine. I never really got attached to it. Like, it felt okay. Did the crafting and cooking get any good? It didn't seem to be. I found most of the food was pretty useless in Starfield. Like, especially right at the beginning, you go and eat something, it's like, here's your hit point, singular. And you're like, well, I don't want to deal with this. Did I hit that lady and she's like, nope, outie. Nope. Gave me a swat in the butt, and I am out stage left. Yeah, and that's kind of the same thing, because they had like 2 or 3 things that were useful you could put in the bases. Otherwise, it felt like you're mostly just putting down the drills and all that, just to get materials. And at that point, I was like, man, if you're gonna make me do all this with all these drills, like, give them more materials, otherwise, whatever. It just felt like another way to have to, like, grind stuff, but I don't know, I just couldn't get into it. And this is coming from someone who plays lots of stuff like, Planet Crafter and that, which is basically all about that. Hey, Penny Meowie, how's it going? You saw Starfield review, and honestly, it did not look like fun. Hey, you know what? It's not for everyone. Like I said, I did enjoy the game. I had a good time with the game. It is a game I could see myself going back to and playing again at some point. It wasn't an amazing game. Automating the shipments between the planets. Yeah, that's about, like, I had played through one save and immediately did, like, New Game Plus. Like, I actually, that's not true. I finished the romance of one character, and then she was like, and you'll never leave me, right? And I'm like, so I'm gonna go do the thing where I go to this is awkward. Hey, how's it going? You just finished your morning stretching, ready for some zombie apocalypse in real life. Nice. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for Penny Meowie. Another fantastic content creator. Also been playing some Project Zomboid. I saw, man, you're playing a retro game. What was it I saw you playing yesterday? Or was it the day before that? I don't know. Whatever the last day I caught you. Either way, playing some retro games, good time. Does the Fallout you could be okay with some of the bugs? In wanting to put up with that? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a Bethesda title. You gotta be ready for bugs. It's a Bethesda... Right, it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in time. Just to verify that I was actually doing that and not just lying through my teeth. It was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in time was the one I remember seeing. Which is one I know I played, but man, a lot of those Ninja Turtle games I played when I was younger all sort of blended together after a while. Yeah, and that's the thing. I do feel like... where's my shirt from? Oh, this is from TwitchCon San Diego. Thank you for the Gigantify there, Randall Thor. Yeah, no, like... I liked Starfield. It definitely wasn't amazing. I did enjoy it. I don't think it's unsalvageable. But yeah. Your phone automatically suggests turtle when you put in ninja. I mean, that is a fair and based phone. Are you hoping to go this year? Yeah. So I will most likely be going to TwitchCon San Diego. I will probably not be going to TwitchCon Rotterdam. Let's see, you thought Starfield was just not enough. I would agree to that. Like, it felt like they were really pushing us, like, you can New Game Plus and visit a whole new universe and and you're just like, alright, but hear me out. Why? Like, I did the New Game Plus, and it was kind of cool that they referenced things differently. But also, but why? Like, do I really want to do this all again? Because it didn't, so like, if we want to go for a game that does New Game Plus well, a game that you're like, hell yeah, I am ready for round 2. Bring it on. I think one of like the really high up there benchmarks to hit is Chrono Trigger for, I believe, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. Because you had all these different endings. You wanted to see the different endings. You wanted to come up with a new way of beating the game that would get you some new wild finish. And because your characters are powerful and all that, when it came to New Game Plus, you could just kick your way through some of the hardest parts of the game and just try and experiment and have fun and be powerful. And it really didn't feel like you got hardly any of that in Starfield. Have you ever played the game? Let's see. Have you ever played a game, finished, but the story did make you... Sorry, let me reread that. Have you ever played a game, finished, but the story did make sense until you watch a YouTube to explain it? That's... Oh. There's a number of RPGs that are notoriously bad for, like... The story is so convoluted and ridiculous, they're like, what the did I just do? I know one of the ones that stands out, so you hear... I'm not one who's played Kingdom Hearts really that much. But man, Kingdom Hearts as well as what you hear people are like, all right, hang on, let me explain the plot. And just like, you're like, dude, what are you talking about? Let's see. Well, you did get a power boost in New Game Plus for Starfield? Yeah. Like you did. But it was kind of one of those things that you would... Because it was basically... There was... I won't dig into it. There was stuff you could progress. There was almost like a meta progression you could do in Starfield. That there was only so many things you could level up in one playthrough. And to get more, you had to do it. And yeah, as I got into New Game Plus, I was like, you know what? It was interesting seeing a couple of the different reactions, but that was it. Yeah, I never got into Chrono Cross because different systems. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It was one of those things that, like, because that was Chrono Cross is PlayStation, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Because that was around the time I started getting, like, very heavily into PC gaming and was really not as much into the console. I still played some console games. Did Chrono Cross go 3D? Because there was a lot of games that they went from that 2D to 3D jump and just lost me. There was a lot of them that did that. There were a few that did the jump that I'm like, yeah, I'm very happy with the new one. You like Final Fantasy games, but you never touch the Kingdom Hearts? The card thing is not your cup of tea. That was the thing you wanted was New Game Plus until you got all the meta progression done, so skipped a lot. You got tired of around 3 or 4. Yeah, the thing I wanted was the whole idea, if you're gonna do this like whole multiverse kind of thing, I want your multiverse to be interesting. And I understand there's supposedly like you have RNG chances of getting some pretty wild alternate universes, but there is a lot of time commitment you gotta make in there to get to like the next reset, only to go, oh, I got a boring one. Okay, well I guess I just gotta grow. Yeah, no, I know I tried Chrono Cross. I don't know if I gave it a fair shake or not. It's been too long. But that was just, at the time I was way more into PC games. I was doing a lot of like Tycoon, Flight Simulation, that kind of stuff. And so I think it was just really that time. But yeah, it definitely didn't grab me, considering Chrono Trigger is one of those games that, like, to this day I have very fond memories about. Like, that is, you know, core memory unlocked kind of things of, like, times in Chrono Trigger of getting the different endings. Doing the ending where, like, you beat the game in, like, the first not hardly a couple minutes of the game. Just beat it almost immediately to get the end, like that ending, which is kind of like your speed run thing at the time. Granted, it's New Game Plus and a whole bunch of stuff, so you get the idea. Alright, I need you to die, because I've kind of overextended a little. Man, that muscle strain must be a real big penalty. Where did you come from? Oh, we're not at my house, we're at the barn. Let's get to your satisfaction. Yeah, no, I agree. Of the games that have done, like, gimmicks around time travel, like, there's been some that have been satirical that have been really good. But as far as one that, like, actually trying to have it be meaningful and interesting, Chrono Trigger is one of the only ones I'm like, no, the time travel bit was pretty neat. Like, they did a good job of, like, dealing with all that. Man, I am surprised you are not downed yet. Oh, hey. I'm surprised we missed that one. Like, we've got the really bad muscle strain. But even that surprises me how much damage reduction that's causing. Like, we finally did get to the point where we're out of breath. But that took a pretty long time. Okay, so we're starting to wind him down. We're gonna have to have a real long rest after this one. I definitely way overcommitted. I wonder what damage I'm doing. This feels like when you're at maximum exertion and all that. Finally, I can just stand here and deal with garbage and I know anything. Well, that was way overextension. Yeah, so that muscle strain, I don't know what the penalty is when it hits max level, but it's bad. It's real bad. It's gotta be 50% or higher. I just haven't had to worry about it as much because it's usually pretty manageable. So drop you off. Oh, I'm gonna have to open something in here to eat, aren't I? Getting pretty close to the point in time I'm gonna actually have to care about food. There's no earlier where you're saying about being stubborn. One second. You're saying about being stubborn and you know you should have stopped. Well, oh yeah, no, it's absolutely one of those things. It's just kind of surprising like how much that stuck where it took so long to get sorted. So I'll drink that. Water's still on, so we'll go ahead and take advantage of that. What we'll do here is we'll rest for a minute, and once we're rested, I'm going to wash the character off while we wait for the muscle strain to go away. There we go. Yeah, no, unfortunately, we don't have any books we can read right now. The big thing I gotta do is start getting myself some stuff for carving and all that. Oh, actually, if we grab a stone, I'll be able to start napping stuff, and that'll help. That'll give me something to carve for as well. Right, so I was gonna go here, because there's still muscle strain, so we're gonna go ahead and wash. So water's still good. Let's go get ourselves all cleaned up and all that kind of stuff. You know, I think you're right, Herlu, that it would make sense for us to have a Moodle for muscle strain. Like, I understand pain is related to it, but I do think muscle strain having its own Moodle for how punishing that is does make sense to be a thing. I would agree with that. Have like a flexing arm with a sad face on the muscle or something like that. I thought I had a trash can in here somewhere. Well, what I could do while I wait for that muscle strain to go away is we can forage. I have not had a meta event in a little while. Muscle strain is your indirect cause, number one indirect cause of death. I would believe it. Muscle strain is definitely one of those things that just kind of comes out of left field gradually and just escalates the Moodle situation so fast. No problem, Infinity Simplex. I hope you had yourself a good sleep. Yeah, so I'm just foraging while we wait for the muscle strain to drop off. Now I'm not just sitting there fast forwarding time. Hey, tomatoes. Oh, I can put the corned beef in the bowl. So yeah, let's have a tomato and corned beef salad. Alright, so if we grab the stone, we can make a hammer and all that. Is muscle strain diminished as we level strength? Yes. So the things that go into preventing / improving, whatever you want to call it, make muscle strength less of an issue, is your strength stat and your skill in the type of weapon you're using. So the higher level you are in a weapon, it kind of has a compounding effect in how it makes it better. And one, you literally just get less muscle strain, just period. Two, it also has the effect that the amount of hits it takes to kill a zombie is less, therefore less muscle strain. And so you kind of have both those things do combine to really help out with that regard. So good news here is I did get some stuff towards doing the napping. So let's go ahead and grab some clothes. Because while we've got the water still on, I can clean all these nice and easy. So we can make some weapons and all that. Yeah, so it's late enough, we're probably not going to get to go out for another... Okay, I guess I just won't have that clay. That's fine. Maybe I didn't want that clay. I'm basically just trying to fill this bag up real fast. Let's see, you saw Disnoff use a washing machine to close? Was that a mod? No, I think that's base game now. I believe that's base game. The reason you usually can't do it in a normal run a lot of times is because your water gets turned off by the time you worry about any of that. Alright, so let's carry that bad boy back, and we'll check out our water. As long as the water's on, yeah, we'll use the washing machine, because I can't do that. Do wallets have keys? I haven't seen keys in wallets that I can think of. Alright. Are you able to turn the water back on after it's turned off? No, once the power and water are off, they are off forever. There is no bringing them back. What you can do is there are ways to get water alternative to just having the water turned off. You can use rain barrels, put them on the roof, and then plumb the water down to a sink, and then that sink is now accessible as long as that rain barrel has water in it, that kind of thing. Okay. Let's move all the clothes from her bag into the washing machine. So you're clean, take you out, put you in. You're clean, put you in, you won't fit. It's fine. Where are we in the map? We are way, way, way to the south. Here, I can bring it up. We're way down here on the very bottom. Like go out the map, run away. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot out there. Okay, so you put this in here, grab this out. We want to grab everything else. Let's do this. Grab everything else. Yeah, the endgame lore is that, you know, if you left the exclusion zone, you would just straight up be killed. for trying to get out. That said, the reality is you just walk out there and there's basically nothing there. Like, it used to be parts of the map, you'd go up to the edge and it'd just be blackness, or be like a barricade, there'd be blackness and nowhere to go. But there were also parts of the map that was like, you'd go out there and it was effectively nothing. It'd be just open field and some trees and like nothing else. A lot of those places used to not even have anything in the foraging table. So you'd go out there and you couldn't even forage for materials. Some soldiers can be added to shoot you on sight at the edge of the map. I mean, that's probably, like, if you were to try and do it realistically, that's how it'd go, but even that wouldn't make sense, because after the very beginning, I must have ripped one up that was dirty while we were there. You know, it would be one of those things that, like, really they could put all the time into figuring that out, but probably just best to not even worry about it. Alright, so wash the rags real fast. I'm committing to just having our character pull a long night, and I'll just be the problem for us in the morning. Okay, so you can drop these in here. Put the stone in there for weapon making. And let's see, so stone in there, flint in here, hemp in there, clay in here, tomato seeds in there. Got an unknown berry, we'll just go ahead and eat that without any further consideration. Hey, Suey! Thanks so much for the raid, where's my alert? The alert didn't go off. But how was your stream and all that stuff? Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. At least I don't think the alert went off, unless I was just like distracted by everything else going on. Oh, you know what I bet happened? I know what happened. I'll have to deal with it later. So shout out for Suey. For those who don't know, Suey, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Also been playing Product Zomboid and other stuff. Yeah, a bunch of my stuff got borked copying files around, so it's just the sound effect for the alert is borked, so I'll have to fix that. Where am I? I'm at the far south. There's a lake on the far south of the map. But yeah, so definitely check out Sui, fantastic content creator, playing all that stuff. And yeah. So yeah, so if we look at where we're at on the map, I am down here. Way at the bottom. So we're checking this out, slowly clearing it. We are still on sweaty 16 times pop nonsense and all that. But we did die yesterday. That is correct that we did die on our stream yesterday. Just, we were gradually getting overrun by the zombies, and eventually we ran out of lucky escapes. Yeah, and I revealed the map on this one, so that way I could answer questions about stuff. So we can't have the helicopter tomorrow, so I am going to let my character sleep in. Oh, you were playing 16 times, Pop? Neat. I did not know that. Yeah, no, we got a lot of buckets and all that. Yeah, my only thing that I learned is... Oh. Wait, did the power go out before the water? I don't think I've ever had that before. They should be related? No. I think if the power goes off, it will kick off the water as well. Nope, water is still on. So we still have unlimited water. I think in my entire time playing, I think I've only had to like happen once or twice, because normally you have a much higher chance of like the water going off in a given day. And all that. Let's turn that back on. Let's see. The zombie apocalypse, you know your surroundings? Yeah, no, there's definitely... Like, there's arguments you can make for, like, the idea is maybe your character just moved to town, and so they haven't got a chance to get familiar with their surroundings. It really is a juggle. But yeah, no, it is one of those things that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If you found a place with renewable water, you can find wells. Those are renewable water. If you mean, like, to put water on here, so it is a thing where what I could do is, say, like, you wanted to get that kitchen up there, I could put rain barrels up here and pipe them down, and then those rain barrels would give water to that sink. Or, like, the bathroom or whatever. You could put rain barrels on your roof and pipe them down. Be real careful when you're doing it. It's a very easy way to kill your characters, to be messing with that and then falling off the roof. Does that mean wet clothes in the washer need to be hung up? No, we just wear them wet. Let's see. You can pipe down multiple floors? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you can go more than one floor down. I gotta remember. It's been a long time since I've tried to do anything with multiple floors. So far as, like, piping and all that. Yeah, no, it could be just one floor and I'm just misremembering. I thought I've tested it, but I don't think I've actually stuck to a base that had that long term. But yeah, so right now what we're doing is I am kind of going around and killing all the zombies in the area around us. The thing that got me in trouble... Did they fix piping singing? I believe they did. I don't know for a fact. I haven't had the opportunity to do it yet. But I believe the, hooking up rain barrels and all that is fixed. If not, it's going to be really inconvenient, is all I gotta say. Any napping and carving yet? No, we didn't do any yet. I've got the materials for it. And I got it all stashed and ready to get started. We just haven't done it yet. I was looking forward to doing that in, like, the middle of the night and all that. We also already know where 2 generators are. We don't have the generator magazine or anything yet. I'm going to try to avoid just grinding Electrical 3 if I don't need to. That's the reason I'm not sitting here just picking up every wristwatch and taking it apart if I can help it. You never seen the generator magazine? It's pretty rare. It's one of those items that if you're going to get it through the magazine itself, you're supposed to have to work for it kind of thing and just find a lot of places. The one I found last run was on a survivor zombie. Get your loot pinata on. Wifey. Okay, wifey sleepy. Alright, well, you sleep well, okay. Love. Let's see, they're not so rare anymore. Cards with special loot have them. Yeah, no, there's, I will say they've definitely made it better that you have more opportunities to get it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I'm also happy that it isn't just go run by mailboxes and... Yeah, so my raid thing's broken. Thank you, the Bacon Demon, so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. I hope I didn't miss anyone else's raid. If I did not call out someone else's raid, please let me know. So, for those who don't know, the Bacon Demon. The Bacon Dragon, totally different thing. The Bacon Dragon, absolutely fantastic content creator. Yeah. Just one of those things. Another content creator, he's someone you should check out. What were you playing tonight and how did it go? Apparently, according to Twitch, you've been playing Valorant and Once Human recently. So, all that good stuff. Yeah, and if you get Electrical 3, just there. Let's see, you saw the Indie Stone stopped those Survivor zombies dropping all T4 books. Yes, which is actually a good thing, because while it was really nice to get all those T4 books and all that, you know, you had to get through the tier 1, 2, and 3. And so you got these books that are really wonderful that you couldn't do anything with. Yeah, so again, if you're looking for that gameplay, check out the Bacon Dragon. Good times over there. Then again, you know, the raid and all that stuff. Sorry the alert sound isn't working. There was a whole mess before stream, like hours before stream. The cloud provider I was using decided they wanted to get all in on this AI thing. And I was like, you know what, man? I am not down with you, like, messing with my files for that. I want you to provide me with space to store my files. And you know what else I want you to provide me with? Absolutely nothing. That's all I want you to do. I'm paying you for, you know, be a dumb hard drive in space. Or not in space, but, you know, in the cloud. So I went and I was like, alright, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and detach that from my computer. No big deal. It's just an extra backup just in case. I'll get it switched over to something else. And so I disconnected it, and it deleted the files off my hard drive. Still in the cloud, so I had to start downloading them. And I would get like 10, 20 files done. It's like, oh, timeout. And I could get it through the next one again and again. But man. It was just like, try again, one or two would get done, then timeout. I'm like, oh my god, this is just really assuring me this is the right decision to stop using them. So you did Once Human, then some Hard Space Shipbreaker, and then you tried your first attempt at Product Zomboid. 12 hours, 53 kills. Hey, you know what? 12 hours, 53 kills for your first go? Not bad at all. Product Zomboid is definitely one of those games you get good at by dying a whole lot. Yeah, it was honestly not that big a deal other than the timing of it. Because it happened, like, I started the process 4 hours before stream, and it's just kind of like one thing went wrong after the other. I'm like, man, why did you delete my crap off my hard drive? I get like, oh, you don't want to sync anymore? It's like, but why did you delete it? But include my docs folder, so OBS lost all of its stuff and everything, which I got that all moved over before stream. But the sound effects I use for the for my raid alerts, there's actually more than one. There are secret sound effects, and someday someone will find them. But so I have a whole folder just for those. It's Basil, I know. Let's see, to be fair, you're not sure how long to go about getting good start? There's so many zombies to kill? Yep. Let's see, there's also weird graphical glitch. Thank you for following. Oh, yeah, if there's a weird graphical glitch, it means the image it's looking for is missing. Is most likely what the cause is. Yeah, like that's just, after stream, I've already got the thing set up to try and continue getting those files pushed down. I just gotta get all the files pulled across, and then I'm gonna have to see what's missing and go through and fix it all. It's a whole thing. Alright, let's forage a little bit more while we're waiting for the muscle strain to go away. Yeah, I'm missing those crowbars we found. Those 2 early game crowbars were really nice. But now I'm having to deal with weapons we've got no skill in. So we went from level 3 in a weapon to level I don't have one in a weapon. And so as a result, I fight for like 10 seconds. My character's like, ow, my arms, they hurt. Going for record again? Oh, absolutely not. I have no desire to try and take that record again. I had it. I was very happy to have had it. I am not looking to play one game for that kind of time. Because you're talking, a lot of those records, you're talking committing not only like days, but months to years to go for it. No, I'm not going to. Like, this isn't me being anything about it. It's just, I will not be going for the record in Project Zomboid again. It is not something that interests me. I did it. I got it. I'm happy about it. But that new line in the sand, the time commitment I know it will take to get the record, I don't want to play one game that long. It is a thing as a content creator you can feel boxed in where you have to play a game, and that's how you get there. Like, very genuinely, low key, if someone makes me feel like I need to play a game just to keep doing, that is the guarantee I will not play that game. I will, the moment I get that feeling like I need to play a game for whatever reason, I will drop it like it's hot. That's how much I never want to be boxed in on a game. Because it is one of those things that I don't want my channel to ever be ride or die with one game, and it happens. To a certain degree, Project Zomboid was that way before. Let's see, you like the idea once, human, but you got a blue screen because of it. Yeah. OBS stuff is sacred, because of how annoying it is to get right. Yeah, it's a whole annoying thing to get it right where it needs to be, and like, updates happen and it messes with it. Yeah, that's to be fair. You played Stronghold Kingdoms and it got like that. Oh yeah, no, the games that you have like you have to log in or you lose progress. I think the one that kind of burned me out, I can't even remember the name. It was a mobile game when I was doing mobile dev with like Windows Phone stuff. And it was this neat game that the way it worked is you had to go to locations to fight over the location with the other factions and yada yada yada. And honestly, in concept, it was a really good game. The problem was it was really notorious for whatever faction started winning in the area. If they had more people so they could just overpower you kind of thing, it just kind of promoted people joining that faction so they could at least participate. And it was just kind of one of those things that it became this self-feeding thing. So the game eventually died. But I was on one of the underdog factions, which I enjoyed being there. But it was one of those things that, like, no, I had to go in and make sure I put my new troops into my couple areas nearby that I could reach from the house and all that, and, you know, from wherever else were my regular go-tos, so that I could keep re-upping my numbers, so I could keep the area secure so the other faction wouldn't move in. And it very quickly dawned on me, it's like, you know what? This is just a job now. Like, this is just, I am playing this game on the schedule, and this isn't fun anymore. And there's been a lot of games that have hit that kind of thing, where it's like, you gotta log in or do your thing, or else. Like, incremental games can get pretty bad about that stuff, where, you know, it's like, oh, hey, you know, if you don't open the game, like, it only passively updates your numbers for, you know, 2 hours or whatever. And then you have to log back in or you don't make progress. That's one thing where it's like, sure, you're not making the progress you want, but at least you're not losing progress. Because you realize you're literally doing a delivery job for digital gold, you decided to stop. Yeah, that for you was Arcade. Because, like, I like the incremental games when like, I'm traveling and I can't play the games I normally play. Like, that's actually when I had the, kind of short notice family emergency travel I had to do just like a week or two ago. You know, I was there for a while, because it was 2 weeks. And there's not a whole lot to do. It's a very, I got to see a lot of farmland. I will put it that way. I got to see a lot of farmland. There was actually surprisingly some food options, but otherwise, mostly just farmland. So as far as activities to do and all that, pretty scarce. And so I ended up going and downloading that. And that's not to say it's like a bad area or anything. It's just there's not a lot of activities. It's not a very activity-centric area, which is fine. So I grabbed some idle games to put on the phone. And it was one of those ones I didn't have any specific idle game I was looking at. I was like, alright, you know, I haven't played an idle game on my phone in literal years. Let me go ahead and grab a couple. And you know, I grabbed, you know, the 8 that I saw that were like the highest rated or whatever. You know, loaded the first one and went, wow, this is like already exceedingly predatory on what it's trying to do for its monetization. You're gone. Or, oh, this is going to be like beyond tedious the way they set up. You're gone. So, you know, I knocked out a couple that I played just a little bit that like, these are outliers that I'm going to get mad at this game because it's pretty awful what they're doing. But then I had like 2 or 3 that I played. So I had like the one was at Egg Inc. or whatever. That one was pretty fun. It definitely has lots of monetization to it. There was a train one I can't remember the name of, which annoyed me because the train one seemed like it'd be extremely good if it was just a game you bought and you were done with it. Because it actually had like, you could literally deliver stuff all over the world, and they had different textures for everything, and they had sites you could see all throughout the world represented in the game, and like, there was a lot in there, and it had a kind of cute little story. And then it was one of those games that like, no, once their premium runs out, it's going to like cost you a fortune to play this game and not have it be miserable. So I basically played till the premium ran out and then immediately uninstalled it. Like, I'm down to pay for a game, like, to buy a game straight up. But when it's like, no, you gotta pay your, like, 3 or 5 or whatever a month, I'm like, nah, man. No, I'm not paying a monthly subscription for a mobile game, sorry. That's a hard pass in my book. As you said, Plants vs. Zombie was good, Plants vs. Zombies 2 was already too monetized. Yeah. Well, there's been a number that have been there. Was it, I think it was Dungeon Defenders? That, like, Dungeon Defenders 1 was, like, a really kind of beloved game. And I remember a lot of people who were big into that one being pretty upset with the second one's monetization. I didn't really get into the second one at all, one way or the other. I played a little Dungeons Defender, like, I had a good time when I did play. Alright, let's back off. You loved Egg Inc? Yeah, no, I had a good time with it. I did uninstall it. There was also, like, a space game I played that the whole idea was you'd mine the first planet, it'd have certain materials that you could then process into better materials, and you could mine, like, later planets to get other materials and all that. And so it's a pretty straightforward thing of, like, you upgrade the first thing a couple of times to unlock the second thing. Now you can so you can upgrade the first and the second thing, and then you can do that to get the next one. So that was straightforward. But it was another one of those ones that, like, as the incremental game, you could tell they gave you that first little hook that things progressed quickly, and then very rapidly, the speed of which the game just slowed down more and more and more, to the point that you just weren't going to make nearly the same progress in the same amount of time, and then aggressively offer you ways to speed up your progress. The tried and true. Try to get you hooked, and then make you chase that feeling by paying money. And for the record, none of those games I drop a dime on. Like, don't get me wrong, I wish you could just buy those games. I don't want reoccurring transactions. I want to be like, idle game, here's your $10, go away. You know, whatever's fair. And I understand there's just way more money to be made with, like, microtransactions and all that crap, because people actually do pay them. Like, there's a reason why companies do that. It is lucrative as heck, because people absolutely do pay them. And I don't even necessarily have a problem with microtransactions at all, if it feels like what I'm getting is reasonable either. But, like, the get more energy, pay your $1, that kind of thing. I'm like, nah, man. Arbitrarily saying you've played the amount of game you're allowed to play for today. They know how to boil the frogs? Oh yeah, no, it's so people know I have a background in software dev, and I used to speak and attend conferences very, very regularly. Oh, I should do this while we're waiting on Muscle Strain. Because what I should be able to do is make a hammer. But yeah, so I used to attend those conferences all the time, and I know I've talked about it. There was a talk, and it was developers, and I couldn't tell you the mobile game, because I would absolutely name drop to shame them or whatever, if it was appropriate or whatever. But, you know, they were going and they're making their mobile game, and they were talking about all the effort they go into to literally create people with addictions, that they go out of their way to effectively create a net new addiction. And, you know, they go and they do the whole talk about, like, the whales and this kind of stuff. And all that. You know, minnows, dolphins, and whales. Minnows are people who don't spend more than, like, $1 a month. They literally don't care about those other than to give, you know, people who are the whales to have something to play with. Then you have your dolphins, which I think were, like, $5 to $15 a month. And they're nice, but they don't care about them either. And then they had the whales, which are anyone who spends more than $15 a month as routine in the game, who they would spend hundreds to thousands of dollars each given month on their game. And it was that they were literally doing stuff to screw with psychology to create addictive habits. And man, like, the stuff they were getting into, like psychology manipulation, so far as using the, like, prolonging the things that would give you dopamine. So, like, when you open a loot box, making the animation extra jingly and last long, and like, so much more there. And you're like, and these people were proud. They're like, oh yeah, we wiped these people out money-wise. And you're like, and you're laughing and having a good time with this. It's like, you don't understand, like, man, this crap needs to be illegal. Like, straight up illegal. Your wife's friend spent like 20,000 on Candy Crush. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, some of those games that they manage to do that, they get you literally addicted to the game. And it's like, some of it isn't bad as a gambling, as in the sense that, like, gambling has, like, all sorts of restraints on it. Like, some of it's just really predatory stuff. Alright, so I need to get somewhere started with carving. And it's kind of hoping we could, let's see what we can carve. What are our options to carve so we can level up stuff that hopefully isn't just making a mountain of these. So we can carve saplings into sticks, and we can carve spears, and we can carve stakes, which is all pretty garbage. So it'll be saplings. Let's see, the problem is it's such a huge industry, now that banning it is like trying to ban alcohol. There's never enough pushback against it, it'll just become normalized in society. Yeah. I imagine the way to work around that, though, would probably be in the realm of, I almost feel like I want to make the axes for now. I feel like the answer to that kind of thing, though, is you take whatever the big outlier is, and you put some rule in or restriction in to kind of narrow it down. You just try and bring it in a little at a time. I always felt for a lot of, like, the really systemic kind of things when it comes to business practices, that, like, a business or an industry is doing something pretty awful, is just going, okay, what is the worst low-hanging fruit here? Alright, let's make a rule around that. And then, you know, you go in and you bring it in from there. You go, okay, this one practice we see as particularly bad, let's make that against the rules now. Or, you know, put some arbitrary limit on it. I'm trying to do stuff about gacha and loot boxes? Good. That's one of the really bad predatory practices. Yeah, no, I would definitely... So, we've had plenty of people call out industry, like the, you know, loot box, mobile, gacha, whatever. Like, there's been plenty of people who've called them out. There's been a bunch. It's a matter of, like, actually getting momentum is the challenge. Like, some of the things they've added is that they're required to post the odds of getting different things. Yeah, we can not pick on people who are, like, dealing with money problems. It's one of the things that people use stuff like people buying lottery tickets as an excuse, like, this is why they're poor. We don't need to do anything to help them. Counter argument is someone's been, like, struggling and they have no real hopes of escaping their situation. And you offer them a very, very low odd chance that suddenly all their problems go away. You're going to do it. But it's easy to excuse being like, ah, they're poor because, when that's not remotely true. It all started with horse... I mean, it didn't start with horse armor. Horse armor definitely jumped it up a notch. Now, we had microtransactions way before that. Like, to me, the lottery ticket thing is no different than where people are like, God, it's just, they need to buy less avocado toast. It's like, well, actually, if you look at a lot of places, and it comes to food options, the avocado toast tends to be cheaper than what a lot of the other people are getting. And also, not a whole lot of people are buying avocado toast. That was some Australian politician. Doesn't matter his name, because the more we don't think about him, the better. Okay. Got a zombie behind us we'll kill. Let's see, Grand Blue Fan is an extremely popular mobile Japanese gacha game. Had to put guarantee because someone spent thousands of dollars and did not get their character. Oh yeah, no, that was some of the things that they've been doing for not outlawing but trying to put more restrictions on a lot of those is doing stuff like, one, you are required to list the odds of each thing. You know, some of them they've had to offer like different stuff. Like, there's been lots of stuff trying to curtail it. But yeah. Now, some have been finding some success, some have been finding not so much. There have been places that have outright said this practice is illegal, and just that's that. Unfortunately, none of the big Western countries and all that. But there is, like, we see this as, like, unhealthy for people, so we're just not allowed to do it, and they're like, oh, okay. Like, they did that with loot boxes, I know. I don't know about the gacha stuff, that they had a bunch of practices that, you know, you couldn't have any that had monetary value and all that. And then the moment they started restricting a lot of that kind of stuff, almost instantly shut down so many games, because that was their whole marketing gimmick, was that it's like, you can get this and you can trade it with your friends for money and all that. And a lot of like NFT stuff worked that way. And it was very nice to be like, yeah, if it has monetary value, it has like all of these really rigid regulation they gotta deal with. I'm like, good. Good. Because at that point, it's literally just gambling. You're putting in money, so it rolls the dice, you get something out. It may or may not have monetary value equal to more or less than what you put into the machine. All right. Little changes happening here. Okay, so that one's open. I'm opening all these windows. So literally any light gets in here. We could, oh, that door could stay closed actually. Oh, there's literally just not a window anywhere on this main length. That's not really what I wanted to do, it's what I did. But we did cancel it. Alright, well that's actually kind of a problem for me wandering around. We can manage it. But that is going to be a headache down the road until we get power set up here. Let's unequip that and put it back away. Because I found I actually really like the pen light. We do have a bigger flashlight, but it's just the pen light uses so little battery. Because if people could math well enough that listing the odds and have an effect, casinos wouldn't be a thing. I mean, yeah, there's also, like, so it's fine for people to go to casinos, you know, that you go in with your $100 that you're going to burn, and that's the choice you've made. They're saying, this is what I'm donating to the house tonight. If I come ahead, great. But yeah, no, I do agree that there are people who, and it's often people in desperate situations, or who just generally have an addiction, which I personally think that a lot of the things that we come up with, like our gacha games and loot box and all that, almost all of that strategy around how to manipulate people and just blowing money in bulk comes from those old casinos, where they just kind of really learned to mess with the psychology in such a major way. Okay, we've eaten all of our actual food. Let's see, maybe apps could be forced to limit the amount spent over a certain period of time or something? Yeah, no, I mean, I could certainly see that. You just have a hard limit on a game that's like, you know, this country says you can't spend more than $100 a month on the game or whatever. Like, whatever the amount is, like, that certainly they'd have a whole thing about figuring that out. Yeah, there's ways you can curtail it. Because also with some of those addictive things, like if you have only $100 you're allowed to spend on a game per day, or whatever the amounts are, not per day, that's ridiculous, per month or whatever, you know, as the player, that would give you a hesitancy for spending to make sure you spend it at the right time kind of thing. And the moment they get you out of that feedback loop of buying things like every single time, like you're low on energy or whatever, then they can help you just break that habit by not being able to just stay in the thing and keep it going. There's a lot they can do there. But I definitely don't think leaving it just wide open for whatever people want is necessarily healthy for anything. I miss having the magazine where I could trust eating mushrooms. That was nice. Those were good times when I could just be like, this mushroom, safe. Versus now, it's like, mushroom? Nope. I know people have tested that, they've been able to get away with eating them, but it's just kind of one of those things of like, you know what? I expect that to change without warning any day. I'm just not going to take my chances. That's not what I actually wanted to do. I did pick it up. Or did I pick it up? Did it get discarded? I guess it did discard it, fine. Okay, I thought I accidentally picked it up. Okay, what we're trying to do is see if we can't get lucky and snag ourselves some berries or grape leaves or acorns or anything of that sort. But the good news is we are getting down to these houses. And then I have this whole theory about how these zombies are gradually getting... Because, you know, they are doing the thing where they're spreading out from where they're at. Does foraging eventually teach you poison fungus like that? Nope. Unless something changed, then no. You never learn naturally what is and isn't poisonous, you know, by, like, skilling something up enough. The magazine or starting with the traits are the only way. I had the one zombie like 3 or 4 times, like, and muscle strained. Man, Nightstick, they did you dirty. Like, it's still not a bad weapon. But man, until you get those levels, it is rough. That's the reason we went from, like, actually killing a lot of zombies in a day to just kind of real struggling here. Alright, so last one should be plenty. Last character died yesterday. Helicopter event, just where they kept getting more and more awful because of the zombie migration. We finally ran out of how many times I could get away with narrowly surviving something. Finally got. Well, I don't know what house you're to, but we're gonna find out. Okay. I don't remember. What magazines have we gone through on this character? We've got a couple magazines read. We got... Sorry, magazines is what I care about right now. So we've got a bunch of the seeds pack. We've got stuff for flowers and crops. Home security. That's the Jenny mag we don't have. Electrician, farmers, seeds, hops, seeds. Okay, so we got a ton of seeds, and a couple different things, but we don't have any of, like, the really relevant mags so far as, like, you know, no generator magazine, no herbalist, nothing like that. I was curious if that was it was the other character in Louisville we started that died right away that, you know, got angler and then, like, immediately died. Alright, so I'm just gonna forward for a minute while I wait for the muscle strain. Eat another probably poisonous berry, as you do. Nope, yep, definitely poison. In case you're wondering, still poison. So light fog today. Rain tomorrow. Kinda sucks that the counterplay to the poison, or not poison, to the muscle strain is basically, what are you doing? Waiting. What else? No, that's it. Waiting. There's not really something I can do actively to work on it. I like the idea people mentioned earlier about the idea of, like, being able to get, like, a hot or a cold pack kind of thing. And if you got it, you could warm it up and mitigate it a little bit. I do think it'd need to be one of those things that you go back home kind of thing, and it has to be warm at the time you do it. So you don't just walk around, put the cold pack on you again and again, constantly. That's just taking its time. The good news is this time we're going to have enough of the dogbane hemp pulled together that we should be able to just make twine. I also have twine. Oh yeah, no, build 41 back when it was I will back at my save, so before it went public. Yeah, it was all the berries. It would randomly, so there was like 8 or 9 textures of berries. It would choose, I think 1 or 2 of them were poisonous and all the others were safe. And so all you do is you just nibble at each berry after the start, and the moment one of them got you sick, you're like, okay, that's the poisonous berry, I never need to eat that again. And then you could just eat all the other ones. So the thing that would always look like a blackberry, you knew you could always eat after the beginning because, you know, you basically tried it and ruled it out as the poisonous one. That was always the really interesting one also. That was back when foraging you didn't do this where you walked around. What you do is I just go to a spot and you just right click and choose like forage and bring up like a little window and you say, do you want to focus on something, and you had a drop down, and then you'd say no, and it would just, your character would just sit there and like shuffle in the grass, like picking at the grass for a minute, and then things would appear in your bag. One he got was the blackberry, was never poisonous. Yeah, there was a couple models of like the blackberry, the blueberry, and I think the holly. No, there's blackberry, blueberry, and there's one other that were always safe. If you got them. But yeah, then it was a bunch of these ones that are like blue and green and yellow of the same thing, like the same design. And those ones you had to do like the whole like, let me nibble on that one. Oh. Yeah, rose hips were always safe. You're like, alright, let me nibble on that one. Okay, that's the one I got sick of. Don't eat the green one anymore. And then you could just go ham on the other ones because you just knew they were safe. There's a lot of houses down there, so we are going to grab the keys. Basically, the way I've been treating the house keys is when I'm going into an area, any of the keys I see, I'll grab them. And then kind of when I finish with the neighborhood that I've, like, cleared it out kind of thing, I will then drop any of the keys I have onto the garbage. That's what berries. Yeah, mushrooms, it was one of those things, and especially back then, mushrooms just played no mercy. You would just take like the tiniest little nibble where you go like, nibble escape, and your character would just be like, queasy. Nauseous. Sick. And you're like, aw, man. And you just watch that thing build up, there's nothing you could do. You did not eat the poison mushrooms. Oh, it wasn't even lemongrass or death. You'd eat the lemongrass and you'd still die on a poison mushroom. Poison mushrooms straight up murdered you. You had to be like... There might be a way to survive, but man, I even sat there like once or twice, took the lemongrass, immediately ate it after the poison, like the littlest bite of the poison mushroom, and just watched myself go through, and that was without weak stomach or anything. Poison mushrooms in Build 41 were something you did not touch. Let's see how many map cells are loaded around your character. Oh, I have no idea. Nibbling on death cap will do that to you? Yep. You eat the sound mushroom? Yeah, that always, So, like, that was the thing I didn't realize, that, like, cooking the mushrooms always made them safe or whatever. I feel like that's a bug. I definitely feel anything that's poisonous that goes into an ingredient in food should still be poisonous. Maybe you can make the argument if your cooking is quote-unquote like cooking it and it's something that would become safe cooked. You know, kind of like a lot of your meats are dangerous if you eat them uncooked. But like, you can't just take a death cap mushroom or whatever. Like honestly, any properly poisonous mushroom. Oh, it just reduces the poison a lot. Baton short blunt? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. To me, it always felt like when you get the poisonous mushrooms, you just don't touch them. Like they're just hands down off limits. It's not worth it. You're just killing your character if you consume one. You don't know it's safe. Yeah, the problem in Project Zomboid is cutting up a raw mushroom and putting it in a salad bowl does qualify as cooking. Alright, so my hope is, where these places should have been pretty busy, I'm expecting them to be just sparse zombies here and there, because the zombies all got drug up to those fields up there. And it's looking like I'm getting pretty good confirmation that that is true. Which does mean we should be able to just stroll on in here over the next couple of days. I don't really want to stomp them, but you don't get XP for stomping. Yeah, so we got a pretty good number here that probably would have migrated up at me, except for they bumped into the wall and they didn't figure their way around. Yeah, so just want to pick at the zombies little by little. So we don't have to do like all sorts of weird games just to manage our muscle strain. I got 2, maybe 3. Alright, that's gonna push us well into muscle strain. Let's see, poisonous mushroom salad sounds delicious. Could mix it with the cheese and grapefruit salad? Yeah, we had the cheese and grapefruit salad, which you're looking at as like, can't tell for sure what cheese that was, but it looked pretty much like Swiss to me. Please fall down. It looked a lot like Swiss to me, and we had grapefruit. I mean, like, you know what? It wouldn't... It's one of those things you'd eat, I'm like, you know what? This wouldn't be terrible. Like, I wouldn't eat and be like, oh my god, it's so bad. It'd just be like, you know what? These things don't go together. They just don't. I think I agree with chat, like, some of the crumbly cheeses, I think could go well with like grapefruit kind of thing. I still don't think I would want like grapefruit with like, you know, just like grapefruit and feta. I don't think that's something I'd really want. Like both of those are good things. My body is just not going, you know what I want? That. My stomach is just like, yeah, bring it. Let's see how you do. You're gonna have for a pretty fun time. I'm gonna be all sorts of angry. All right. Citric acid and dairy always sound like bad mix. That's what I'm thinking. It's just like, man, like it's, even if it tastes good, that just sounds like it's one of those things that your stomach would just practically be screaming on the other side of. I don't know if that's something I actually want or not. Aw, yeah, trash candy. What's life without a little trash candy? Are you... Not sure what you two are doing in the back. You're just kind of running back and forth. Let's get away from where I can get flanked easy. I don't... Oh, there you are. I was like, I don't see the zombie that we're complaining about. I was kind of low-key hoping we would find the key to the garage. It looks like you've almost got the area cleared for the first house. We got plenty of time. And I know we're super duper thirsty and I got a water bottle. I've been trying to put it off so we just drink from the sink while it's unlimited. It doesn't really matter. Because like worst case we can literally just drink from the lakes and rivers and all that, that's fine. Where did the other one go? There was two of them. Oh, they're doing a little dance. Why are you all... Oh, there's gotta be a TV or a radio... Well, no, because the power's off, so there can't be a TV or radio on. Just screw that window in particular, I guess. Hello, caffeine pills. Alright, so there's at least one or two in there. Go ahead and draw you out. Ooh, fresh watermelon. I'm actually surprised none of these are rotten yet. Ah, fresh uncooked bacon. And I don't have the means to cook it. What betrayal this is. We deal with that problem in a minute. The problem that is going into the dark basement, that's 5 minutes from now, me. That's not right now, me. Okay, this one. Getting weird lighting stuff in here. Pen light away, put the battery away. I'll put you back in the box right now. Let's grab the whole sewing kit for right now. Or not. Close the door. Let's deal with this sewing kit. Alright, so I'm grabbing more junk than I need. I'm being a little bit of a loot goblin on a lot of these places. So I want the needles. I want the thread. I don't even know if we need the thimble. I give zero craps about the button. Put that in there. Alright. Now for the actual scary part. That's the house model you live in? Yeah, we've seen quite of this this style of house on the map. I should not leave that open. Hell yeah. Fanny pack it up. Alright, so now I've got a fanny pack. You can take your gum and your wallet back. Sorry, not your gum. I'm eating the gum. We put the radio in there. The spare batteries, the lighter, caffeine tablets, sleeping tablets. The probably poisonous berries we'll go ahead and eat right now. Oh, this book can get out of here. That book's garbage. Drop the stones off in here. Well, this basement is terrible. It has this weird, like, corridor to be an absolute death trap. And then a whole lot of nothing. Oh, that backpack, or that fanny pack absolutely goes with our police outfit. Solidly like it was meant to be. Alright, so we can do this real fast. Now the question is, do I hate Kool-Aid the garage? It's not a question. I'm gonna go Halo Kool-Aid the garage. Alright. Everyone cool? It's alright, I'm the cops. Okay, that's one of the big things we actually needed for making our blacksmith stuff. So we'll go ahead and say this is looted. We are very getting much overloaded. Probably improve the situation a little bit by putting away some of these weapons. Yeah, no, the basement we have in our house is also pretty bad as well, considering it's walled off. Like, someone just didn't want you to know what's down there and said, there's no basement here. Stop asking. Need a bigger backpack? Yeah, the big thing I found for locating the backpacks is kind of the same strategy you used in Build 41, is just start roaming the highways and looking for the survivor zombies. Because at a minimum, you should be able to make a, you'll be able to probably make a, hiking backpack happen. Let's go after this one. That'll probably draw those other two. You got lucky and found bags and cars? Oh yeah, if you find an ambulance, that's always pretty much a guaranteed double. Not literally guaranteed, but pretty close to it. There's that zombie just trucking up the road. That's fine. All right. Okay, we've got you over here. Alright, we got zombies around the back of the house. I just saw one through the door. Does he have an ambulance? That's just it. Oh, let's see. You have an ambulance that's just about new. You had a trauma bag in the back. The bags you found were a different car that you took apart. Yeah. Let's see. How's your backpack 36 and not 28? Because it is a military backpack, which is the biggest backpack in the game. Bam. There's a large backpack which is a bit smaller, both in the total volume and the encumbrance reduction. They basically have almost the same model. The military backpack just has like a little extra textures on it. And I'm organized. Yes, I have the organized trait, which is a big one. Organized is a really good trait. Alright. Well, let's see if we can't do that. You don't think large backpack existed until Build 41? I honestly couldn't answer. Build 41 is when I started. Back when it was, I will back up my save. Okay, we chill. Let's investigate this before we start looting. Excuse me, no soliciting? Sir, no soliciting. There's no soliciting. Sir, look, I don't want the solar panels. We're already good. I already got them. Yeah, I don't care. Alright, so we're basically about as full up as we're gonna get. Ooh, wait, I think... Ma'am, could you not touch the windows? Getting all your grubby finger stains on there, on the woods. Kids are the worst in this neighborhood. Alright, so with that, we got another house looted. It is about 8:40 p.m., which is much later than it should still be over here. Because we do need to still get home. We're about to get drowsy. So let's just get this ill-gotten gains home. But so you found a dice bag in a house? Full of colorful dice, so you're collecting so many things, toys not. That's genuinely one of the big things that a lot of players will go for, is they'll just get like... They'll have like the game room full of like all the plushies and dolls and all that kind of nonsense. You'll have like a room you'll just keep like the I still think my favorite one for just collecting was Ellen Ennis's run. Just the infamous katana bed. Didn't we have like 50 something katanas in that bed when she finally died? Like something absolutely ludicrous. Like I think we made a new character ran over the bed just to get the count. But it was basically every single katana I found killing 75-ish thousand zombies. Every time they broke, I would put them on the bed. Have you seen a katana in Build 42? I have not seen a katana in Build 42 yet. Okay. Go ahead and put in that pear we found to use. We also found a watermelon, which is good. Now the downside is, with the power gone, we're probably down to a matter of days before most of the, Oh, just to point out, with people who were asking me to wear stuff earlier, let's see, if we take our sunglasses, if we look right now, I have only a minus 1.43 penalty to my forging. If I put on the sunglasses, I now have an additional 2.5% penalty to my forging. Right now, because it's dark and we're tired, the radius is microscopic, it's not doing anything. But later on, when you get like the giant radius, that'll all do stuff. And it's anything like a helmet, anything that would potentially obstruct your vision, all of that stuff does it. So like masks, glasses, helmets, all that stuff. They penalize your foraging. So very genuinely, you want to keep most stuff off. Like baseball hats and cowboy hats, that kind of stuff's fine. But any type of like proper helmet or visor or sunglasses or anything like that penalizes it. You know, the crafting really opening up where we can make a bunch of stuff is good. My intention, I don't know the surrounding area very well yet. I think my intention is we're going to figure out which of these is the gas station. Don't spoil it. My guess right now is that is the gas station. If not, that is the gas station. I'm leaning towards that, having, you know, gas pumps along one of the sides. That main... Well, that's interesting. I didn't notice that before. On the island is a building. Both of these islands have little buildings on them. So you would have to build a bridge out there, or there might already be bridges out there. Like a chain of lakes kind of thing. But yeah. Let's see, for unsafe water, do you need to wait for Queasy to go away? Or you'll be okay? I can't say for weak stomach, but I've usually been able to drink more tainted water while queasy. Sometimes you'll get to nauseous. Definitely do not push past nauseous. Like nauseous is the don't do anything that's potentially jeopardizing of food. Even queasy, be careful with. That's kind of your shot across the bow of being like, all right, you're playing with fire, and just make sure you don't play too deep. Water still unlimited, so we'll take a sip and we will fill all the glass bottles. That was very distinctly 1. All right, so try it again. Unlimited, all the glass bottles. Yep, that is a singular bottle. Good job. We'll try that again. So clearly there's an issue there, and I think it's just because they're different glass bottles. It's not sure what to do with it. Or it could be, you know what it is? It's not that. It's they fill up the water bottle and then they can't fit it back in the bag because now it's heavier. And there's some water saucepans to delay us even more needing to worry about stuff. Put some canned goods away. Put the bugs away for if we end up fishing a bunch. I'm going to eat my candy right here because you can't stop me. We got this. We got the 2 bags of sand, which I will need for making the clay cement for the anvil. So we can read the tailoring book. We can drop the needles off. I have no idea if the small brush is important or the thimble. We can drop off a whetstone. We can drop you off. Get that back out. Drop off the twine. Drop off one of the thing of the sleeping pills. We don't need 2 on us at all times. Okay. We can go over here. By that I mean get stuck on stuff and get lost. Okay. So, books. Carpentry 3. Oh, there are maintenance books? We're at maintenance 2, so we need maintenance 2 book. So that's interesting. So I got the maintenance 3 book. That'll be a good find. And we got the maintenance 4 book. Solid. Trapping at a higher level doesn't do us any good. That's actually a duplicate, but I'll worry about that later. Actually, we'll worry about that later. I do have the tailoring 1 book we can read. Alright, so let's go ahead and get ourselves into tomorrow and all that. I wonder if during the day we can use the knife to cut the watermelon up for salad and all that. Because I want to say you can smash the watermelon, you can slice the watermelon, or you can just straight up eat the watermelon. You don't find them very often because they're one of those things you usually only find right at the beginning of the game or not at all. So you forget what you can do with it. Slice the watermelon. Before I forget, let me go ahead and drop off the rolling pin. You don't think you need it raw without it? You might be right. It's been a long time. All right, watermelon, salt, pepper. A salt and peppered watermelon. Fair enough, I guess. I like how we can choose between whether our watermelon is a salad or a fruit salad, just in case you were worried. Alright, that said though, chat, it is about that time. I would say that we've had a pretty productive day. For those who missed where we were at the beginning of the day, the only place we had secure was this building and that building. We got through, we cleared all the zombies out of this area, got those, got all these cleared, found 2 generators, found some cows, got them back in, make sure they have water and food, cleared this area. We did find a loom and a heavy tire back there. Oh, I already took the gas, so take that off of there. We did go up there, cleared these out, and looted those, had our first helicopter. Went up to our ambulance and managed to grab all the goodies out of the ambulance. And then we also got a bunch of these. And as far as kills go, we are at 844 kills. So honestly, this isn't too unlike the first run we had, or so the last run we had so far as what we got done so far as kills. Because it was about the second stream that I got to roughly 1,000 kills on that character. So it is kind of one of those things that, you know, the kills are about the same. We don't have the generator magazine, we don't have the herbalist magazine, we don't have the angler magazine, so we didn't get all of those fun things, but we made up for it by having an even better backpack. Not 1, but 2 generators. We don't have a working car on this character, but we know there's a gas station in the area, and I don't have to go and fight through like a literal, one of the highest, like, 3rd highest population. No, actually, I think Irvington must be the 2nd highest population town on the map to get it. So this is looking pretty good. With that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. If you're over on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe and all that. For those over here on Twitch, though, I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find for us to drop a raid on.